Break, asshole. Keep breaking.
Why are you guys so worried about a draft? It's not that bad. Trust me. Let me get me as close to Pete Hegseth as you can. Draft me. Trust me. Why are you?
Wait, draft. There's not going to be a draft. There won't be. Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Somebody frantically said, "No, there's going to be a the global that want to kill a bunch of Americans. They're not going to do it. The biggest impact for killing is out in the they're not doing that. They'll find another way to fucking kill people. Don't worry about it. But that's fucking. They've known forever. They've known not do that. They're like, oh shit. They're like, fuck, man, we could have Vietnam going for another 20, 30 years if it wasn't for fucking the draft. Name of the game is to prolong these things, man. And let's say that there was going to be a draft. Again, devil's advocate. All that feminism shit went out the window. Huh? Strong women, stronger than men. I can have babies.
I'm typing in the chat.
I've got a feeling that your uterus is completely irradiated.
She smiles with it.
All the fucking drugs you've done. This is wild. I don't know if any of them say, oh, I don't like that anymore. But you're fine with the Ukraine war. The war we're fighting Russia. Listen, I don't want to fight anybody. I don't want.
She gets drafted and the room starts smelling like rotten semen. Never mind.
I sure the fuck don't fight Russia. You guys were totally fine. Not even totally fine with that. You said we were.
No, she's pretty, but I put in the chat that she smiles with her front teeth only. I'd hit.
Nazis info going through Ukraine to kill Russians. You're totally fine with that. Demanding more and more money be done to Ukraine. Now all of a sudden, programmable. Easily programmable. Like Kamala Harris was able to steal this election. I ran right now, and you fuckers would be fine with it. We'd be dumping more money than ever into Ukraine, and we'd have troops on the ground in fucking Syria, and you retards would all be cheering it because you're fucking stupid. But now, the feminism has left the book, but I do want to kill Pete. What? Hold on, what? I'm strong and empowered. I don't want to do the draft, though, but I would kill Pete. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Oh. Stupid. I'd like to see it.
She wants to fuck Pete Hegseth.
Like a dude, by the way. And no branch of the military is going to take you. This chick is on a shit.
She wants to bang Pete Hegseth.
You think she dyed her hair? She didn't dye her hair. That hair color is a side effect of all the pharmaceutical fucking poison that this weirdo ingests just so they can get out of bed in the morning. Disgusting. You disgusting bitch. But no, guys, she's gonna get. I'm gonna kill that Pete. By the way, that's not me saying FBI. And by the way, fuck you, F.
They teach our women wrong and then drive them crazy and mismedicate them.
Yeah, you're so much assholes. I'm making fun of this dipshit. Making social media saying that she or they, one of the
You can tell she's been vaccinated throughout her life, but whatever.
this goofball saying wants to kill Pete Hegseth. This is a pharmaceutical drugged out song. Look at this fucking goofball. Probably a dude. On top of all, probably a dude allegedly. A sane boys. Or sane. Just trying to end war.
Probably she knows who he is.
Trying to kill Pete Hegseth. I doubt it. Wild. Fucking wild. No.
Like she's gonna be next to him or something.
We have a from my perspective. I could be wrong. I'm telling you, like, side, but they're both the same retarded shit. The same. You've seen the politics the same on both sides at the extremes, whether it's or Democrat. So you can't run a society or this idiot is saying. The mentality and the shit that this person is saying, that destroys this place. They're saying the same. We got Megan Kelly saying the same exact shit. And Sean Ryan saying the same exact shit at this point. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's all the same shit. And what's happening, I would imagine of is what's on the menu. But that one was going to be blown wide the fuck open than it was under Biden. This kind of transcends different assholes, right? So it sounds okay to say, well, the Democrats, assholes. They're all kid fucking retards, pretending to think about this country. And so far, my biggest problem that I have is that I like that the other side has disagreements. And any side, like the left side, that excommunicates from the talking point, like, at all. Gone. You think it's a friendship bar? At 9 months, yeah, we probably should kill it.
Abortion stops under my governorship or presidency.
Get out of here. Get out of here. That's crazy. Those are crazy fucking people. Our side arguing shit, that is more insane to me. That's just insane. The problem
I chose to exempt myself from withholding taxes. Because I'm no longer paying people to spray me with poison from the sky, or to kill all my fucking insects and birds, or to chop up fucking babies in the womb. And a whole list of a bunch of other shit. Today I excluded myself. I checked the box exempt from withholdings for federal and state. So suck my fucking dick. Motherfuckers over medicated and mismedicated. It was all fucking poison to begin with. My mama her whole life. And what the fuck did they shoot me up with in the vaccines? The very few vaccines I had when I was a kid. What were they? Who the fuck said it was okay to shoot my ass up with that? Don't even get me started.
somebody. I don't see anybody. Like I like a little bit of Mark. A little bit of the fucking dude with the goddamn eyeliner. I like the fucking Rubio.
And no, it's not my mom's or my fault for being fucking lied to, for being fucking genocided, sterilized, mutated, mutilated, poisoned, and fucking lied to by our government. It's not our fucking fault. I need good people to take power. We need some good, hearted people in office that are willing to eliminate the bad motherfuckers. And when I say bad motherfucker, what I mean is I'm the bad motherfucker, and I'm coming to kill fucking evil. I'm coming to slay demons and shit. I'm coming to publicly hang anybody who pushes poison. I'm gonna publicly hang you if you're a poison pusher. I don't give a fuck what job title you have. The poisons will be defined. The poisons will be listed in the executive order day one. Write me in for governor or president.
But we're in a situation right now where who the fuck is going to be running this party? And I don't even like this party. Fuck the Republican Party. I want somebody hey, we need somebody to now.
I'm jumping forward because we're a little behind in the stream now. Got to do my show too.
Hey, remember those people that said for January 6th? Remember those people that arrested me for January 6th? Let's vote for them now. Really? Go for it. Go. Let's see how that fucking works.
Now, we're being run by enemy. We're being enslaved by fucking pirates. Somebody stole our country, whether it happened quickly or happened over time. It's a collusion of globalists, but it was Great Britain and then the British East India Trading Company and then Rothschild that bought up Great Britain for I don't know, man. I don't fucking know everybody involved, but that's some of the correct track. The Rothschild family bought up all the British stock, like every stock market in Great Britain. When they spread fake news, that Britain lost the war to France, and so it tanked the stock market. And then he bought it all up, and then the news came back that they actually won, and then all of a sudden he owned everything, and the economy came back. But anyway, it's folks like that run us, and both of our parties are fake. The Republicans claim to be American, but they're stalling any freedom-loving bills that we want to put forward, and they suppress them, and they silently sneak in foreign interest, communist, uh, even pedophilic, whether it be child mutilation bills. So that's what the right does. They nonchalantly act as enemy, and then the left is blatant enemy. So it's like what the fuck? Do I go with the one who says, "Hey, I'm the fucking enemy," or the one that I'm just now finding out is also my enemy? Do I go with the blatant enemy, or the one who's trying to keep it a secret that they're my enemy? I'm not going with either of you fucks. I'll fucking hang both of you in public. Vote for me. Write my fucking name in.
Now they like you. Yeah, you said the Jews, and now the left likes you. No, they don't like you, bro. Fucking bad as the Democrats. How are the people that you're not going to shoot them? They're going to laugh. They're the same side. Trump keep kissing his ass. This is always the rebuttal. It's always the rebuttal. Donald Trump screwed us. Fucking Jews. Okay. So what's your plan? Okay. Right. Go sit at the retard table over there with the other idiots. Come back to us with cards. Come up with a plan.
That's disinfo. Or, I mean, no, he's correct, but what he's talking about is so these these Jew screamers, these Jew obsessors. We have a lot of fake Nazis because they are Judaism has been hijacked by enemy. Christianity's been hijacked by enemy. Judaism has been hijacked by enemy. Islam's been hijacked by enemy. Our country's been hijacked by enemy. What are we ever to do?
Because now like, people are the most upset Jews that they've ever been the world right now. But you guys are becoming Jews.
They want that hate so they can enslave us more. And by they I mean the mafia that has hijacked Judaism, not Jews. The kike mafia that's hijacked it.
The Zoomers are starting to make skits about retards who just scream all the time.
I don't want to hear anybody say Jesus was a Jew, because what the fuck we're seeing here has nothing to do with Jesus. Spraying us from the sky and killing babies in the womb. I wish I could just hang all these motherfuckers. I wish we could shoot down anybody who sprays us from the sky, capture them if they hit the eject button, and hang them in public.
So I'm keep going with that. But when you come up with a plan, write it down with the crayons from your asshole, and then show it to the.
Jesus was a Christian. He started it. Jesus started Christianity. It wasn't just his followers afterwards. But then again, there's an argument to be made, as long as you're in good faith. Because I don't think he wanted to start a new religion. I think he just wanted motherfuckers to stop sacrificing people, sacrificing animals, and eating motherfuckers, eating people, and robbing your fucking neighbor, and charging people to fucking pray. You don't charge to go to church, motherfucker. But anyway, I guess Catholics still do. I don't know.
And fucking retards. Stupid. No, sure. Come on. Yeah. No, we did the much better with.
I would fuck her though. She looks like the kind that would start, gagging out and she'd pass out and fucking go to Funky Town and shit.
Imagine that. Again, watch this.
A chick that comes on contact instantly starts convulsing and shit. Just kidding. That's too much. I did know this chick that and she never answers my calls anymore, but she starts doing that shake and stuff pretty quickly.
We also need a solution, and we need to fix the problem before every city in America is playing the Muslim prayers. Because that's what's coming, idiots. Well, you're so focused on the fucking Jews, the Islamists are. Now maybe it's fifth-dimensional and the Jews are that could definitely be the case. But we come up
Yeah, and Jonathan Pollard admitted Israel had an atomic bomb in 1939? Before anybody else?
We've got
Started by the Rothschilds.
people violently attacking our independent journalists. Americans, by the way. Independent journalists just at ICE facilities being openly assaulted. I support sanity. At this point, I'm looking for anything that upsets the retard right, I'm not go with at this point, by the way. And it's like stuff that would do, like, oh, I don't take the city council.
And they
No, Jews. Okay, well, yeah, you keep screaming that, but we have to do something. Right? We got
and they switch, of course, because during 9/11, the Republicans were the blatant enemy, right? But of course, now we know that the deep state behind the scenes, Israel, did 9/11 on purpose. The globalists, the Satanists in Israel, did 9/11 on purpose. That's our deep state. That is the American deep state. There are clearance levels above our president, and the only reason for that would be to control him. Come up with another reason. That's what one man posited. That's what I heard one great man say. One mate grand said, the unknown number of clearance levels above the president would only exist to control him. It's, because the first thing that comes to mind is to withhold information from him. Okay, well, why are you withholding information from the president that everybody elected? And then the second one would be a little more deceptive, and it would actually be to control him. So, are they controlling our president with nanotechnology and frequencies? He is quite different than he used to be.
somebody in there. We got the mayor in there. We got the comptroller in there. We got to get more independent journalists. No, Jones. I know. And they're the loud ones, by the way. What a great tragedy.
I like Sarah Bareilles.
Great. Mass migration to Western civilization.
Is it racist to assume Sarah Bareilles is Jewish? By the way, what the fuck is a race? The race is the human race. Because guess what? Jews are white. That's not a different fucking race. If race is color, see, the race used to be our species. Race used to be our genus and species, Homo sapien. And actually, there's other ones too. Denisovan, Neanderthal, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo florentiensis, whatever it is, Cro-Magnon. All these different types of humans have existed and have mated and can viably mate, right? And then there's Nephilim, the six-fingered, they don't want to tell us about. So we can all interbreed, I believe. But anyway, that's the human race. But but Jews are white anyway. A lot of them.
All of our social safety networks. If only we can get these to take your gay voice and shout.
So I'm correcting the white people that don't want to think that there's you know, similar to Jewish people or some shit. It's so weird. It's like you're both white. What are you talking about? But yeah, it's good to know the different types of ancestries. It's fun. It's interesting. We all have 16 great great grandparents, and nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to shed light on that fact. That anytime you mention my great great grandfather, well, what about the other 7 guys? My great great grandmother did this, this, and that. Well, what about the other 7 ladies? What did they do? Did you even know you have 8 great great grandmas and 8 great great grandpas? Did you know that? Just think about the triple great. Then you're talking 16 of each, 32 total. And every generation that you go back, you have 64 great 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 grandparents. Anyway, yeah, it's fun to know the diversity, and it's really sad that most people walk around thinking that they're just one name and that they're just one, you know, or just one or two like uh, ancestral origins. Fuck the word race, um, because I'm like, if I had to guess at this point, I'm 6 different kinds of European, plus Jewish, possibly, and Native American Indian, and maybe black. Who knows? Probably not. But my mom was the most physically fit girl at Meade Junior High, and I accidentally broke physical fitness records in elementary school. For the school, that is, for Frederick Funston Elementary, that is now a Quick Trip at 47th and Hydraulic. But
But shout the other stuff as well. They can't do it. They can't do it. They're, it's the
I was running around obstacle courses for fun, not trying to go for speed or anything. And the teachers and stuff were telling me that, oh, you almost broke the record, and this and that and the other. So it was kind of interesting there.
and the toothless fucker screaming. It's the same side. I'm like, fuck. Anyway, there you go. There you go. Shit's on fire. Shit's on. Shit's on. They're trying to get more violent.
And of course, I'm a fairly current 5-time state arm wrestling champion. As we speak, I'm one of the greatest featherweight arm wrestlers in the world, nationally ranked in the league uh, in which I participated.
A bunch of fundamentalist religion is kill everybody who doesn't submit to the court. Now, again, I'm worried about this.
If somebody wants to please donate to my Cash App to fund an arm wrestling trip, uh, I mean, I'm in Wichita, Kansas, but you name the event. I mean, they're all over the place. The closest ones would probably be, uh, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Kansas City, uh, Denver. Those are all pretty close. Maybe even in Texas. And I'll make sure to hit that tournament. If that's what the money's for, I'm hitting that tournament. Of course, my car overheats. Kind of need a new radiator, or even a used one from the salvage yard. I need to throw a used radiator in this car real quick to drive any longer than 10 or 15 minutes at a time. But but yeah, rental car, whatever.
But all those fucking marches, man. 6 warehouses in San Almonds out here talking about universal health care for 4-day work week. Yeah, No. Give us free money or we'll set shit on fire. That dude and the Islamist will cut your head. Bitches are lying. That's the problem I have. That's the problem I have. See, Eric Swallowswell says one thing 2 years ago, complete opposite thing this year. That's retarded. Alex Jones said something.
Damn, Eric swallows the nut from other dudes coming out of Fang Fang's pussy well. Isn't that? Eric swallows a strange nut coming out of Chinese spy pussy well.
Completely different. That's also retarded. It's fine to call people out, right? It's fine to call people out.
Who else was fucking that spy? You know?
This is it'd be foolish to not understand that a large thing of war that's happening right now isn't digital. It's not on information. Of course it is. And we're at war. We're at fucking. There is a world war.
These fucking enemy, these cannibal pedophile communists don't give a fuck about you. Who are, you know, in office posing as their representatives. They're actually fully paid off professional actors. Fuck, what was I going to say about him? Son of a bitch. What was I going to say about him? Fuck. It took so long telling you who I was talking about. I forgot what I was going to say about him. Son of a bitch.
And what's fascinating is it's the European bloc versus Russia.
We're going from 500 to 6,000 representatives under my presidency by executive order. You can't pay off 6,000 of them. But you can easily pay off 500, and you can even install half. You can put in half of anybody you want, and you can pay off the rest if there's only 500 of them. And that is the unconstitutional representation we have at 1 per million of us. We're not supposed to have 1 representative per million of us. It's supposed to be 1 for every 30,000. There's actually a number. No, somebody might not have ever told you about that. We're supposed to have 1 representative for every 30,000 of us. And right now we're at 1 per million. 1 per million. In whose right mind can 1 person act on the behalf of a million motherfuckers? They can't. They can't. You can barely act on the behalf of 30,000 people. You know what I mean? But at least that's a more reasonable way to live. And it's what we will do under my presidency by executive order day 1.
Iran versus America.
It's going to be the actual republic, the actual type of democracy we're supposed to have, right? A representative.
So I got a choice between Tucker.
1 per million is not a representative democracy. And I'm trying to speak quickly, so I don't think I fully pronounced that. But Thomas Jefferson said our government needs to be restructured often. So it's time for a revolution. Absolutely.
Fucking nut job. I don't know who that guy in the back is.
That would be Randy Fine.
Can I have none of them? I would like to place it for none of them. How about that? What a fucking ridiculous.
Okay, so on the top we have heavy hitting free speakers, and then on the bottom we have blackmailed cannibal pedophile traitors. We have Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens on the top. And then we have Randy Fine, Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, and Ben Shapiro on the bottom. So like I said, heavy-hitting, hard-fighting free speakers on the top, and then cannibal, pedophile, blackmailed traitors to a foreign nation on the bottom.
Promise. I got it. These are my choices. If this was Street Fighter 2, I'd turn on the casino. Fuck you. I don't play any of these characters. The only.
And that's not just my opinion.
Listen, Laura Loomer has at least been incredibly consistent. Fucking Laura Loomer loves herself some Trump. She way on Trump's butt. She loves Trump, and she has consistently. That is.
My speech was given to me by God, and my founders just happened to write it down on paper for you. The first 10 are not amendments. They're statements of what God has given to us. The first 10 are not amendments.
The only fucking person that's been consistent. And they're all grown-ass fucking adults. They're all grown-ass adults.
And I'm willing to consider a couple more, maybe a handful more, of the, 25 or 30 or however fucking many we have now. Which sounds like bullshit, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound like enemy invaded bullshit? I think we were good with 10, maybe 1 or 2 more. And that's it. Maybe 15 total. Maybe 10 rights on a bill, and then 5 amendments if you want. And that's it. Because amendments simply degrade our God-given rights. Correct? Am I correct to state that? Amendments are somebody's corrections, quote unquote, to our God-given rights. Who the fuck is making corrections to our God-given rights? Who the fuck thinks that they're doing that in good faith? Because I'm here to fuck them. I'm here to hang them in public. Write my name in for governor of Kansas or president of the United States. JamesLeeGillenwater. The spelling's in the description. GILLENWATER. We're going to get rid of some of these fucking amendments. Preserve the Constitution. Fuck you, bitch. Revive my bill. Revive my Bill of Rights, you stupid bitch. Don't fucking preserve these phony amendments. Fuck you. Fuck you.
And now all of a sudden she cares so much about I fucking doubt. Totally. The chick's retarded. The chick's fucking retarded.
Candace, you said.
I think they're both retarded.
What happened to work camps? Hey, what happened to work camps? In fact, it's not all about hanging people in public. I want to put some of these Satanists that have never actually done a hard day's work with their hands to work. I'm going to force them to a life sentence of work, of manual labor. Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, Barack Obama, all these motherfuckers. So write me in for U.S. President, JamesLeeGillenwater.
I make a shit ton of views when I talk about Charlie Kirk. I don't talk about Charlie Kirk because I don't try to pick up a dead man's fucking name for my own benefit. Other people seem to want to watch this. This is fucking.
And if it turns out Trump is a Satanist, he's getting sentenced to hard labor for the rest of his life too. We'll see, man. I still have faith that But he's killed so many children already with bombing raid campaigns. He's killed so many teachers and women and children. But I think it's possible he could break the Israeli influence, but it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like there's no signs of success on that front. So it looks like we're going into technocrat or Facebook, Google, Meta, Amazon, Palantir, OpenAI, ChatGPT, Grok X. We're going into those people trying to rule us, as well as foreign nations with whom they're obviously colluding. But so we got the computer geeks and the foreign nations trying to conquer us right now. We have foreign fucking religions and computer geeks trying to conquer America right now. And I'm going to fucking hang them all in public or sentence them to fucking work for the rest of their life.
Does she not understand at all how this works? Does she not get no? Fuck no, she don't get it. Fuck no. And by the way, you notice that she was trying to get the fucking Tyler Robinson off. No, she said this. Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Tyler Robinson didn't. Adamant. Fucking ignorance. Adamant. Tyler Robinson didn't do it. The bullet doesn't match. The bullet didn't.
Well, we don't.
Well, it's the same thing. The bullet didn't match. That's not how. It's just not the same thing. A Jewish sniper probably killed Charlie Kirk. Right? But I'm just telling you, those are different things. It's like
His bodyguard. His bodyguard fucking hit the button on his wrist. I don't know.
Right. Oh, no, it's per capita. So you got to take a percentage. It's like this kid just move on. She was saying, doesn't match. So he definitely didn't do it. And I want to testify. So I think. Why are you so quick to get this guy off? By the way, that makes me nervous.
Yeah, but it's you're bordering Satanism if you condemn a man too quickly, who's actually innocent. So
To do with it. I don't want him to do it. Kirk,
I was definitely anti-Christian.
But still fucking I don't want to go free. I'm motherfucker fucked up. Grab that motherfucker too. Arrest the training boyfriend. Keep him under arrest and arrest Cash motherfucking Patel. Again, I'm on your side.
Christianity is the truth, and Jesus is the first Christian. He started it. He actually started correct living. We just call it Christianity, but Jesus Christ is really the founder of correct living. And so you can either be for God's beautiful creations or against them, and that's the only criteria to either be a Christian or a Satanist or a proper liver. A proper liver. What might even be a proper Jewish person or a proper Muslim? You're either for God's beautiful creations or you're against them. You're a Satanist. So you're either actually religious or you're a Satanist. And I'm here to fuck you.
But now, again, it's not new. They didn't go back to the site yesterday and make up a thumbprint and a palm print. They found it months ago. It was just sealed. So the prosecution got a bunch defense wants to know what they have, and so they got to work this out behind the scenes. And they have court dates, and then they start unsealing stuff as they head towards trial.
It's not just taxes to pedophiles. I'm not paying taxes because my state kills babies. And my state pushes fake mandates, and my state sprays me with poison from the sky. That's why the fuck I'm not paying taxes. Oh, and my federal government? Well, they're not actually rounding up the illegal aliens. They're involved in foreign wars I don't fucking agree with. They're being held hostage by a foreign fucking nation and complicitly continuing to be traitors of my founding fathers and my fucking constitution. So I'm not paying anybody a fucking dime in taxes. And I'm not paying the fucking student loan either, stupid bitch.
That's how this works. It's always worked this way. And so, I know it's just released that they've got his palm print at the fucking. They found his palm print. So
Sure they can make it.
of the, did he do it? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just before we even get into did he even do it, can we just acknowledge that we shouldn't be so quick to get this guy the fuck out of here? If there's a larger conspiracy, I want the patsy too. I want the fucking. I don't want anybody. So
Yeah, we want to save the patsy, but we also want to, you know, we want to. The patsy was also in on it. If it's a true patsy, he is in on it a little bit, but we know he's more innocent than the actual doers and the planners.
we need to keep the patsy. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if we get it. I know the trend that's got the patsy. Here's my wild conspiracy.
It's like, yeah, give the patsy a year of probation or something. You know what I mean? But it's like we need to get the actual evil motherfuckers that orchestrated it.
Conspiracy theory. And again, unlike him, I'm retarded. I didn't bring this up. Charlie.
Now I hold out hope. Charlie was the death was faked. That there was a hologram projector, and I don't even know what one of those looks like, but somebody said there was one there, and I don't know how you could verify that. I know they started disassembling the scene pretty quickly and taking the cameras and or projectors, but yeah, I mean, you know, my favorite reality is that he's either living in the country doing undercover stuff, maybe behind the scenes, or he's up in space. He's actually in the actual technology of our human race, which is UFOs, which is making aliens, making hybrids, and I mean, like, portals, you know, great distance traveled, fold space. You know, these are our technology, our human race technology. It's illegal, unethical, that these rogue groups steal our technology and harbor it from us, away from us.
Charlie's ghost didn't fucking speak. I'm just going off of how other political hit jobs of this level hasn't responded to an attack. Him not responding to an attack only deviation in outbursts from all of Oh, you're being attacked. Why are you being attack Trump? Attack him. You're showing he's attacking back. That's gay. And to be that gay. You're not retarded on accident. Who paid you to be that fucking stupid? Why are you lying to people? Why would you do that? What is happening? Just be attack Trump. Just giving him lots of water to his come on. Just attack him. Stop that. You're taking advantage of me. That's weird. That's a weird thing. Oh my god.
Hey, you're ruining the show, please. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Hey, he's got nuts. Alex Jones runs an entertainment show. It's an entertainment show. In court filings, it's an entertainment show.
How the cow ate the cabbage.
That's your problem. I know that the intro sometimes tomorrow's news today, so it might be a little bit misleading. Might leave you open maybe to some questions.
It's growing Alex's platform when Trump mentions it. You know, Alex is already the biggest news guy on the planet. He's the biggest source for real news, and he does have the most viewers of anybody else, I believe, except maybe Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. But he's begging Trump. It's a chess move. It's a chess move. He looked in the camera and said, "Say one more thing. Say one more thing about me, and I'm going to show you how the cow ate the cabbage." That's so funny. So Alex grows even more. He's already the biggest, and he's growing even more every time Trump mentions him. So,
but when it gets down to tax court filings, that's a fucking
say one more thing about me.
Trump back on track. Go after shit all over. He didn't. You fucking called for him.
This was Friday's episode, I believe.
Hey, shit on me. Well, yeah, I would have been. Fight back. Jones can't I'd be
No, Robert Barnes is the one who said we need to capture him, and you know, for the safety of our nation.
If you help and look like a bitch, then I would be fucking attached. I'd be. I don't know.
Because it would seem a foreign nation has captured our president, so why can't we?
Some
Why can't we take him back?
I'm sure Trump back on track. After I so you think I'm coming after you.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to get clicks by Democrats. Don't buy anything. Don't like me. If you think I've been on your ass, say one more thing. One more thing out of your mouth. Okay? One more thing. When I've gone through hell back in your ass. There you go. Oh my god, I can't believe Trump turned on Jones.
Oh, Salty's not gonna play the punchline. He was just about to say. He was just about to drop it. Then I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cabbage.
I only voted for you. Stop telling me that Jones lost everything because he supported Trump. That Alex Jones was an ardent supporter of Trump. Jones was a Trump supporter. Then not a Trump back to support Trump's Jones all over the place. That's Alex. There's plenty of clips of Jones throughout the years saying Trump's fucking great and all board, and I'm saying fuck Trump. Alex Jones. By the way, I think that's fine. I'm totally fine. I'm fine with that, but don't pretend that you haven't done that. That's the problem. The guy's the fucking president. All types of crazy shit at Washington D.C. All kinds of, I'm getting some stuff that I want. I'm getting some stuff that I don't want. You should be all over the place, yeah. But don't tell me that you don't tell me that you aren't all over the place. I'm going to show you how to cabbage a cabbage. One more thing. This ass. I said that. Alex Jones. Donald Trump referred to Alex Jones in rocket fuel. Alex loves it. Alex loves it. Alex Jones lives and dies by clicks.
He was doing. I'm going to correct the corrector. Alex Jones was doing this before clicks existed, so no, he's not just doing it for clicks. He's trying to save his fucking nation.
Watchers. It doesn't matter if you watch my show because you love me. It doesn't matter. To me, I don't give a fuck. The numbers are how we get paid. So you're totally. This is the
Get the bag. Come on, get the bag. Come on.
Get back. You're doing it for clicks. Don't lie to people. And what's this one more thing? What's this one more thing? If you just called for him to fucking 25th.
I hope that it's hey. I hope it's 5D behind the scenes. Jones is in on it too. That's really
have something. Tell people about it.
That's really rude of you.
This is the problem when you've got podcasters there. Alex Jones, Candace Owens, they don't ever want a solution to anything because that's the end of a challenge. It's over. And that's what listening to shit. Once that launch of find something else, and they don't want that. They don't want that. So they keep them on and the way that you keep the shit spinning. What are you talking
That's hilarious, though.
Alex Jones. Hey. Is it? He's you can watch this dude and but I think at this point, I think the pressure is the constant they're shutting down your broadcasting. Those are incredible stressors. Those are incredible stressors. And I think that those incredible stressors might be erratic. His weight seems to be fluctuating.
Oh, whatever.
He was attacking last week, this week. He's blowing. These are changes of opinion or slight adjustments. These are 180-degree whip arounds, and they're happening really quickly. And this doesn't seem organic. It just doesn't seem organic. And it shouldn't be shocking to anybody that we've got foreign influencers holding a fuck ton of money in the system of social media. And so, oh my God, the French and the Jews are threatening to kill me, and it gets a million in 20 minutes. Alex Jones said that. Everybody broadcasts is watching the ratings around them, and that's how gravitational pull. And so, I've seen a number of people podcast or broadcast. There's a shit ton of views in that direction. And so I don't understand the complete opposite, but I'll just start working my way towards that direction. And you can tell who these people are because what they said or a few months ago is completely different. And the grown-ass fucking men. The grown-ass fucking men. Grown-ass fucking men. Any lady in the chat will tell you right now, we never change our opinion. Even when we're fucking wrong. I want to go for 3 hours in the wrong direction because I wasn't given that fucking satisfaction. An old school fucking man. We almost ended up in motherfucking Wyoming. I was trying to get to fucking top. She was like, what the fuck? I think you were supposed to turn way back there on I-9. Fuck that. Fuck, I didn't no, fuck you. I was surprised. I always have to go to fucking Yellowstone. Surprise. Surprise. That's how dudes are. That's how dudes are. And we will dig in. So when you see these guys, they're running shit. That's weird. It's weird. Again, blockade. Okay. Well, I'll blockade the blockade. What? I get crazy. But no, he's like,
Try it again.
fucking attack a kid here, but I'm kidding anymore. But this is one of people. That's what's so terrifying about it. I talk about the network. My dad was so for Trump. Like nobody has ever gone to that. Let's be honest, kid. If you're listening to how many Democrats, How many independents?
Dan Bongino went pretty hard for Trump, too. I don't know what more to say about that.
When listening to your dad, you're like, you know what? You know, this motherfucker, this crazy fucking madman's got me swayed. You know what? I'm gonna jump on that Trump train. Bro, nobody. I don't know if you're lying to yourself, but I know what the fuck is going on over here. No. Your dad was pro-Trump, and it benefited your dad. It benefited your dad. Anybody who your dad shows, they were not going to vote for Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton. Let's be fucking real here. Your dad's so your dad had zero fucking say in Donald Trump's electoral campaign. Stop it. That's ridiculous. I think they had aligned ideas and aligned policies. Trump definitely benefited. Definitely benefited from your dad. But your dad was a soldier. Again, your dad, I just played a clip of your dad saying he only voted for him because he was the lesser of two evils. That's your dad. You're arguing with your dad, bro. Ain't no with your fucking dad. I voted for him. There you go. I voted for him, but only because he was the lesser of two evils. That's it. You're arguing with your dad. And then you're surprised that Trump was mad at this? How do we play for this, Josh? That's crazy. The problem is okay, all right. Well, listen,
Every time.
listen, who should we talk to?
3 Schofield Bibles fall on the floor every time I turn. Yeah.
Maybe start discussing whether or not do a 20 how would 20 okay, yeah, I can see why Trump would be upset with that. No, Trump's definitely not. And listen, Donald Trump is like Alex Jones. It's like respect to Alex Jones. Don't think for a second that Alex Jones needs to stir the pot. Alex Jones and Jeremy from the corner, these motherfuckers love to stir the pot. They got fucking big ass cauldrons, man, and they know how to stir it. The 25th Amendment's harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate. What do we do? Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going to halt this human beings takeover. Yeah, there you go. Let's okay. Either one of these dudes, they don't have intel. I got into a 25th Amendment on Donald Trump. Why? Well, because of Iran. Okay. Why? Well, you don't have intel. You don't know the specifics of the reactor or enriched uranium. You know what the talking points are. You don't have a basis in any actual fundamentals other than, well, I don't like Trump and so it's 25th Amendment. So let's get it on the table. You want a group of people to tackle Trump, lie to him, and you're going to lie to his 70 million voters. You tackled him and said, a fucking room, and then we'll just tell everybody that you got kidney stones or some shit.
Hey, I know my shit, huh? This is live, and he's just now about to play the Robert Barnes. Just now about to play when Robert Barnes was on. Alex Jones the other day?
For a few months.
Anyway, let's go.
You think that's a good idea? I don't know if you're just being flippant. I'm not sure what the hell's going on over here. But you essentially want to.
What could this war do? I mean, it probably won't, but some say it could cause a depression or something. But we're probably already. I mean, what is this extreme inflation? Anyway, I don't know. Why haven't I gotten laid in a year? I think we're in like the third Great Depression, and they're not telling us about it. No, what is being sprayed from the sky? What is only having half a chance of making it out of the womb? What is being shot up with poison over and over again throughout your life if you do make it out of the womb? What is a Great Depression to you?
Carry out what Joe Biden's people did. Everybody who's saying acknowledge what happened with Biden was an assault on America. You lied to people. You said he was signing the fucking bill. You said that he was able to serve as commander in chief. And in the background, he's pooping fucking pants. And you guys are feeling happy fucking bad at fucking and then telling everybody that you think that's not fine. It wasn't fine to do it to Biden. Again, if you have a legitimate factual reason for which you can bring documentation, then yeah, you should move the case. If Donald Trump has dementia, you should have Pence. Oh shit.
Pence.
Start talking about Judas energy. Fucking Pence's name comes out of nowhere, right?
You should have Pence.
The 25th Amendment for Donald Trump going crazy. You got Tulsi Gabbard, you got motherfuckers that were Democrats a year and a half ago.
Hey,
I think they were everything except that he's fucking.
you do it every time.
You don't know why you want to know Iran. You don't know.
Yeah, we really don't.
Maybe that's the first time in 50 years.
I just know that every war destroys artifacts of Christianity. Our true old Bibles and our true old maps, Christian maps of the world, of the earth, and they like to bomb them and destroy them, such as in Dresden. Somebody wants to get rid of our true Christian Bibles. You know, these Schofield ones have only been around for like 50 years, and then but at some point when you go back in time, we had some badass motherfucking Bibles, and I'm ready to get them back. I'm ready to get those fucking Bibles back and our maps. I'm ready to get our Christian artifacts back.
Decision to make every small amount of time. That's something that could be discussed. Is that now, this is all something we can have, but you're just tackle lie to him and then lie to his fucking voters, lie to the American base, lie to everybody who voted for him. Because that would be totally fine. There would be no issues with running the shadow government. Yeah, there would be no avenue for exploit a system with the shadow government fucking that would be again I specifically and what it surprised Trump was mad at this. There's no way. Price. This guy. Hey. Now listen, I can't believe that we do. What made can't believe Trump's attacking my dad. Trump might be, but dad's also an asshole. So your dad is saying the same fucking shit. Left the thing. Your dad and the fucked up with metal and a short haircut. They have the same fucking. No, my dad's a fucking. Dad only voted for Trump because. Sorry, it's fucking crazy. Trump assassination attempt. I don't care if that's an attempted butler. I don't care. I don't care. I think he should admit it. I should the subject. Stop talking about Iran. This that's fucking wild. Bar, bar, again, people again, stuff it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, yeah. The Barnes. It, Alex Jones. I don't know if Barnes said it. Trump was a new Trump was so if you have background senile, that that doesn't. You can hide that from Trump got a rash. He's dying. Yeah. Trump can't hide a but he can hide that he's not buying it. Not buying it. And so, again, said this. Said this. Donald Trump thinks destination. So, Cena, so Trump's the resource. What is going on? Why does this fat fuck work so well? I don't do what the fuck is that, but we have so wild. I don't even care. I don't even care. No, how did he think? How did he think? By the way, he didn't have cash. So don't the thing this or untapped. It doesn't make any sense. Donald Trump would not be alive. You also have the small he forget that, but he got campaigns. Yeah, they took. This is people do crazy shit. Like kill people. Second. patsy the fucking. What would there's a lot I'm speaking. I will not think less to admit to staging and faking the assassination. I will be impressed by the level of cool. Explain to us how you did it. Kind of like the copper behind that. And I know that David Copperfield had some Epstein. Folks, that's neither here nor there. I'm trying to explain the way a magician will. So I don't. Maybe this is part that I'm hoping. I don't want to share. I want to share any. Think that no. That's.
Yeah, and he has a scar on his ear, so I mean, it's like people died. I guess a little girl got shot too, and nobody wants to talk about that one or something, but I don't know. That's what I heard.
So unlike say, actor, but they also hired actor, firefighters, or maybe somebody try to kill Trump. I think that's what the conspiracy that does. Wow, fucking there you go. There you go. So,
Who was that Marine pointing his gun at, though, when they were putting Donald Trump in the car after that? After the assassination attempt in Butler. Remember the guy raised his rifle? It looked like he pointed it right at Trump as he was getting in. But that could have been because it could have looked like he was pointing at him because of the distance of the camera, of the relationship between the distance between the Marine and Trump, the Marine and the camera, and Trump and the camera. So that dynamic actually made it look like the guy, he was next to him. He wasn't actually next to him, supposedly, but it looked like he was. Their distances blended together from our backed off camera distance. But I thought we had a zoomed in image of it too, but I don't know, man. I don't. Sometimes you think you remember seeing it close up, and then I thought I saw it close up, but then they showed a zoomed out version after that, and that was after I had heard that explanation as well. The phenomena has a name, I guess. Relative distance compared to your relative distance between two objects compared with their relative distance between each other. So there's three different relative distances going on. I don't even know if I should say the word relative each time. Relative is when you compare two things, two or more things.
everything's dumb. Everything's dumb. The guy who's senile, he needs to be 20 with the light at his base, and that will fix the man situation. That ain't gonna fix that man situation. Let's look at it. That ain't gonna fix that man situation. Great. What?
So who was he pointing his gun at then? Now that I understand that explanation, and I rewatched the footage, I can say, okay, that's possible. Could have been that distance thing. And so, but then you're like, well, who was he pointing at then? Who did the guy act like he was going to have to shoot? Oh, man. I hope where's my e-cig at, guys? I guess I'll be looking for that for a minute. Darn it. I can slap a new pod and the other battery, but my stuff shouldn't just disappear like that. Oh, there it is.
People. Oh yeah, we gotta get rid of that. Trump's Democrat.
One party is pretending not to be the enemy, and you realize it, and then so you're like, all right, vote for the blatant enemy. Yeah, right. It's like start a new party and make it undeniable.
I'm sorry, what? Yeah. That's just hate Trump. No.
And catch deceptive enemy infiltrators.
That's one is dead, bro.
If you're able to be bought off, you're not allowed to join the Patriot Party. Whatever we call it, right? If you can be bought off, or if you can be blackmailed, you're not allowed to join. And we need to be continuously vetting each other. It's almost like a snitch on each other communist system, but it's not. It's a make sure you're not a fucking communist system type of thing. I don't know, man. Something like that. We've already been. America was demoralized 30 years ago, so we're pretty deep into it. We're pretty deep into this ideological subversion, active measures, psychological warfare that can be broken down into 4 parts. And the first part was done 30 years ago. And it's wildly more successful than our adversaries would have ever imagined. We're killing half of our babies in the womb. We're shooting them up with poison afterwards. We're fucking chopping off their genitals and shit. It's sick as fuck, and it's destroying us. And our enemies love it.
So I don't know. I don't know.
What are the other 3 parts? Oh, I didn't bother to memorize it the last time I watched the Yuri Bezmenov interview. But yeah.
I would rather us not. Landmines. I don't understand this at all. This seems like huge.
I don't remember watching those parts, actually. My internet connection was cutting in and out. And yeah, because the parts that I watched are fresh in my mind. You know, seeing it for the 4th time or whatever yesterday.
This country slammed up. Right? Again, not going to expect that the Bulls are dead. Not going to. Don't give a fuck that they're song. But I don't think that this is fucking.
Wait, and his interview was 30 years ago. So the fucking demoralization was 6 decades ago. Son of a bitch. And that's after our political offices were captured by enemy and bought off. And, you know, we were become slave to our very own military industrial complex. But yeah, wow. We've been demoralized as a nation for 60 years. Maybe even 70, 80, or 250. We might have not actually won the Revolutionary War. The Civil War might have actually been for something completely fucking different than just slavery. It was not just for slavery. I guarantee you. Our enemies got us to fucking commit suicide with that one, didn't they? Our biggest, strongest, hardest fighting Americans fucking all died and shit.
The far left and the far right, dude, you could cure cancer and they won't be on your side. None of these fucking people. They would never be on your side. They will never admit that this man has ever done anything fucking correctly. Even if he solved cancer. So fucking crazy. We've got him saying that they're gonna block the block. And I saw everybody going, well, that's retarded. Is it retarded like a fox? I don't know.
What about oil exporters?
We might have only halfway won. Just like when our Congress votes and that one or two extra fucking fully paid off professional actors or representatives vote against we the people and our freedom and our Constitution, arguably, then when it spoils the whole bunch. When 52% of our representatives vote against us, we're all fucked. You know what I mean? So that's why it's possible we actually only won the Revolutionary War by like 52%, and the Civil War was actually kind of part two of the Revolutionary War, and I think our enemies won, and that's why we're all slaves. They want us to be. I thoroughly believe we don't have to be, but most of us act like it. Most of us damn sure don't want to look into it. Don't think we have the time. Stay pretty busy. Don't get enough sleep.
Tell me about this, because did you expect super tankers and super tankers to go to the Gulf Market, go to Louisiana, go to Texas?
Well, Texas, they're gonna go.
I say slavery was ending anyway. The Civil War was about much, much more. And traitors within our fucking borders keep letting the enemy win. Civil War was not about slavery. That's a fucking lie. I'm wondering why I have to work for a devalue of a dollar that's decreasing in value, away from my family, making somebody else even more money, just so I can give nearly all of it away. Just so I'm quote unquote forced to give nearly all of it away in mandatory payments, including taxes, insurance, energy, poisonous food, and so on and so forth. So I think our founders actually had free energy. I believe we had a free energy system back in the 13 colonies, and damn, I think we've been thoroughly. Man, it's like if only we knew the truth. If only we knew that our free energy transmitting stone buildings were just bombed and flooded all across our great nation as the enemy took over. It's fucking wild. That we're so docile and we accept the fake history narrative.
Holy fuck! By the way, grabbing the Panama Canal. So, that's a good example. So now we've got a shit ton of super tankers who are going to go to the Strait of Hormuz, or the Gay of Hormuz, whatever you want to call it. They're now going to go to Texas, right? If China had
The gay whore has moved.
the they wouldn't let shit go through there. They'd be like, fuck you. You fuck it up.
The globalist whores moved through there. All right.
We'll fuck up the Panama. We have a satellite. Oh, look at all these towers. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Those are the tankers of the world. It's showing South America, Africa, a little bit of North America, a little bit of Asia, and the Middle East. And it's you can see the routes the tankers go, for the most part. And yeah, there between the there's so that curve. Damn, I'm almost a little embarrassed. I'm thinking I know which one the Strait of Hormuz is on the world on the world map. And oh shit, that was my elbow. It looks like it's it's right there. It's next to. I just didn't know it was that close to India. It's pretty close to India. So okay, I thought it was. So what's that other strait? What's the one going through? What's the one bordering Africa? I need to know more geography. By the way, the maps. I think the map is fake to an extent. It's like if anything, it's like a 90% map or something like that. They might be mostly telling us the truth on that one, because there's a continent-sized no-fly zone in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nobody's allowed to fly over it. It's continent-sized. All airliners go in like a perfect circle around it.
Fuck you. Beautiful tankers. Yep. All up and down. All Gulf of America. America is fucking packed.
Yeah,
I'm talking fuck you levels of super tankers.
there are.
Is this a by the way?
I mean, the density is this.
It doubles the shipping time. So that's not great. But this notion that, hey, fuck, this guy's a fucking idiot, he doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah, he's blocking the blockade. And now a bunch of fucking boats are going to Texas. And a fuck ton of money's now going to Texas. The guy with dementia, the guy who's retarded, has just sent a shit ton of super tankers to the direction of America. So we should kidnap him. And lie to everybody. That sounds like he might have dementia. But of course, the positive thing about and it's constant.
That'd be funny if the CIA or whatever can turn off the dementia when he goes to his doctor's appointment.
I think the kidnapping the president and then lying to the government. Add to that? Are you fucking kidding? So, fuck. I don't know, boy. I don't know. Bunch of people. I'm in a. I am in a. Taking a fucking. I, the, the, gigantic energy export. I want to be. I want to back to the Chinese. You know, so, but
No. Okay.
shit.
I'm scratching a tick bite. A week old, removed. I don't know how long it was in there, but I removed it a week ago from my ankle. So you can imagine, I just took my boot off, I took my sock off, and I started scratching it. And it's bleeding. And I'm scratching it with a paper towel. It was already bleeding, and what is that, sebum, serum, plasma, whatever you want to call it, that comes out with it, like the clear. And so it was a little bit of blood, a little bit of clear, and I went back to scratching it again. And then it was like nothing but blood. So now it's back to being a mixture. It clots pretty quickly, but then it just keeps oozing. And then that'll harden up. Oh, my goodness. Now I'm just gonna dab up, just kind of soak up what's coming out of there. A blood scratched, week-old tick bite. No, it didn't give me a meat allergy. No, it didn't give me a fucking Lyme disease. Probably already beat that or something. I'll probably beat the Lyme tick and the alpha gal tick. Then again, I did get a B in anger management, so we might all have Lyme disease. We might all have toxoplasma and Lyme. Very high sex drive and can't get laid. Low IQ. Low IQ and high sex drive. Isn't that a terrible combination? Then you have all these rich, impotent motherfuckers. I'm like huge hardcock raging with no money and no ideas on how to make any money. And then you got all these billionaires with micro penises and shit. Fuck it, man. No, I don't know if every one of them has. But they seem to be searching for something that they can't really get. That the flame has been piled up for the last couple of and now there's this combat going on. We'll get into that later. It's deeper than you probably heard about the method by which the start what they're doing in Ireland, they plan to do everywhere else, and pay attention to that. The simple question is, do not see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop. Do you not see a fundamental commitment of will? So I'm dabbing a bloody crater in my ankle. I'm dabbing a bloody crater in my ankle. Week old tick bite that I scratched. Scab pretty much came off when I took my sock off, and then I just started scratching it underneath there. Yeah. All right. Yeah, there was like a little bit of yellowish color on there, and I was like, okay, I don't know what that is. I don't know. Maybe that's exactly that not. But then it just went to. Then it just, I think, went to regular flesh color plus red. So it interrupted them right as they were making positive progress, and how China and Russia away all of that it's trying to leak some syrup. Great products at yellowstonestore.com. Serum separated.
caffeine, it's very, very without the letdown. Last up to 10 hours. That's ultimate energy. But when you're ready to relax, ultimate chill. A strong dose of high quality ashwagandha, for thousands of people, rest, clarity, focus. Doesn't make you tired, just makes you
Somebody said Trump's a pirate.
relax, kind of a zen focus. And then on top of that, a big dose of L-theanine that also gives you calm, clear focus. Great rest, great relaxation, great dreams. It's so good for your immune system, your entire body. So some days I'm working from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I'm jacked up on a great supplements. I will go to this formula, Ultimate Chill. That's why I actually came to Big League and said, hey, I'm already using the brand from Whole Foods. This is what's in it. Stronger. So this is the formula I've been using for years to relax. I have trouble being able to kind of eat into non-work mode. This is how I do it. Simple, proven ingredients that work in a high quality fusion. Now available at thealexshowstore.com. A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones.
I can only take a blinker if it's empty.
All right, I want to explain what happened today because I'm pretty sure it was a miracle. So Alex Jones is on with this preacher, Pastor JamesLeeGillenwater. In the context of Alex Jones recently starting to criticize Trump and break from Trump. And essentially, they're praying for Trump. Trump's turned it around before. Yeah, so we have to battle for him. Watch it. So they start reading this one Bible, and it's supposed to be a battle axe for God. Thou art my battle axe and my weapon of war. What has Donald Trump been doing on behalf of this nation? Running around wrecking everybody.
Okay, it's losing less. Still losing, but losing less.
Rob, I just ran. I got a letter. What does it say? Now, this is biblical. This is how God works. Somebody got touched by God. Hey, I'm crying right now. The mail that literally showed up FedEx. Rob, come here. Sit down. Read this. What the hell's going on? He just said, I mean, literally, said battle axe, FedEx. This is the letter. It's a letter from the guy. It's no carpenter and craftsman. And I was making stacks and God told me it says right there. I mean, right there. Your battle axe. Gives you strength and courage. The best is crazy. But you could not have scripted it better.
Look at Rob Dew and Alex Jones when they're younger, and you could have never imagined that they would grow to resemble each other.
Literally talking about this. Literally delivered to you. Yeah. Right as he came. I mean, this is insane. I'm with like miraculous at the time. No, I just got it.
There's an outward curvature, a convexity that an axe blade should have on the sides, tapering back into concavity, and that allows for it not to stick. The axe won't get stuck in the wood.
A sign from God. And then like 3 hours later, Donald Trump launches this attack on Alex. We called him stupid. It's like, I'm glad he bankrupt. It was a vicious attack predicated on Alex Jones turning on him, attacking he's as good as the left or whatever. Which is like, and now we on behalf of our president, Donald J. Trump. Join us to pray for Trump right now. We're going to break this demonic spell right now. They would say that Trump gets off track. That attacking Trump, praying for Trump, track, but I get back on the right track is after for a guy to say, your children.
That was God assuring you.
Right as you're talking about it, that is the power of God literally telling us that your message is true. God obviously knows the future, foresaw all this moment to back up what you said. And it signifies your victory coming after you.
There's like deeper meanings to it that are insane as well. He says that he made it for Alex and that it's been in his workshop for months.
Every time I went to the shop, God, Henry, that's for Alex.
But he doesn't send it because he has a vision.
And my first two-story that would be
His handwriting, so it doesn't come across quite clearly.
I want a truck.
The raffle truck. You come down and pick up the truck in person. Come on the Alex Jones show, me out to hang out in the studio. And so he's like, I had this fantasy that I would win that truck and I would get to deliver the axe in person.
Well, that didn't happen. I wanted to do it with the axe.
No, don't. He said his son finally did that. He's got to send the axe.
So he said, just send it to him. So here's the axe, brother.
It arrives on air when he told me the battle axe for God right before Trump launches his ill-advised attack that is proven to be ill-advised. If you watch that segment, see what Alex's attitude towards Trump really was.
God's plan literally had someone make this months ago, be pushed by God and says, sit now to perfectly arrive, not last week, not yesterday, today, 20 minutes ago, to Rob Ducey, delivered it, saying, this is for Alex. Yeah, God delivered him to know this was going on. God's perfection right there. Just saw a miracle, folks. As long as I've been an InfoWars, like you do, and I just finally put down and ordered one. I got the neon orange, and I'm away. I've had benchmark knives that are easily $400. Had them for a year. Lost them. This thing has the same feel, same quality, same. I mean, everything about it. I haven't had a knife stay this sharp in a long time, and I'm like horrible with equipment. I'm like very abusive with knives at work every day. I'm extremely impressed. I'm very impressed. So, anybody out there listening, if there's a knife comes back in stock, get one. You know, any of them. I want to get the ring knife when it comes back out. Other than that, I'll join all the supplements and yeah, particularly the pocket knives, the folding knives, the flip knives are super high quality at incredibly low prices. I mean, these same knives sell at stores all day for like $80 or something for like 40. We'll be right back. A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. You're listening to the Alex Jones Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second hour of the Alex Jones Show is on. I'm your host, Harrison Smith. Make sure you're following us at Real Alex Jones on X, at InfoWars. I'm at Harrison Smith. Make sure you're following at 8 Live, as we will soon make some changes here. And of course, with this attack on Alex by Trump, there's been a lot of discussion about InfoWars recently, about Alex Jones. Of course, I said on more room not to repeat myself, but every time there's an attack on InfoWars like this, or like the bankruptcy, or like us getting, they're trying to lock us out of our office, like, every couple of months there's some significant attack against InfoWars, and it's always disheartening when that happens, personally. It's always kind of like, really got this on top of everything else we got to deal with. But then, in response to these, just overwhelming wave of support, and people from all over the place going, hey, look, I might not even like Trump or whatever, but like, Alex Jones is the real deal. You cannot like him, but like, he's the real deal. And of course, most people are just saying, hey, Alex Jones is a legend. What the hell are you talking about? How dare you question his legitimacy? Again, I can't express how, like, not only are we the most real organization in India at this point, and I can say that with authority since I know pretty much all of the organizations. InfoWars works harder than any of them, and is more real than any of them, and is more independent than any of them, just bar none, and by a factor of 10. also were sued and are currently still in federal court bankruptcy proceedings. So it's kind of hilarious for anybody to claim that we're getting money from anywhere other than our audience. It's not possible unless you think that somehow federal court is helping us launder money. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Or whether we would risk long-term jail sentences for lying under the scrutiny of the federal court. It's just absurd. It's absurd. We're the only organization ever that you can go to the public court records and see like our finances have been combed through with a fine-tooth comb. If there had been $5 that we weren't supposed to have, they would have found it, and it would have been published. And there would have been articles about it. There's nothing. So if you've ever wondered if Infowars is the real deal, it's impossible for us not to be. I'm just saying. It's so frustrating. You lie about it. Like 10 minutes of research. Trump supporter. But they're just insinuating about Infowars are just like self-importance and the faux superiority and faux authority. This guy
We're scratching my ankle around the oozing bite.
False.
Uh,
Keep this in mind. A little more on the other side. But here's the 49 here. This is a video from Bobby Sauce responding to some guy who's really good at dramatic pauses. Let's watch. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you paid for anything from Alex Jones? Never. When's the last time you bought one of those suppositories, one of his supplements, one of his t-shirts, mugs, hats? When's the last time you sent money to Alex Jones? Never. You haven't?
No, but he's had an objectively massive audience for literally decades. So what exactly does that prove?
Yeah. Weird, huh?
It's not really that weird. I have 700,000 something followers across my platform. Less than 1% have ever given me money.
Because his organization cost millions to operate.
Okay, what's the point?
Yeah, he's fine. He keeps growing. Like he's got cash coming in from everywhere.
Look, I've never really listened to Alex Jones regularly, but to pretend like he's just got no money or no audience when he had hundreds of people following and watching him for decades, had a nationally syndicated radio show, and now has a supplement brand, one of the highest margin items you could possibly sell. What is the implication here?
We've done the math, folks. I've been doing this a long time.
Done what math? Alex is not a publicly traded company. You have no idea what he's selling or not selling. And those hundreds of millions of people that follow him, a lot of them donate money or they buy the supplements. The margin on supplements, 50% plus. Everybody knows that the biggest way to monetize your audience is to sell your own manufactured goods. His net worth has been estimated in the hundreds of millions. Whether that's accurate or not doesn't even really matter. But at one point, his court filings showed that Infowars was making $800,000 a day. And that was like 7 years ago. A day. So,
I've been doing this a long time. But in broadcasting and advertising marketing, since I was 14 years old, I've been doing this a long time.
you were doing broadcast advertising and marketing when you were 14? What? And even if you have, that doesn't change anything.
We can't seem to figure out how those suppositories and supplements are paying all the bills.
One of his best-selling supplements is methylene blue. I don't know the first thing about methylene blue, but I looked on the website, 50 milliliters, 16 to 17 bucks, originally $50 for 50 milliliters. Based on what I see, milliliters cost 4 or 5 cents to produce in bulk. So if you sell a lot of high-margin items over decades of time to hundreds of millions of people, like, what are you talking about, dude?
Let that sink in.
Man, what? Sink in, dude. What is it dramatic? Like, I know something that you don't know. I've been doing this since I was 3 years old. I came out of the womb doing marketing and sales. And look, I don't like a lot of what Alex has been talking about here. And I've always taken his information with a grain of salt over many years. But this, like, tacit implication that you have some type of inside baseball because you have expertise, you know that this money's coming from somewhere. When there's all these other people that are doing the exact same thing in much more nefarious ways that all of us can see in plain sight, that are provable, that are objective, that we can look at. But you did the math and can't figure out where the money's come from? What are you talking about, bro? This follows the exact same vein as the rest of his content, which is like, oh, you don't agree with me? Well, you're stupid and ignorant because you don't know. Because I came out of the womb doing doing policy, bro. You love Trump, he's the hero. How about the billions his family making crypto? What's more of a threat? Alex Jones selling supplements or that? Whatever it is. This video has 5,000 views on X. There's people in the comments saying they bought the bone broth, they bought the methylene blue, it changed their life. So, what, dude?
So let me clarify some things real quick. I don't know calculation for what it costs to create methylene blue. That's not. It costs like 4 or 5 cents. Go ask Grok, because that's what I did. I was like, that's not right. And Alex is telling the exact breakdown. He was talking about it this week. How are we selling this for 72% off? He's like, and I don't want to get the numbers wrong, but it's like it costs us $60 to make. How are we selling it for $17? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, what? So yeah, sometimes we sell things at cost, just as a promotional thing, because you're gonna like the product, and once you use the product, you're gonna be like, dang, I need to get that again. Like, this is normal marketing. This is how sales works. This actually came up during the bankruptcy, and they were accusing Alex Jones of being extortionary or whatever, and they're like, he marks up his products this amount. Guys, a lot of our products are white labeled consumer products that you can buy on the shelf at major retailers. Okay, like it's stuff that people who hate us have in their pantry and pay more for at the store than they could have at InfoWars. It's absurd. And if you look at basically every other product, I mean, at the time during the trial, they were saying marks it up, however much percent. I can't believe it. This is so just awful. Treating it as if it's like Alex Jones came up with some scheme to like rob people, and it's like everything you watch on TV is paid for by advertising. Do you know that? Do you understand that? Everything you watch on TV is only being broadcast on television because there are ads to sell products. That most normal business structure you could possibly have. Only we're doing it under like severe total restriction, right? We have to get everything right. Again, this is the thing about InfoWars. We have to do everything perfectly. We have entire industries of people out there all day, every day, studying everything. Another thing revealed during the trial where you had people come out and going, I'm a disinformation expert. I've spent the last several months studying Alex Jones and going through incredible literature that's out there. The tens of thousands of articles and scientific investigations by universities around America studying Alex Jones, studying InfoWars, not out of academic curiosity, but like a general studies the battle plans of his general. They're studying us to try to defeat us. Other places, other retail outlets are going under constantly, going bankrupt constantly. All they do is sell products, and they can't keep the doors open. We sell products to fund our production. We're under the same constraints that your average brick and mortar retailer is under. We also fund an entire news network with proceeds, and we're still succeeding. So I looked into it, and it's like, okay, how whatever. Let's take a random well-known brand that advertises everywhere. If it's so bad that Alex Jones sells good products to promote his to fund his production, okay, CNN advertises Coca-Cola, right? It costs something like 5 cents for a bottle of Coke. They turn around and sell those bottles of Coke for $5 in some cases. That's 100 times mock-up. So if you're going to apply these constrictions, accusations against InfoWars, to less than anybody else, and our stuff is better than anybody else. We have to be. Because if we're not, we'll destroy. We have to have people come back to buy our products. Why sell them bunk products? We have to deliver, advertise, or else every America would be salivating to bring us down. We have to buy the book. We have to do it perfectly. It's why Alex got a big tax refund once the bankruptcy started, because we're so cautious. We know the type of scrutiny we're under. We'll go over and above and beyond, even if we don't have to. And when I do war, it's like everybody calls in has a story about how or iodine or one of our products has transformed their life. We don't tell them. I don't even know they're going to do it when I go to their call. I'm like, James from Missouri wants to talk about Trump. Welcome to the show. He's like, let me tell you about how mental my life. It's crazy. It just happens. Our products are amazing. All of this designed to try to destroy us. And we've already been on the brink.
Somebody's name in here is Weekend Jew Hunter. And I'm saying a Jew who hunts on the weekend.
Destruction. For years now, our support of Donald Trump. And it's Donald Trump himself who comes out and says, actually, it's a good thing. This is happening. It's a good thing Alex Jones went bankrupt. It's just infuriating. So you can support us by going to AlexJonesStore.com. The only way that we get support, unlike every other organization, spokesman, outlet, news, magazine, they all take money from sponsors. They all take money from interests. They all take money to say certain things that they don't believe. That is the definition of grifting. We say exactly what we believe, regardless of who wants to say anything about it. And we're able to do that because Alex deliberately created a system that was free from influence, coercion, or control. He understood that we would be targeted. He understood that if we relied on payment processors like Patreon, we'd be taken down. If we relied on subscription models, that could be done away with by cooperation with big tech. If we wanted to, it was very simple. We created a sort of agreement, a sort of contract with our audience. We tell you the truth, and in exchange, you go to the AlexJonesStore.com. That's it. Nobody else is in control. Nobody else can determine whether we're telling the truth. All we can do is appeal to your, personal discernment and say, hey, I think we've upheld our end of the bargain. I think we have told the truth, and it's hurt us, and it's really caused a lot of suffering for all of us. It's not been easy. A couple of years in this company, let me tell you, not because anybody here or anything that we're doing, but the attack we're under, we've actually suffered and been disadvantaged by all this stuff. But it's fine. We're going to continue to tell the truth. We're going to continue to tell you exactly what we believe and exactly what we think is happening. And even if you disagree with us in our interpretation, I hope that you can recognize that we're not BSing you, we're not lying, we're not making stuff up, taking stuff out of context. That would be in violation of the very contract that we established. Tell you the truth, you support us in this mission, and it's an unbeatable symbiotic relationship. Go to AlexJonesStore.com to purchase one of these incredible products, feel the difference for yourself, and know that you are straight up as literally as possible at this point, slapping every dollar you spend at AlexJonesStore.com, it's slapping the eye of the bad guys that want us to go down. I think is good enough reason, but there's also all the other great reasons. Anyway, AlexJonesStore.com, please support us. We really do appreciate it. Here's Donald Trump's statement on we're going to finish up with Iran and move on to what happened to Savannah and what's going on in Ireland now, just to close out with Iran here. So there you have it, Donald Trump says. It went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered here was not. Effective immediately, the United States, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading and all ships still trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to now be bombing Chinese ships, I guess. I bet that'll go really well. I've also instructed our Navy to see every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. It's beyond Mad King here. It's beyond.
Yeah, no, I don't even understand the logic yet. I know that we're trying to route it probably to the Panama Canal instead, so we can get the toll fee or whatever. But our reasoning for being there is couched in the fact that Iran is blocking the strait. But now we're blocking the strait?
Every vessel in waters that has paid a toll to Iran. It's beyond Mad King here. It's beyond.
Let me back it up.
Statement on we're going to finish up with the war in Iran and move on to what happened to Savannah and what's going on in Ireland now, but just to close out with Iran here. So there you have it, Donald Trump says. It went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading and all ships still trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz.
I still have to hear it again.
Process of blockading and all ships still trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to now be bombing Chinese ships, I guess. I bet that was not effective immediately. The United States Navy defined it what happened in Savannah and what's going on in Ireland. I would just to close out with Iran here. So there you have it. Donald Trump says it went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear was not effective immediately. The United States Navy, the finest in the world, in the process of blockading and all ships still trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. So
Okay. Because Iran is making money off of them. He's acting like he doesn't want Iran to profit from not getting rid of their nuclear. He's acting like that's what it is. Okay. Iran shouldn't profit from not getting rid of their nuclear. Even though they promised they weren't going to make an atomic bomb years ago.
bombing Chinese ships, I guess. I bet that'll go really well. I've also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. It's beyond Mad King Lear. It's beyond King Theoden. It's to the point, how I put it last week on War Room. It's like Donald Trump is pursuing madman's theory, the madman strategy of Richard Nixon, only he's actually doing the madman thing. The whole point of the madman scheme is it works because you're not actually crazy. It doesn't actually work if you're just insane. It's like in the Odyssey, Odysseus pretends to be insane because he doesn't want to go to fight against Troy. His son was just born. He wants to stay home. Telemachus was like 2 months old. And so he's acting crazy. He's like plowing his field and throwing salt instead of seeds. It's like, this guy's nuts. And so the guy that came to recruit him is suspicious because I don't think this guy's really crazy. I think he's acting. I think he's pretending. And so he puts 2-month-old Telemachus in the field in the way of the plow, thinking if this guy's crazy, if he really is disconnected from reality, he doesn't know his baby from anything, he's going to run right over it. And of course it is. He goes around the baby and the guy goes, haha, you're not really crazy, you know what you're doing. Trump is doing the madman theory and runs over Telemachus and like runs over his own son. And it's like, he doesn't know his baby from anything, he's going to run right over it. And of course it is. He goes around the baby and the guy goes, haha, you're not really crazy, you know what you're doing. Trump is doing the madman theory and runs over Telemachus and like runs over his own son. And it's like, oh, okay, so you're just actually crazy. The whole thing's it's like, well, we don't know if he's going to really start a war with Iran or not. Anything. But then you do start the war and you don't have any backup plans and you don't have any off ramps and you kill the people you're negotiating with. That's not the madman theory anymore. That's just being a crazy person. There's a difference. It's a big one. It's important. U.S. warships transit the Strait of Hormuz for the first time. Several U.S. warships transited the Strait of Hormuz for the first time since the war in Iran began, as peace negotiations got underway in Pakistan. I'm just telling you, we're just the worst, man. We really are the worst. It sucks. Like I'm reading this, I'm just like, okay, so we really did another round of fake peace ceasefire deals and took advantage of that to get our ships through the strait, knowing that Iran was bound by the ceasefire that we just did. So once again, pretty much openly, we pretend to do peace negotiations that were never intended to actually result in a compromise or agreement, but instead as cover to Warcraft things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. It really is the worst. It's like the Minsk Accord, the Minsk agreements. So Europe comes out and goes, "Oh, we never intended to actually abide by that. That was just to give us some breathing room to build the army to go to war with Russia." It's like you're not supposed to say that, you absolute idiot. And that's what we did. That's what we're doing here. But we're not actually stop firing on us, and we straight of Hormuz. So it's just like Iran, like Russia, are just patient on a monument. Several U.S. warships transit Strait of Hormuz for the first time since the war with Iran began. Peace negotiations underway in Pakistan, according to sources who spoke to Axios. The move was not coordinated with Iran and was intended to increase the confidence of commercial ships to cross the strait. It was an operation that focused on freedom of navigation in international waters, a U.S. official said. Yeah, because they're on a ceasefire agreement, because Iran actually sticks to the agreements that they make, unlike Israel, unlike America. It's just pathetic. People criticize me for that. It's like, no, I don't want to be on the side of liars. I don't want to be on the side of manipulators. I don't want to be on the side. I don't want my side thinking this crap is clever. This is not clever. It's just short-sighted. Okay, sure, humiliate Iran by killing their negotiators. Down the road, I'm frankly shocked Iran has not just killed our negotiators. Like, why wouldn't they? Why haven't they? I don't understand. We've killed multiple rounds of their negotiators. And yet we would act so upset and surprised if Wickoff and Jared Kushner were like bombed by Iran. Why? These are the rules we're playing by. And Iran is not playing by them, but they could at any point and be justified in doing so. Of course, Netanyahu says, I'll keep fighting Iran and its proxies. Which means America will keep fighting Iran and its proxies. Because Israel is not fighting Iran and its proxies. They are not putting boots on the ground, and they never will. Netanyahu made the vow in a post on X on Saturday as U.S. President Vance was engaged in diplomatic talks to end the war in Islamabad, Pakistan. He also took a swipe at Turkey, which he accused of killing its own citizens as they continue to the build-up for the next big Iran threat, which will be Turkey this time, which is why we're threatening to leave NATO, amongst other reasons. Quote, you failed to win our trust. Iran delegate blamed U.S. for collapse of talks. Again, do they sound desperate to you? Do they sound like the ones begging for a deal? Do they sound like the ones holding the cards with the leverage, setting the terms? Or responding to the terms? Or are they the ones setting the terms? Are they the ones dictating how this will go? It's just pathetic. It really is pathetic. The leader of the Iranian delegation blamed the U.S. for a collapse of peace talks in Pakistan. Quote, before negotiations, I emphasized that we have the necessary good faith and will, but due to the experiences of previous wars, we have no trust in the opposing side. Of course, why would they? I mean, the New York Times article revealed that they had planned on bombing Iran as of around February 11th or 12th. That means that from February 12th to February 28th, they were playing the Iranians for fools. They spent weeks holding fake negotiations with Iran while our preparations to attack Iran were going into place. That is public knowledge and acknowledged, and official confirmed sources have said this. So it's like, I think Iran would be suckers for trust. Why would they trust us? We've proven ourselves to be untrustworthy. And now the talks have failed, almost certainly because Netanyahu got involved. According to all accounts, Vance was doing a pretty good job. They were on their way to some sort of agreement. When Netanyahu decided to give him a call, and suddenly everything went off the rails. Because that's our real name, Netanyahu. So, CIA last week, Operation Artichoke to poison vaccines for the supply in the water to dumb us down to make us control. Now the documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations, not from cats, like in the guy's brain, and they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. Now, all over the place, Joe. I have for years. Science is not figuring out the CIA wormers could reverse most cancers in the public. That's mass murder. Here it is. Why parasite medications work against cancer cells? And it turns out that the parasites use mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the tissue. And these embendazole, fenbendazole kill these parasites. So I tried it on the cancer cell,
And sure as hell, it targets the mitochondrial substrate and glycolysis. So we have a mechanism now why parasite medications are working. But cancer is not a parasite. All these people say, oh, cancer is a parasite. It's not a parasite. Parasites and tumors use a common metabolic pathway, and a drug that works against parasites can be very effective against cancer. And that's what we begin to see, especially under nutritional ketosis. So to be clear, the anti-parasite drugs cut off the same mechanism in cancer, but we now know and have known that a lot of cancers from parasites, it's double good. And I don't sell that, but you can buy it online. And my medical doctor told me years ago, take this once a year as a regimen. I do. That's important information you might want to write down, folks, okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up. Go to the Healing Zone website. They admit it. Over 2 million people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. In the 20s, they found this house were put in the salt. IQs went up about 20 points on average, 15 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world, has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original X2 back with stronger, pure atomic. Atomic isn't radioactive. It means it's on the periodic table. It is absolutely pure. And I mix that with ultra methylene blue that is also on record for your pineal gland and reversing the calcification, the rest of it. Your Doc Chambers on, medical doctor, special forces colonel, Army colonel. And I said, what is it methylene blue? It was on it since 2004. When I got blown up in Iraq, I had brain damage because it blew away that's on my nerves. But with the research, I found out that they had studied over years on methylene blue helping regrow the sheaths on your nerves and all the rest of it. Well, we've got the best methylene blue, and I just mixed the iodine with the methylene blue with this water. I'm going to drink this, and this is pure rocket fuel. So good for your body. Essential iodine with methylene blue together is amazing. Pretty scary looking too. So, by the way, the product is available right now at thealexstore.com. It's T3. It's X2 back even better at thealexstore.com. So for all the fans that wanted it, everybody that wanted to get it, we have had it for over a year. It is back, reborn, like the Phoenix, even stronger. Exclusively available to our sponsor, thealexstore.com. But regardless, our methylene blue, our iodine is the best. And it does so many other things: libido, stamina, energy. It skips the oxidation process in the cells, the methylene blue, and iodine works very similarly. They go together like a horse and carriage. Get them both now. There's also another big sale as well at thealexstore.com, and I thank you for your support. Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. That they don't want you to see. This is the Alex Jones Show. Welcome back, folks. We're going to move on from the Iran war, but I do want to say that context of Iran war, of the Iran war, is bigger than just the war itself, right? It's not even so much what we're doing in Iran. It's the fact that we're doing what we're doing in Iran while America continues down the path towards total destruction with absolutely none of the very important things that we sent Donald Trump to Washington D.C. to deal with. None of them have been dealt with, even remotely. So it's not, if we have 50 million deportations by this point, and the border was closed, and just like if things were actually going well for us, if inflation was actually down, if gas wasn't $5 a gallon, which I guess is because of the Iran war, but if we were doing well, if Trump was fulfilling his agenda, I still wouldn't like the war in Iran, but it wouldn't be the existential crisis that it's become. It would be unfortunate, but it wouldn't necessarily be a deal breaker. Again, we're getting everything we want in America. Sure, why not? You give us what we want, you can have a little overseas adventure too. The problem is, the neocons don't work that way. Which, again, is kind of strange because if they were smart, they would. I'm crazy that they're not. From the perspective of somebody that, as they're presented, and it seems like the Republicans are both frustrated at the collapse in poll numbers and
support
before Homestead
and doubling down on all of the stuff that brought that about. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Of course, when you realize that the people around Trump are not Republican and were never Republican and have never been Republican, then it makes a little bit more sense why they don't actually care that the Republican Party is being possibly permanently destroyed as a result of this. So it's not even necessarily about Iran. It's about Iran in the light of what's going on here in America, as we still are suffering under the uncorrected problems of the Biden administration, which themselves were merely piled on top of all of the crap that we were supposed to solve under the first administration. Our backlog of justice out of sight is beyond comprehension. Russiagate, COVID-19, Russiagate investigation, the scam, the fake scandal, and the cover-up of the fake scandal. COVID-19 creation of the bio-lab-generated virus and the fake vaccine. Now, German authorities admit have killed tens of thousands of people. Pfizer has recently been forced to admit, I believe, I'm going off memory here, but you can find that story. Tens of thousands dead from COVID vaccines in official court proceeding in Germany. None of that has been dealt with, and all of that existed before Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas opened up the border, before Merrick Garland started deliberately targeting right-wingers for investigations, and in some cases throwing those right-wingers into prison for years on end, despite never committing violence, never even really breaking the law. Yet they were charged with terrorism and pressured into accepting a plea deal anyway. Or if they launched an investigation and nothing came of it, they simply released a fake
hell no.
Report about it, let everybody to think
That's fine.
that the right wing was co-opted. That's what you did to Tim Pool and others. The tenant media thing. The whole point of it was that they investigated and found no wrongdoing by Tim Pool. Releases something saying a very good reason to believe that Tim Pool was a Russian agent. Now, to this day, you hear people saying, "Oh, Tim Pool, the guy that took Russian money, is a Russian agent."
Oh, I was listening to this, watching a Facebook dirt bike video. This guy jumps up a ramp, tilts off in midair, right? Slow motion. Tilts off the bike a little bit, does 2 jack off motions, and then opens up the hand and points at you in the air and gets back on the bike. Oh, that's fucked off. That's something I do.
That's criminal. You understand? Like, give people massive privileges.
That's terrible.
Under the condition that they don't use them for their own personal gain or to benefit their own political party, but rather wield these powers with the obligation that they're wielded for the betterment of the country as a whole. Merrick Garland turned the DOJ into Democrat persecution squad, the Gestapo. He should be in prison, and everybody who helped him should be in prison. But we're so far from any of that because we decided to dedicate all of our resources and all of our time on benefiting Israel, which has the dual purpose of empowering the Democrats and destroying the Republicans, so that when the Democrats are back into power in 2026 and again in 2028, there will be nobody to stand against them as they pass clemency or give citizenship to everybody that arrived, open up the borders once again. Can America survive another influx of another 50 to 100 million migrants? We're basically gone now. So it's not. This isn't like the Iraq War. This isn't like the Afghanistan War. What's happening now is a moment in which absolutely all of our effort going to like staunching the blood, the desperate emergency measures just to stabilize America, so that hopefully in the future we can come back to the brink of death. Should have been focusing exclusively on that. Instead, we have entirely dedicated all of this to Israel. And they aren't even happy anyway. They're not returning the favor. So again, the neocons, if they were smart, they'd go, "Hey, we gotta really do deportations. We gotta make sure we get that done just to maintain the base, and then we can do some of this this other stuff that they're not happy with. But they deliberately spit in our faces about what we want and celebrate and brag in our faces the fact that they're other crap. So this is from Calvin Froedge on X. The promise was record expectations. What we got was record H-1Bs. The promise was no new wars. The reality is more war than ever. It's all we care about now. The promise was to make America great. The reality is making Israel great. The promise was a manufacturing revival. The reality has been economic collapse. The promise has been drain the swamp. The reality has been turn the swamp into a protected wetlands. He went in to defeat the swamp creatures. He came out and watched the alligators show on Fox News to find out why we're in Iran. And of course, immigration is still just as big of a problem as it ever was. And the Republicans now are the ones who are helping the foreigners, the immigrants, the invaders. The Republicans are the ones putting forward bills to quietly give them citizenship by the back door and to pay off lawyers' student loan debt in exchange for them aliens. The Republicans put that forward, that bill forward. So it's like, I get why you don't like Trump, but you gotta vote Republican. It's like, I guess. Why? But why? They're the ones doing it. They're the ones who have an alien bill that they put forward. Right now, it's sitting there. They're voting on it. They're pushing it forward. And by the way, everybody who's sponsoring it, there's like 20 people sponsoring it, and like 17 of them were endorsed by Donald Trump. So Donald Trump took all of his political leverage, all of his political capital, and used it to endorse people who are now writing a bill to give the invaders amnesty. When he could have used all of that to usher in a revolutionary change in the Republican Party to where we followed his agenda rather than neocons. But he's now surrendered completely to neocons and handed America over to them. And we're not seeing a lot of crazy protests and conflict with ICE because ICE backed down because they're not doing the raids. Because they gave in, because they got a little bit of bad press and decided to pack it all in. Now, for 40 days, they experienced the worst press they've ever experienced with Iran, but it hasn't affected their drive towards war at all. It doesn't matter in that case. For Israel, with war in Iran, 99.9% of people can't be against it. Pretty much they are, and they do it anyway. But we want to actually save the country and expel the tens of millions of foreigners that were forced into our border by the Biden administration of 4 years of his presidency. Then it's all BS. It's all BS. If they cared about poll numbers, Iran. Simple as that. So it's not about the poll numbers. They didn't want to expel people. It was all a lie the whole time. And now, Savannah Hernandez was attacked by radical leftists, not doing anything wrong.
Fine.
And this is important too. We'll show you the video of Savannah being attacked while reporting on an ICE protest. And she was there alone and without security because she wasn't there to antagonize people or question people, which you do not ever have a right to attack people who are asking questions, obviously. I don't want this to be taken as like a justification. But there is a difference. There is a difference between somebody going with a microphone, expecting conflict, expecting tempers to run high, and prepared for that, and sort of not wanting to get beaten up, obviously, but wanting some attention. Like, you go in there with that mindset, and you're prepared for whatever happens. What happened here is a member of the press was doing nothing other than capturing footage of a public event, and she was viciously attacked by a mob of people in a way that literally could have killed her. I mean, she's okay, but like when you see the brutality with which a 300-pound man attacks a man, I mean, head on concrete and it's over, folks. So thank God she's not in the hospital today. But the people who did this, at least one of terrorize the average Americans who were there. They weren't racist Trump supporters. They weren't ICE. It was churchgoers. What should have happened at that point is everyone who did that should have been, again, given the same treatment that the January 6ers were. Being charged with what you did, and it's being enhanced with the terrorism because you deserve it. Because you are all literally on camera saying the reason we did this was to terrify people. It's like great. So Army Dillon and DOJ lets these people go. And the one guy, the main guy, is on camera in multiple instances, antagonizing National Guard members, threatening them, going to church and attacking them. And now he's there inciting the mob to go after men. So Army Dillon responds to this on X and says, "We're on it." Something along those lines. Don't worry about it. We got it from here. Something like that. And like you said that last time, it's the same guy. It's the same guy from the church. You punish him for that. Well, you're going to punish him for this, though? Why? Why would you punish him for the church? There's a reason to attack people and get away with it. Because he can. Because he does. Because he has. So I really wonder. I mean, we're in an impossible situation. But it's like, the last thing I want is for our justice system to collapse. Kind of already has. I mean, at this point, basically, but people still believe in it. They still trust it. They still will
type that
offload their revenge or justice on this massive, complicated system. That people working for the system will do the best they can to prosecute people, and that the jury sitting in the box deciding actually has the best interest of the average normal American and the nation foremost in their mind. But that's not really the case these days. And it's not unlikely that these populations, especially in places like Minneapolis, that have been radicalized, they're giving up the juries with the explicit purpose of letting leftists go and doing jury nullification, not out of a principle libertarian. The government has no rights to say what I can do. Personal type of like jury nullification, but basically just it's okay to attack the person because he believes the same thing I do politically. So how long are we going to trust the justice system? How long do we get to a point where if somebody hurts a loved one of mine, I'm not going to the cops because that's the one way that he's out and I can't do anything to him. I'm going to go get my own vengeance. I'll be the judge, I'll be the jury, and I'll be the executioner. How long? Because once that ball starts rolling, there's no stopping it. Let's go to some of these videos. I've got a couple on my list here. Let's go to clip 65. Pretty brutal. Let's go to actually, let's go to 73 first. 73. This was like the full stream, the first thing that got posted. People are live streaming it. Here's the attack in full context against Ben Hernandez, who was reporting for TPUSA, and was viciously attacked by a bunch of hobgoblins. Let's watch. Sort of split screen. Savannah there on the right, clearly ignoring the woman behind her, trying to film the woman touching her, the woman's putting a dildo in her face. That's sexual assault, which would be an additional charge if anything illegal were to happen. So again, Savannah filming herself, looking away from the protesters, against the fence, putting her hand to try to block this woman. The whistle in her ear, by the way, is assault, like it can deafen you, and it's incredibly loud. So Savannah's just pushing her whistle away because she's trying to like deafen her. See, this is what these people do. They're petulant children, which does not give them an excuse to be violent. You have to. It feels like she's blowing a whistle as loud as she can in a woman's ear, and if you try to push the whistle away, she's going to hit you in the face. All of like she should be arrested. Whatever gets the violent part. This person throwing the dildo in the face. Someone attacks Savannah, shoves her.
Yeah.
Savannah bounces back up. Again, tries to walk away. Still hasn't done anything. Now she's getting approached, shoved. She shoves the woman back. Thank goodness there were a couple guys there that stood up for Savannah. lot of the guys just sort of standing around letting it happen. There's the big shove. I'll show you another angle of that. But apparently all these people attacking related. There's like two sisters and the dad is the one that shoved her. She's knocked to the ground. But thankfully there's a few. And like I wonder, for the people that are on the side of the protesters that are now find themselves protecting Savannah Hernandez, it never stopped to think that maybe you're on the wrong side. Maybe the psychotic idiots, those aren't actually guys. You think that ever went through their minds? God bless them. I mean, they actually did turn around, put their back to Savannah, and held off the insane people. But why are you on their side? Why are you protesting with them? They're shoving the dildo on the face. These people, we should not have to deal with these people. Let's go to clip 66 here. This is the shove. This is the real brute. And it didn't look as bad from the angle I just showed you. Here's the real angle. She's not looking, pointing, and then just a full-fledged body slam from this bald, retarded goblin shoving Savannah Hernandez. Now, again, if Trump wanted to win back America, if the Republicans wanted to win 2026, if anybody in our government wanted America to continue for a length of time, already charged, already in custody, this would be an attempted murder charge, and it would have a terrorism for attacking, and it would have a hate crime because of the racial dynamics at play, and because they actually insulted Savannah's race as they were attacking her. Actions like what will happen is nothing.
Punch that dude's bloated belly.
Maybe they'll be arrested.
That'd make him puke or shit.
Within 24 hours. Because they have to. It's on camera. Disturbing of the peace charge or something like that. Because this is what happens. If you wander through the Capitol high-fiving the police on the way in, they call it terrorism, insurrection. You tried to overthrow the government. Insane, but that's just how it is. Meanwhile, if they viciously attack, they're doing your job as a public service to actually do the thing that the protest is there to do. The thing. They don't be charged with that. They should be and they could be. But it's never applied that way. And now, the far left anti-extremists who attacked Savannah Hernandez are, of course, now playing the victim after the assault. As the Gateway Pundit previously reported, Saturday turned into a nightmare for conservative journalist Savannah Hernandez, when a deranged mob of anti-protesters physically assaulted her outside Whipple Ice facility in Minneapolis. Hernandez was simply standing on a public street filming the protesters' unhinged meltdown. Quote, I was just brutally assaulted by multiple people outside of Whipple Ice facility in Minneapolis. Multiple people swung on me and a grown man pushed me to the ground. My glasses are broken and he's still alive and well. I'm talking about pressing charges. So again, I just
Right.
I just want to say, for the sake of our country continuing, people have to have the book thrown at them. They have to be made an example of. And I would love if the Department of Justice was the ones doing that.
Yeah. Good.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's preferable. It's not the only option. It's just we're desperate to have the options, the legal options, made available to us, actual American citizens who actually don't do anything wrong. Now, interestingly, from at ERL on X, statement from the daughter and sister of the family that attacked Savannah Hernandez yesterday. So this is the big fat bald goblin. His daughter, apparently, two daughters were there. They were the ones attacking Savannah Hernandez. A third daughter wrote this. I need to be very clear about where I stand. This is Deborah Ostrowsko.
I know this fat Mexican posing as a regular American citizen who is a cartel drug dealer, big time drug lord, and It's like you're gonna raise your kid, you're gonna raise your kids on all that illegal drug money, huh, fat ass?
I do not like the situation at all.
I'm looking to throw him in prison for poisoning me and my mama. Can't prove the poisoning, but they can sure start looking at his ass, can't they?
I don't support it, and I don't stand behind it in any way. Violence is never acceptable to me, no matter the circumstances or political beliefs involved. What happened to Savannah was wrong, plain and simple. Everyone has a right to speak, to express themselves.
Write me in for governor of Kansas, James Lee Gillenwater, or president of the United States.
Heard without fear of being attacked. That's something I'll always stand on. I also want to be honest. If politics is going to turn into violence, hatred, or harming other people, I will remove myself completely. I will not be a part of it, even if it means creating distance from my own family. My values matter, and I refuse to compromise them. This is easy to say, but it's important. I believe in respect, accountability.
All they did was try to smoke weed and eat food and have a drink. All they did was try to eat, drink, and smoke, and got fucking poisoned on all the occasions.
That's right. I stand for peace. I stand for people being able to use their voice safely, and I will always stand on that. Now, going by her family and sort of some of the things in this thing, I'm pretty confident saying she was probably a liberal. Now, to be totally fair, I have no idea what her belief system or fundamental value system really is. I can tell you that anybody expressing this sentiment is on our team, or is one of the good guys. There's a lot of false dichotomies out there. Left and right is a false dichotomy. Small government, big government, false dichotomy. Muslim, false dichotomy. The real dichotomy is humans versus monsters. Recognize there and the people get off on what you just witnessed. That's the real division. And that might be the way we save the country. And maybe this Trump attack on Alex Jones and the cratering, collapsing of the Republican Party, maybe this is to really look around and ask ourselves, what do we believe? What does our group represent? Because right now there's crazy, like, you got people like Shabo's tested bomb, right? Actual lifelong progressive still to this day. He's giving speeches at the Republican National Convention. Why? Because they're trying to create this dichotomy that says supporting Israel is the only conservative value. Nothing else matters. You support transgender children and on women's sports teams and a welfare state and every just put on the checklist of every leftist belief. But if you're pro-Israel, then you're a Republican, and if you're anti-Israel, you're a Democrat. And you can be like me, down the line, straight down conservative. Everything I believe is right wing conservative, and I don't support Israel. And tell me that makes me a leftist. Do you understand that? Do you understand how stupid that is? That is a false dichotomy. Just like right and left is a false dichotomy. The real dichotomy is between psychopath, psychotic, hateful morons like Netanyahu and the goblins pushing Fernandez. They have the same mindset. They're on the same side. Whatever that side is, it's dehumanizing the violent, moronic side versus the real human beings
Yes.
who have empathy for one another, who love one another, who understand free speech, actually want the best for the world. Time for everyone to decide what side they're on. My things are getting crazy, folks. And we're on the side of good. Thanks for joining us.
Studio
wecome. Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars always live forever. The fights will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at Real Alex Jones and at AJN Live. And now, download the number one news app in the world. Go to AlexJonesApp.com and let the Democrat Deep State Party know that we will never be silent. About the controversy. Without discussing controversy of the past week. I think I'm a voice of reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm a wingnut too. Maybe I'm crazy. Podcasts. Fridays usually out on the campaign. But I think
Oh, nice one.
what I saw in the last week. Lied. Back first and foremost, it goes without saying the great Alex Jones measure a man by the things he sacrificed. Don't measure a man by the things his enemies have tried to take away from him. How much energy and resources his enemies have put in to try and take him down. Are his enemies. Are the people.
His energy.
Whether what he said is right or wrong, truthful or not, is accurate or not, all of that is secondary. The question is, what is the body of work? What is his motivation? It's just my opinion. I've known Alex now for a few years, and he's done great stuff to have me on the show, and never once has he tried to tell me what to say. Not try to interfere with what I've said on the show and skip 2 hours here on Sundays for the last several weeks. Never once has he even called me and said, "Hey, Royce, talk about this, talk about that." Those conversations never happened between me and Alex. If anything, I probably shoot a text message and say, "What do you think about this?" Because he has had a sort of oracle like time on the public stage. Alex's body of work speaks for itself. And I hate to see that. This is what it's come to. I mean, I guess I'm not shocked because if you're an athlete in sports, there comes a moment on every team, most teams. The really, really good teams don't have these kinds of problems, but on most teams, 90+% teams have these moments, these pivotal moments as a team where everybody just freaks out and decides it's all about this. We're going to sink the game. Winning no longer matters. And if we all go up in flames, so be it. Hey, this is one of those moments for us. We were calling it 4 or 5 weeks back, but this is one of those moments. It's one moment. But as a point of optimism, the game of politics never comes to an end. It's a perpetual game. So there's not going to be a time where we come to a final horn and say, "Oh, the game's over. Let's go back and assess what happened." No, the game is going to continue. No matter what goes on, the game of politics, unless we all get killed, Holocaust. I mean, that would be brutal. But barring that, the game of politics will go on, which means nothing is final. Nobody's decisions are final, and we don't know what people are going to do, which is why it's important to stay in the fight. Stay in the fight. Let your voice be heard. Let your opinions be known. I'm going to say so. The fight is not over. And, we president come to
fences. We'll see how this one all shakes out. Obviously, and I think it's not to say that my utmost respect. And President of the United States, I'm still a supporter, but we're going to iron through some of these problems, possibilities, see how people feel. At least
I think blue cheese is better than ranch. Ranch has a tang, but blue cheese has a twang.
my statements tonight, how I feel, and hopefully things on track.
I like that twang. Not me. Oh. Do you not mean or do you not nice? I've been reminding myself to step all the way back when I walk. Just step back a little bit farther, and you'll be surprised. It totally engages your entire ass cheek. That's why some people have a flatter ass than others. Literally just don't step their foot all the way back when they walk. You'll notice other people with developed asses step all the way back. They stride longer. They stride longer. Fuck, I just inhaled somebody's body spray. Body odor. Oh, yeah. So, I'm trying to step longer, whether there's a bounce in the step or the mirror is always next to the woman's clothes. I shouldn't be buying much. I wonder what's in the markdown section. Oh, I passed it. It's funny. I was actually looking for it this time. It is this one. Wow, my new boots are so amazing. They're so snug and sturdy. And I had been re-sewing my other boots all the time.
Attention, young shoppers. Time now is 10:15 and the store will close in 45 minutes. Yes, you please make your final selection and re-enter the self-checkout. Instacart and DoorDash will be closing in 30 minutes. Thank you.
It seems like bread's a gimmick in the USA. It seems like bread's a gimmick in the US. When you find out that they spray all the wheat with glyphosate or Roundup to supposedly dry it, like they can't just wait for it to dry or apply a little heat. They can't just apply a little heat to it. They have to spray it with Roundup that competes with your melanin. And I don't know all the implications of that, but I heard that's one of the many things that it does. We also know that it causes fucking blood cancer, right? Pardon my language. It gives you cancer, especially farmers, right? Whew. I'm trying to remain calm while I and just talk about something. But yeah, I'm not that hungry. I just have the munchies, I guess. I don't know. It's been hours and hours, but it's almost like little graphic in detail, but it's almost like I'm still burping the marinara sauce from the Italian cheese bread, which is probably inundated with soybean oil. So of course it's not digesting. I'm not supposed to be eating soybean oil and canola oil. Those were actually machine shop lubrications before they started putting it in our food. I don't want to consume machine shop lubrication anymore. It was a army tank lubricant as well. So if we can all get off the army tank lubricant, that would be a step in the right direction. That would be a giant leap for mankind. That would be a huge triple jump for American mankind if we could get off the canola oil, soybean oil, and palm kernel oil, cottonseed oil. Get off the army tank lubricant and machine shop oil. More cookies. Let's see. I already have Pop Tarts. Do they put real cocoa in the chocolate graham crackers? Chocolate, cocoa. But prior to that, there's high oleic canola and or soybean oil with TBHQ and citric acid for freshness. Oh man. You think you're getting chocolate graham crackers. You think you're getting chocolate graham crackers, and it's army tank fucking lubricant. Every fucking thing on every fucking thing in the store is fucking army tank lubricant. I'm so fucking sick of this shit. Where's the fucking cream at? Where's the fucking butter at? Where's the beef tallow? Son of a bitch. I have to spend way more fucking money just to eat some fucking uh, food, some fucking animal parts and shit. You can save money. You just have to consume machine shop lubricant. You just have to drink and eat army tank lubrication. Son of a fucking bitch. None of it. None of it is. None of it is affordable. Anything of any quality is anything of any quality is is uh, is expensive. Is through the fucking roof. Look at this. Pepperidge Farm cookies. Yeah. A lot of them use real butter, and that's what's up, right? That's what's up. Uh, People they don't really make that distinction very public, do they? But that's the main thing. They're using fucking they're using they're using food instead of army tank lubricant. But actually, this one has vegetable oil in it as well. In fact, it has it instead. Okay, so that one has butter and army tank lubricant. So does that one. Okay, so Pepperidge Farm is not perfect either, obviously. But a couple of them don't have the machine shop and army tank lubrication. They just have the butter. Some of them. Soft-baked moose tracks. See how far you get? Not very far before you run into palm kernel oil. Fudge chunk is sugar and palm kernel oil and cocoa powder and whey powder. Oh, but then you get into the straight hydrogenated palm oil. Man, that's... She knows who I am. She walked right by me. I know this chick that works here. Lemon sugar. Oh, this sounds so good. Lemon sugar. Man, they have this in the bakery. And again, soybean oil. Damn it. Darn it. Darn dom. But still, all of these cookies are $5. They're $5. The regular cookies, the graham crackers, they're $2.50. But the cookies that are made with butter are $5. Regular cookies are $2.50. And that's messed up. Why do I even have to put it that way? The machine shop lubricant should not be the regular thing. Double dark chocolate. Okay, so there's dark chocolate and then there's double dark chocolate. Well, I'd consider that. But still, it's $5. Huh. Well, that's another ounce and a half compared to the regular. Wow. Double milk chocolate. It's also another ounce and a half compared to the regular. Damn, vegetable oils. Palm and or soybean and hydrogenated soybean. Never mind. Oh man, I just put it back on the shelf. This kind of sucks. I'm walking away from all these cookies. Just disappointed, man. This sucks. There's nothing good, and I wouldn't be able to afford it if there was. That sucks. I can't believe this. What the fuck are we living in? I mean, not everything is doom and gloom, but I guess I'm trying to be dramatic for my show. But it's like I can't afford to buy high quality cookies. Some of them are. I mean, it's like they do exist. Dark chocolate chip, thin and crispy. This one does not have soybean oil or palm oil. It's just butter. As far as there's also milk fat and cocoa butter, but cool. Oh man. So here we're looking at the it's $4.99 or $3.99 if I buy 5 or more of each item. So now they want me to go around the store looking for 4 more items that have these tags on them, just so I can get everything at a discount, and then end up spending more than I planned. Totally, the total will be much higher than my original intent. I guess here's a chocolate bar, but that's $3. If there's 5 more items that are $1, that went from $2 down to $1, but no, everything else is also going to be like $3, $4, $5, $6, and I don't have that. So I guess I'm just getting cookies and milk. I think that's it for right now. I gotta get out of here. I have to be conservative. I always want some orange juice. But never get it. I guess. Okay, there's another buy 5. But ooh, that's lots of pulp too. So it would be $3.50 for that. Let's see. Damn, so I'm still looking for 3 items. I might have just gotten 2 of the items. I have no idea who might be listening to this. $3.59 for real yogurt. I guess that's a deal. Honey vanilla. Is it whole milk? Oh, peach. With honey. Flavored with other natural flavor. Culture, brown cane sugar, cream, honey affected natural flavor. There's no peach. Oh man. It's peach, but there's no peach in it. Cherry juice concentrate. Okay, at least the cherry one has cherry juice concentrate. Okay, I just might do it as long as I can find each one at around $3. There are a bunch of items. Let's see. Oh, Yoplait is even cheaper, but it's not really yogurt. I already got the yogurt. Why am I still looking at yogurt? I wonder if there's like a chocolate milk or something. See if there's any like hot dogs or anything that are on the deal. I'll probably just finish it off with 2 of those. Please God, let my babies be alright. Please don't let anybody mess with me in the car. Don't let anybody touch our car in any way. Anything. It's different. Might be nice. Okay. Yeah, I like peach yogurt and I like cherry yogurt, but the peach one said natural flavor. And what that can be, see, they don't have to disclose what that is. What it can be is aborted fetal tissue or beaver scent gland. That's just the 2 that I know of. Somebody comment or chat any natural flavors that you're aware of. You know what I'm saying? Throw down any natural flavors that you know. Hey, and what's better, Swiss or baby Swiss? And is it just the size of the hole, or is the holes in it, or is there a flavor difference? Oh, and why does some baby Swiss have holes and some doesn't? What? That's crazy. Well, I guess I'm gonna get the kind that doesn't have any hole. I don't know. Shoot. Okay. I got a Swiss cheese. Let's see if there's like a hot dog. Okay, bacon. There's a bacon, and that'll be my fifth item. I didn't plan on getting this much, but at least it all will get used. We use every part of the animal as Native Americans. Ugh. Ugh. The hot dog on the deal is out. Goodness. Are you single? That's funny. Her voice was a little raspier than I expected, but she's fine. So, yeah, I was wanting some real peanut butter. What is this? I got cheese. I don't even know if I have enough to afford all this. Hey, real peanut butter's on sale, $3.49. And then I'll just get a cheap pack of hot dogs or bologna or something to just kind of roll up with this cheese. Oh, okay. Well, that's something to think about. But
6.
Can I get Callie to West Self Checkout, please? Callie to West Self Checkout. Thank you.
I left my debit card outside. Go calmly get the debit card.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
Little tiny chicks look fun, but then I'm like, yeah, it won't fit. So I want a tall, 6-foot, fully developed woman like Melania Trump. I'll take Melania. If Trump is actually doing the Satanism stuff, I'll take Melania. bet I you know, I'm huge compared to. Hold on, I forgot the card. Oh, you okay? Whoa, hey. Hold on. Hold on, I just need the payment. Oh, oh, you're silly. I'll be right back. Stay there. Be right back. Thank you. She does the goat. I call it the goat when they scream and stuff. Oh! It's not, it's not quite the waiting goat. The goat waiting. The movie Waiting is pretty cool, but I hope I have enough to buy all this. I'm not going to spend my last dollar, but I guess I don't have to have some of this stuff. Okay, so I got cookies and milk, orange juice and yogurt, cheese and peanut butter. Okay, hot dogs and bagels. So cheese and hot dogs, peanut butter and bagels, cookies and milk, yogurt and orange juice. I don't know if I have this much. Okay. 20. I have $22 on one card and $6 on another card. So this isn't more than $28, but let me just do a guesstimate here. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Okay. I'm just guessing each one is about $3. A couple of them are under $3, and a couple of them are over $3. But I think this is about right.
Welcome, valued customer. Place your item in the bagging area. If you have your shopper's card, scan it now.
Orange juice in so long.
Please make sure to scan all items before placing them in the bagging area. Continue scanning. Place item in bag or cart, then scan next. Enter your alternate. Thank you. Your total is $23.25.
Cool.
If you have coupons,
Mega.
Otherwise, select your method of system
23.
processing. Swipe
It's
or
just
insert
over.
card and follow
It's
instructions
just over
on pin pad.
one of my cards. And then I'll do the other dollar. I'll tap to pay the other dollar. Okay, yeah, that went down $10 from what it was saying right before that. So that's kind of why I did it. Was the supposed savings,
We are unable to complete your order.
Oh, that's right.
If you have coupon system
Let me just try.
processing, swipe or insert card and follow instructions on pin pad.
Yeah, I do have the PIN number. I forgot. I do have the PIN number. I tried to run this credit for a partial amount.
If you have coupons, press coupon.
It'll run as debit.
System processing. Swipe or insert card and follow instructions on pin pad.
Oh, 69 cents. I can do that.
Remember to take your receipt. All purchased items.
That's worth $6. All right. Oh, you're gonna fish your head too. Be careful now. Get the back of your check to get the heck. What the? Get the back of your Okay, I can't find it. You're going away a little bit. Okay, get in the back. Get in the back. You want one. Come on, let's go. It's the only way. It's the only way. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get it back. It's the only way. Come on. In the back. In the back. Go. Go, go, go. Go, go. That's big. That's big. No, in the back. Oh, that's big. Yes, yes. Thank you. Oh, no. Hey, that's pretty good. Put the big one in the bag. There's a little one for me. I hear Royce White.
Communist neighborhood. I know what the philosophy is. I know what the strategy is. They lie. They'll lie. They'll become anybody they'll dress up like a woman to make it into a woman's bathroom. You know, this is who they are. It's not coincidence, right? Birthright citizenship, perfect example. Anytime the Second Amendment.
These people in the Alex Jones Rumble chat are ridiculous. I'm beginning to think it is bots, because if it were people, this would be really creative. They might be creative, but you got people using each other. You got people making fun of each other's names with new names, and then using each other's pictures and shit too. It's fucking hilarious in the chat. Oh man, you had Titty Pussy, and now you got Tony Pussy, and but he's using the picture of anti-vaxxer rabbi, who's not in the chat right now, but I recognize the picture. This is one of my hangout places.
They're willing to amend and change the scope of the
Meta kicked me off Facebook, Instagram, and Reels. So since Facebook stole, since Facebook violated my First Amendment, not amendment, it's just a God-given right on a bill. But since Facebook violated my God-given right to speech and stole, robbed, thieved a record of 15 years of my life, a partial record. I now reside in the Alex Jones Rumble chat.
Constitution. They're willing to reinterpret the Constitution to restrict, which is a great tale. Because it's like, if you're so worried about fascism, tyranny, totalitarianism, President Trump being the second iteration of Adolf Hitler, why would you tell American citizens to give their guns up? That's dumb. I mean, I know. Here's the dark part. I don't think that's them being completely dishonest. I think that there's a significant threat of people on the left who would like to bring about, who would like to see a totalitarian fascist dictatorship truly come about in this country, so they could play the victim, secular humanist martyr in that political reality. And that's why they're willing to give their guns up. I mean, they really want to be the Palestine open air prison where it may be righteous for Palestinians.
Damn, the way he said that's great.
But I'm just saying, it may be righteous for somebody who's stripped of their gun rights, but if you forfeit your gun rights to fulfill the role, to do some sort of weird method acting as a far left wing social justice martyr, you're just punk, you're out, you're weird, but you're also punk and a cuck. And we're just not going to budge on the Second Amendment at all, or we shouldn't at least. Birthright citizenship,
It's not an amendment.
far different. See, and this is where conservatives get into this intellectual highbrow back and forth. Stay with me. This is where conservatives have either played the control.
It's not an amendment. It's a second written right.
We ourselves suffer from real lack of testicular fortitude. We want to get into this intellectual highbrow back and forth.
would it be? Amending? No, there's no amending. It's amendments come after the 10. After the first 10, whoever the fuck took power after our founders started making amendments to our Bill of Rights. That's what everything after number 10 is. But hey, if they really did want to own, and not all of them did, I guarantee all of them didn't. But if some of them really did want to own slaves, then I disagree with that. Slavery was ending anyway, and everybody knows it. And so I believe our Civil War was about something much greater. It was about the ownership of the entire country.
We want to keep the Constitution. The Constitution can't be. We want to play all sides at once. It's become a plague in this party. No, it's not that the Constitution can't be amended. It's what we're amending and why. This is the distinction to make. A very reasonable and logical distinction. The Constitution was always intended to be. The question is what amendments and why. What things are fundamental, more fundamental in the hierarchy of priority.
Okay.
The hierarchy of citizens.
If that's the case, then you can amend amendments. See, that's where they fuck up. It sounds good now. Yeah, we should be able to amend the bullshit. But no, what's happened is they keep amending our freedoms.
Which things are more important than others? The right to bear arms shall not be for a reason because we have in the back of our mind a genetic and historical memory of tyranny. We know that tyranny is always right around the corner. We don't know where tyranny is coming from, but it's always right there. And that's why the second shall not be. Apropos to what's going on in Iran, I thought the Iranians were going to rise up and throw off the how are they going to do that? The Iranian people are like, they have wanted to revolt, but they don't have any guns. Reports that all I don't think there are countries that are part of the post-war.
Oh, these cookies made with butter smell completely different than regular Chips Ahoy cookies. These are Pepperidge Farmhouse thin and crispy dark chocolate chip. That's all it is. It's a chocolate chip cookie, but it's a thin and crispy dark. Okay. Anyway, the cookie material itself is made with butter instead of soybean oil, and it smells completely fucking different. It smells like cooked butter and sugar instead of just bland. Not instead of just kind of like flour and sugar. It's richer. It's almost like a cheese odor when you have the real dark chocolate mixed with butter and brown sugar. Mm. Oh, I paid extra for these are what made me do that buy 5, get a discount on each one of them. And so I did manage to find 5 items that were at the lower end. They got me into doing that this time. Oh wow, they taste completely different. It's like such a rich flavor. There's so much more. There's so much more flavor, and it's a deeper, richer. It's such a stronger, deeper, richer flavor. The consistency is a little different too. There. Oh, these are crispier.
suppository of Second Amendment.
I can't believe that guy said Alex Jones sells suppositories. I've never heard of that. He might have one on there. Maybe he has two. Who knows? But he's got hundreds and hundreds of products on the site. So, like, I've never heard anybody say anything about a suppository until that leftist made the video.
Support all of the countries that we subsidize all around the world. Show me a handful of them that have a firm and strong Second Amendment. The Second Amendment a priority around the world that build nations. I just don't see.
Alex Jones is rich off of selling suppositories. Yeah, right. He's rich off of selling iodine, methylene blue, Shilajit, Irish sea moss, atomic defense, immune boost, water filtration systems. Like the guy who wrote that book back in the 90s, Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know About. And then he wrote a second book, More Natural Cures. Kevin Trudeau. And then you didn't hear anything about Kevin Trudeau. You never hear anything about him ever again. And then you get Justin Trudeau in office, and still nobody remembers Kevin Trudeau, who wrote the book that is basically the Alex Jones show, you know? But I guess he was in that book. He was saying to use a water filter. If if you drink tap water at all, you need to have an advanced filtration system on there to take out the fluoride, atrazine, along with all the minerals and extra heavy metals and that give you a kidney stone. Extra calcium and the.
It's possible. But I do not think people who were smart to create the real politics of the petrodollar overlooked the importance of the Second Amendment. If you believe that, God bless you. God bless you. And maybe all of us here on the forums, maybe we're just the conspiracy types, right? But come on. It's like you can build an atom bomb, you can send them to the moon. We're going to go to Mars next. Real politics has everybody connected to a petrodollar financial system. You couldn't give the countries guns that would actually make them self-determining. But that dog don't hunt. That's my grandfather. That dog just don't hunt.
Dave Politis.
Birthright citizenship, much more negotiable than the Second Amendment, especially when a recent president of the United States let in 15 million foreign invaders. That would be the relative, the time relative justification to amend all matters regarding immigration or foreign invaders because of the crisis. Well, the left doesn't see it as a crisis, so of course that wouldn't bear any weight on the birthright citizenship issue, which we should just disregard. We don't have to argue about it. You are stupid. Don't believe in another country. Believe in a border. I know it makes us feel, vulnerable because it may actually be that over 50% of this country truly believes we shouldn't have a border. That makes us scared. We're afraid.
Like 20%.
I've said it on the show many times. If you listen, you've heard me say it before. I'm writing a book now, The Four Heresies of the West. Scientific method, democracy, computer technology, artificial intelligence. Why? When you say heresy,
50% of the people in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Chicago, Illinois, maybe. And not even that, actually, but it's just those CIA paid agitators. you know, they're receiving the money that they can just fucking print anytime they want. So our decreasing dollar value pays them.
What do you mean? They all at each one individually was an attempt to bridge the gap between self and God. It's heresy. The heretics. The scientific method ain't gonna bridge the gap between us and God. Democracy sure as hell. Computer technology is only gonna make it worse. It's only gonna make us ruminate on the fact that we can't be God. Artificial intelligence is gonna become a God for us, but not a God of the universe. Okay? Doesn't work. Not only is it heresy, it's ineffective. Right? Democracy, the heresy of democracy is to believe that all majorities are made equal and righteous. They're not. All majorities are not equal, and they sure as hell aren't righteous. But we're obsessed with democracy. This is the top issue. When you poll Democrats right now in Minnesota, ask people on the left, what are your top issues? The threat to democracy. It's like democracy is the threat to democracy. Democracy is the real threat to democracy. Democrats, Democratic Party is the real threat to democracy. 60%, let's just say 60%. We're gonna throw you over there. Maybe there's a 20% we can shave off that will see the logic that prisons. Maybe. But yeah, push comes to shove. Hey, the porn is good. The drugs and the video games are good. Like you said. It's all good. It's all good. God. Anything. There are no rules. The rules are there are no rules. We have a rules-based order, an international rule. There are no rules. Birthright citizenship. I don't. I say if I was moratorium on all of it. Okay. So, first of all, I don't like when they say there's no way we're getting out 25 million immigrants. Well, what's the low number?
Better figure
Don't give me the high number.
Better figure out fucking
What's the low number?
what are you talking about?
Out the 10 to 15 under the joint.
Fuck yeah, you will. Just as soon as you employ Americans to do it, motherfucker. Put some fucking bounties out on some fucking aliens, and they'll get rounded up quickly as fuck. I guarantee it, bitch. You're too fucking pussy to do it, motherfucker.
That's not Biden. I sure. Let's limit the Biden. Now the status and all these I don't agree. Almost whatever. Whatever it takes, we got to get those. A way to actually act with the moratorium while we're priority of getting all of these foreign invaders out. And I think fraud, right? Fraud, out the past, not 5.
I feel bad.
Coincide,
Wow, I feel a lot better.
but we're not in agreement. We're not even close. We're not even close. Immigrants, we got to find a way to keep them, to assimilate them. So how the hell is that working out here?
Huh?
Is that work? H. It's all connected. It's all connected. The global affects the local and vice versa. We have a crisis of national identity and culture. The reason why we fight in a world away because the entire bedrock of American identity is to project strength, power all around the world. That's become our default. That's the default of our, not freedom and liberty and you know, the rule of law and profound intellectual insight. None of those things have any push for the American identity and culture. It's all based on if we can continue to be the global dollar empire we've been. President Trump did a few key decisions here. He could deliver a death blow to the rule of order, or I don't, time will tell. You're watching the Alex Jones Show here on InfoWars Sunday Night Live. I'm your guest host, East Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hope you enjoy the show this evening. I hope I'm not being crazy. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. World where globalists, populations, principalities, and powers of the air have been adding, spreading, and innovating with heavy metals, chemicals, and toxins. TheAlexJonesStore.com would like to introduce a new way to remove them from your body from the inside out. Introducing zeolite. Zeolites are a group of crystal-like minerals that are found where molten stone water, from the Greek litho, oil, and lithos, or light, meaning stone. Network of tiny little holes and channels found in zeolite absorb and remove harmful substances like heavy metals, chemicals, and other toxins. So don't delay. Start the process of removing unwanted toxins from your body and put some skin in the game of the InfoWars today. Go to theAlexJonesStore.com. A bottle of zeolite. Light. Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fights will be sure to follow us on X at Real Alex Jones and at AJN And now you can download the number one news app in the world. Go to AlexJonesApp.com and let the Democratic Party know that we will never be silenced. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show here on InfoWars Sunday Night Live. As told quite Minnesota. You got me for another hour here. At the top of the hour, again, I will say, Alex Jones has my respect. My respect to love the man, sacrificed a lot, and he's told the truth. Very, very unpopular. People make mistakes. Is it okay for people to make mistakes anymore? I make mistakes all the time. Everybody makes mistakes. Is it okay to make mistakes? It's like, forget how easy it is to make mistakes when we find it to pounce on one person for saying something that inconveniences us. They do the same thing to President Trump, and that's what I say. Of everything that disappoints me, is some of the terminology that true social posts, and I do think that it's right for us to separate Tucker, Candace, and Megan from Alex Jones, just as a matter of sequential posterity. Because when President Trump came down the escalator in 2016, Tucker, Candace, and Megan were in very different places. Megan, Fox News, Candace still bouncing around TV wrong on any given issue is real. I mean, it is what it is. Let's just say it. Not to say who's right or wrong on the particular details of any issue, but he can say rightfully so, hey, my fight predates the guy's fight against the mainstream Republican establishment. You can't say the same thing for Alex Jones. Let's just look at the record. The record speaks for itself. I'm 35 on Friday. Alex Jones started doing this 6 years. I was 6. I'm a full-grown man with a beard. I got grays in my beard. I talked about my podcast on Friday, reflecting back on turning 35. Birthdays are more about gratitude and reflection than celebration. But you go from being a kid with teeth to a gray, and time is so precious and such a blessing, such a miracle. You can't discredit time. It's not everything, but it's certainly not nothing. Alex Jones was doing this when I was 6 years old. So his fight and what he contributed even predates the president in regards, and in most measurable regards. So it's very similar in the sense that, when I get a call from a New York Times, or Jones, or the Guardian, or Washington Post, what do you make of this conspiracy theory President Trump continues to posit about the 2020 election? And I laugh in their face. I go, you think that's a conspiracy theory? No, I think it's a conspiracy. I think it was a conspiracy for sure, but not a conspiracy theory. So to then call Alex a conspiracy theorist, and you know what? When I looked at the Truth Social post, my first instinct, President didn't write this. I'm just being honest. Maybe he did. I can't speak for my, but my first instinct was he didn't write that. Just telling you guys my honest. Go about it. Maybe he did. Maybe he did. I don't know. But my first instinct was it doesn't pass the sniff test. It's like even at the break in there, he was talking about the French first lady, beautiful Candace Owens. Like I've never spoken to Candace Owens. Been on her show. She's never been on mine. I've never met her. I don't agree with everything she says because I don't agree with everything anybody says except Christ and the gospel. But I don't know Candace Owens at all, and I don't agree with everything she says. But I can definitively say that she's 100 times more beautiful than the French first lady, and it's not even close. It's like, what world are we? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Can we get back to the security elections, please? Please, people. Can we please find a free get back to the security elections? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. And if you think so, just drop in the comment to say that we should get back to the security elections. Go ahead. Be right back on the other side of a brief break. Stay tuned. I've got methyl drive. The two ingredients in Power Drive bundle, which is available at thealexjones.com. Pure power throughout the body, perfectly, absolutely perfectly with methylene. These are the two products that make it work in conjunction together with methylene. I developed them high quality mineral plants, methylation plants, adaptogenic herbs, functional mushrooms, and the CoQ10. What you want for metabolic health and mitochondrial function. I want you to win today. I want you to succeed. Take out the dam is cracking. I still haven't read it.
What is going on?
Moments where you just wish you could get everybody in the room, hash it out, and let's get organized here. It's like, 'cause I still don't even know if we should be voting early, vote the same ballots. People are already early voting. And then you got a Finocchio that's entire vote prediction, telling people to vote early. The great Mike Lindell, who's running for governor here, is like, these machines, we gotta flood the system on game day. We're not even upset about that. Now, you can say, hey, don't telegraph to your enemies what you're going to do, what your game plan is. Hit them with a little helter skelter. Okay, cool, fine. Then the entire thing is then we don't have a movement. We are a rebellion. The MAGA movement, the America First movement, is not a political organization.
The only thing that would make me not want a drag of nicotine is being laid. Like only while I'm in the process of being laid will I not need a drag, and even sometimes then I would, even while receiving fellatio, I would still want to drag once in a while. Man, when we were 17 years old, my Bulgarian friend was talking about how, he's smoking a cigarette while he's banging a chick and doing one or two other drugs once in a while.
That's the God's design. Maybe that's some of what we're seeing.
Yeah, Q said he was hitting the chick doggy style and setting the ashtray on her ass when he was like 15, 16 years old.
Realize
13, 14, I don't know.
that he's breaking. A lot of us don't. Maybe they are. Maybe time as a concession. I don't know what happens. I don't know, but I do know the petrodollar is the cornerstone of the rules. And to break the Middle East of its oil industry would effectively be the final blow to the rules-based order, which is what the entire mainstream is saying right now. If you redefine Prince, MSNBC actually blockade the blockade is like a nuclear strike almost to the rules-based order. And praise be to God, because NATO is the number one tool of the rules-based order. We don't need to be defending, kill Europeans who don't want to defend themselves and give their continent to Allah or whoever. Communists, China, whoever. I mean, it's open season there in Europe. But it's really close to being open season too, right? I mean, we're right on the razor's edge. And can we just get back to the elections? It's like, can that be our focus? Am I great? I'm running for the United States Senate, and I hope how endorsements play out. You got Michelle Tafoya, who's a world-class rhino. Maybe she gets endorsed now. I mean, if Lindsey Graham's getting endorsed, Michelle Tafoya's probably now what do we do? Okay, we're got to love you. But and the reason we're is because we can in good conscience stand in the most recent presidential cycle. Begged President Trump do not run. That's what I want to say. I almost forgot. I'd be remiss as a United States Senate candidate who's run a statewide campaign in the state of Minnesota, which is the cultural epicenter of American politics. I'd be remiss not to tell the president and some of the people around him who I do like but have a difference of opinion about certain issues. I'd be remiss not to ask the basic question: why is there all this preferential treatment of these people in this wing of the party that is on the record? And I mean, came to me personally and said, do not take President Trump's literature to the doors in Minnesota. They went for Nikki Haley and said, don't bring President Trump's literature. Don't hitch your wagon to President Trump. Don't put President
the fish back.
Like incrementalists, whatever it is. The Catholic Church, we may have a problem with pedophilia, fake pope, but we don't have any problems with pro-life. The Four Horsemen.
Oh, yeah, big poop.
It was just me and Klobuchar left. I mean, doesn't that kind of tell you the whole deal? Honestly, and I don't mean to make it personal or make it be about me, because it's not about me. I'm just getting the four sitting Republican Congress members in Minnesota refused to endorse me when it was just me and Klobuchar left. She come up with thousands of their brand. No, it doesn't hurt their brand in their district. Their district's more ultra mega than they are. They have to worry about being outflanked from the right in respective districts because people in Joe Fishbach's district and Joe Fishbach's district right here specifically are very discontent with politics. So they have to be worried about being outflanked from the right. They don't have to worry about Tom Emmer has no fear whatsoever that being too far right is going to make him vulnerable in Congressional District 6. Not even close. Not even close. So then you ask yourself, why? Why would they not endorse? Why would they not endorse the Republican endorsed nominee, especially as articulate, intelligent, strapping young myself? Why would they not endorse just me and Cookie Bake Amy? I don't know. You guys answer it. You guys answer the question. I'll let you decide. You know, maybe it's because I'm such a crazy conspiratorial Negro and they just can't be associated with me. That's perfectly possible. I don't know. I'm on 2 hours every guys like, man, Royce, you're really a voice of reason. Thank you. Appreciate it. I get people all the time come up to me. I had a guy come up to me in my first job. Because the guy randomly comes.
Should I, as a white man, start a podcast called The Conspiratorial Negro?
Up to me. He's got his phone up to his ear. He taps me on the shoulder. He goes, I'm listening to you right now on InfoWars. Right? So, you know, Dallas has a really big audience and reach for good reason. He's been in it a long time and a lot of people to the show. And I get to benefit. His phone up to his ear. And the only reviews we've got is like, man, Royce, you're really a voice of reason. Thank you. Appreciate it. I get people all the time come up to me now and they say, I had a guy come up to me in my first job. There's a guy randomly comes up to me. He's got his phone up to his ear and he taps me on the shoulder. He goes, I'm listening to you right now on InfoWars. Right? So Dallas has a really big audience and reach for good reason. He's been in it a long time and a lot of people to the show.
Royce's show is not to be slept on either. Whether it be Call Me Crazy in the evening or the whatever Brothers, the morning show is called, with him and the other guy. That's an amazing show. It's incredible.
I get to benefit from him allowing me to do this on Sundays. But my point is, I'm here on Sundays, 2 hours, no script, no notes. You see here, this, by the way, is, I keep this on my desk. This is the National Strategy for Countering Domestic Terrorism from 2021, National Security Council, the Joe Biden administration. This is the only paper we even have on the desk. The Founder's Bible. Take a peek on it once in a while, but it's more for decoration. And then we got the President Trump cereal box, President Trump cornflakes here. But there are no notes. Am I crazy? Cornflakes. You know what I'm saying? Today, here on the show, last several weeks. Crazy? I don't think so. So again, why do the Tom Fishbach, Finstad, and Pete Stalvers of the Republican Party not endorse the nominees from their own party when it's just them and the radical Democrats they say are diametrically opposed to and are fighting to save this country?
Terrorism sheet from the Biden administration. Some bitch that are going after regular fucking Americans.
Questions that we have to answer. We just have to answer. And with all due respect, Mr. President, I said this the other day on the Spaces on X. I still believe that the president is the greatest shot that we have to win, or at least to move like Alex Jones and everybody else up and down the line. We got to have a renaissance of the message, and we got to have it on the fly, right? Because it's going down. So we gotta fix a couple engines here on the fly. But I still support the president. But I'd be remiss not to say at some point here, if I walk up to all around me, 2 buckets of water that are full, I start to think, did you set this fire? You know, and you don't mind watching the court. And that's the point I was making about the rule of order. Everybody's gung ho about wanting us to do this, and whether we're doing it for Israel. Two things can be true. Israel may want us to do it, for us to do it, but there still be a much greater agenda. An agenda, in fact, that is so nice. I think the Israelis are starting to figure that out. It's like, you're not showing up. Blockade on the blockade.
That's funny. It's not so much so that a man holding a can of gasoline by the burning building would be not guilty, but even somebody holding water next to the burning building could be found guilty. I don't know. 1717 is the number of people watching this live, even though this is the replay from earlier.
I think you're starting to figure out that there's a scenario where Darth Vader throws the Emperor down the shaft, and get a little uncomfortable themselves. Even with the ceasefires, like, knows where these bombs that hit Tel Aviv, these cluster bombs that hit Tel Aviv, knows where they came from. Really, come on. We do know that false flags are real. We're going to dismiss false flags altogether. Not being honest. So I don't know what's going to happen for sure. I can't say for sure. But I can say that the very word secrecy it's not a sign of disloyalty that people crazy. And we all know the agenda is still in motion. We know from the lack of prosecution, we know from the lack of people who've been brought to justice who have perpetuated the decline of our great nation, from the lack of accountability that has taken place. The agenda is still in motion. Whether it's stalled or delayed or regrouping or reorganizing, whatever the case may be, definitively the purveyors of kill this country are out there. So the if that's the case, uh, you know, you just can't be mad at people who are alarmed. We gotta do something, and we gotta do something now. I mean, we're 6 months away from the midterms. The elections don't matter. We're gonna give this government back to the communists, and I'm all for it. Honestly, if that's how we're gonna do business, then let's do business that way. I'm all for you. If we make a decision, a patriotic decision that we will never give the government back to these communists, I'm perfectly fine with it. And all those out there who say, oh, Bryce is a plant, Bryce is working for the Bryce, you're a leftist, oh, you're a Marxist, oh, you're a Marxist. No, I'm a Catholic. Okay, sir. I know Christ. I'm further to the right than most of these people. Because, you talk about constitutional crisis. I remember we were discussing Trump 2028 and constitutional justification to circumvent the 2 terms and all these different things. And there were these Republicans, and I'm not talking to the
You're a Marxist jihadist. No, I'm just not Jewish.
mainline Republicans scoffed at it. Here in Minnesota, they scoffed at it. Oh, well, we get a 3rd term. That would be bad for the country. Amy Klobuchar is great for Minnesota. And I kind of tipped my hat. I said, I think Lindsey Graham is
Lady
just
Lindsay.
not only is he a little squishy,
Graham cracker, like it's nap time in kindergarten, Graham.
I do think that but just, I don't know the fact I just get to see Graham and Amy Klobuchar, a couple of parties there, promulgating a rule. I think to myself, CIA, right? We haven't got much clarity about what all went down there with Russia anyway, and I surely would like some of that secrecy to be uncovered. Like, what the hell actually happened there in Ukraine? Let's get back to let's talk about that again. What the heck went on there? How did we clarity when we dirty hands? Dirty anyway. Sorry. I go off on these tangents. Point being, these Republicans do not support President Trump. I don't know, maybe they've been given a green light to win because winning is the only thing that's important. But we find ourselves on a clock. We don't change the hearts and minds. The momentum of American culture,
Hot dog drip.
as it stands today, will inevitably bend in the arc of technology.
What was that?
The arc will bend in the direction of technology.
Right.
We know it now. It's like if we give the government back to communism. If we say it doesn't matter how we, I can't agree with winning by lying. Lie away. Lie away. Lie away to Christ. At some point, you gotta tell the American people the truth. The very words and there is some level of classified how many trillions of dollars the Department of formerly the Department of Defense for all the time discuss me if it doesn't come up with defense. Government loses $2 trillion. When your government steals $2 trillion, so let's just call it what it is. Don't tell me it went missing. It didn't go missing. Okay. It don't misplace $2 trillion. Not even on computers. It'll just misplace $2 trillion. You don't misplace $20 billion. It's not confidence. It's obvious, guys. People are stealing your money. Minnesotans. I know Alex Jones, the Alex Jones show, and the crazy InfoWar conspiracy theories, but when $20 billion goes missing, it's not incompetence. It's not a coincidence. Somebody's getting when $2 trillion goes missing, some foreign got whacked, some people got black bags, some unmanned aerial goes, some UAVs, some things happen when $2 trillion goes missing. Down. Let's get our messaging right. And I mean, we got to be razor sharp because the momentum is against us. It's not a personal attack. It's not a defensive. I'm talking to people out in the street, and I know what's important to them, and I know what is top issue. And you could say, hey, whether or not it's going to make you popular is secondary. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be given unto us. I understand that. I'm with you. Abraham spends habeas corpus because the moral and spiritual high ground to preserve the country and the union by defeating the Confederate army. You could argue whether that's true, but he had the stones to do it. I'm with you. I know you got to make tough decisions sometimes. The question becomes, do you use the moral and righteous high ground? Because that is very important. Those kind of calls. And I just find it concerning that we would wage a holy war in the name of Christ with a bunch of people who don't believe in him. And maybe that's just me. But I kind of get the sense that we should be very slow to wage a war in the name of Christ, wrap ourselves in the cloth of Christ with people who openly reject him. I'm not talking about people who Christ to us just being introduced. I'm talking about people with lifelong theology. Christ should be slow to wrap ourselves in the cloth of Christ with people. Just my opinion. And also, because the level of secrecy in this country is built up to a point where people are rightfully skeptical of everything. And that's part of the problem. Right? People, even on the right, are rightfully skeptical of everything they see because we know we've been lied to every which way. 3 months to Sunday, we've been lied to. We don't know. We don't know exactly how or when or where or why, but we know somebody's not telling the truth. We sense it. We have intuition. When that becomes the driving spirit, the prevailing sentiment of the zeitgeist, when secrecy and lies and mistrust are the prevailing result of government and the message, the communication, you have a crisis.
Prevailing sentiment of the zeitgeist.
You have a crisis. That crisis must be addressed. The messaging. It must be addressed. It must be addressed. We have to sort this out. We have to walk people through this step by step, meticulously. It's like, it's hard to get me to believe that if we're just going to blow the Middle East to hell and take the oil racket and distribute it the way that we want to or control it for our own strategic advantage, it just seems to me to be a far stretch that there's a high level of secrecy that goes into that. I mean, at least from the philosophical framework, of like, here's why we're doing this. Here's what we're doing. Here's why we're doing it. Okay, China. China. It's not one belt, one road. It's one belt fast. That's what we're doing. You pay your weight in gold and silver. And so the oil's going to run through America and get from you.
We built that.
Just come out and say that. I think we can actually say that, and we would have a much different zeitgeist here in our country.
We built the ass, and that's it. No.
We have a much different political discourse. But that's just my opinion. And it would be better. But I get there's a certain level of secrecy that goes into it too. So I'm watching the Alex Jones show here on Sunday Night Live. Rolls Royce White of the belly of the beast. So
Oh, hell yeah.
stay tuned. We'll be right back after brief break.
Everything I sell to you works. Obviously, that's the goal. So you get it and you like it and you want it. Everything I sell to you, deep research into, and I personally. Now, I've been promoting zeolites for decades. Great sponsors. If they really work, I'll tell you what they are. Bigly, our sponsor, has a really high quality, private label, top selling brand, private label, bring it to you right now. Especially the toxins in the environment, chemtrails, garbage food. It's more important than ever to take zeolites on a regular basis. But not all zeolites are created. It's really a high quality zeolite. Please do your own research and then go to the AlexJonesStore.com and secure our high quality Zeolite formula. Now let's go over just some of the incredible facts. We're swimming in toxins every single day. Metals from the air, chemicals from the food and water. Your body needs help binding, eliminating this garbage before it builds up and destroys your cells. Enter Zeolite Detox Defense, advanced binding agent. This isn't some gimmick. Zeolite is a naturally occurring volcanic mineral with a unique cage-like crystalline structure that acts like a molecular threat. Through ion exchange and absorption, it selectively grabs positively charged toxins, heavy metals, ammonia, and other unwanted compounds while letting beneficial minerals stay put. Then it escorts them straight out of your system through your gut. Paired with folic acid, it also supports healthy mineral transport and cleaner internal environment. Users report feeling lighter, more balanced, and clear-headed with consistent daily use. Just one dose a day gives you 60 full servings of detox support. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't steer you wrong. You know that. If you loved our methylene blue, if you love our bovine colostrum, if you love the other incredible products like our T3 iodine, you are going to love this Zeolite detox formula. Secure yours now at thealexjonesstore.com. And if you haven't checked out the other supplements, like our methylene red, that's proprietary to us, our ultramethylene blue, that is on record the strongest and the best, then check it out today. And while you're there, check out the widest selection of Patriot apparel, baseball caps, t-shirts, hoodies, you name it, to spread the word of freedom in America and worldwide. Bottom line, thanks for keeping us on the air over the years. We faced the biggest challenges ever to stay on the air. But thanks to you standing with us as our partners in the info war, we are stronger than ever. So thank you so much for your support. Please visit thealexjonesstore.com today. And if you want to get massive discounts on all the supplements, sign up as a subscriber. Lock in your orders in the future. You can cancel anytime. So all you're really locking in is the massive discounts. Same thing with VIPs. Cancel anytime. $30 a month, $40 to spend in the store. Special deals, special offers, special sales on everything. So if you're buying anything, thealexjonesstore.com, you should be a VIP. Thank you so much for your support. Now secure your Zeolite formula now at thealexjonesstore.com. I know you're the big health guy. You're way better shape than I am. Don't kick my ass. I've seen you working on the liver change. I know you take your medical for. I want you to take our medical grade. Starting with kick in. Show everybody. I'd like you to drink the Jay said earlier. What I appreciate. I want to get your true review. It doesn't work. Tell me. Here it is, brother. He's yours. Looks just like the stuff from Doom, the water of life. He's drinking the juice of a strangled brown sandworm right now. Baron Harkonnen is not happy. We're going to see what happens. 20 minutes later. I feel like my brain clearer and working faster. It feels like my brain and my energy had the accelerator hit on them. I felt it in my brain and my energy. Well, I'm going to give you some before I leave. We're going to give you a couple bottles of it, bro. We love it. It's amazing. Get yours now. TheAlexJonesStore.com.
Just hoping that we find a moment of clarity in the darkest hours our nation has ever seen. Talking about the Chinese earlier, before the show that the by lawyers, their nation totalitarian, national totalitarian. There's a reason why the war games. Son of a bitch. We always lose the war games held by played out by the Pentagon. Because things like that matter.
Got it. I don't need it right now.
I don't like national totalitarian regime, especially with just a bunch of Pinocchio lawyers. And that's what I was saying earlier about just the eye test, the test of some of these people in the Congress mayor of New York City is a stone's throw from being the president of the United States. You have to understand the significance of being the New York City. It just in its scope and its public profile. And there is a communist cry from Mamdani, similar to whatever his name is, there that shot the United Healthcare street in Manhattan. Keep an eye out for that case because I see fireworks coming there. The perfect and opportune time to be another distraction from the real issue. Secure elections, right? This take off. And you got Ty Robinson out there, you got a lot between now and the election. You got a lot of distractions out there to choose from in terms of shifting the focus from where it should be. But one place we should be tracking is the only way China catches the car is if we elect a Mamdani as president or somebody similar. That's the only way they actually catch the car and beat us in the long run, in my opinion. Or we can have a digital dystopia where China makes core components or essential parts and effectively they beat us in the AI arms race. That's possible. Less likely. I more see it as a danger we devolve from within with a Mamdani as president or even an AOC. I mean, they're the same person, right? That's why they're doing the romance between jihad and Latinx, or whatever they call it these days. Jihad, the jihad Latin alliance. It's one of those kind of people. It's like Gavin Newsom doesn't have a shot in hell at winning, and the press even put him up as a nominee. It's kind of farcical, in my opinion. And they may do it. I mean, they may actually do it. It's just farcical. He's another. He's another. He's another. He's another fruitcake. I mean, he really is. Guys who hold their feet, guys who cross their legs under the table, fruitcakes. I'm just gonna tell you. Before it's ad hominem, so ad hominem is what that do. That's not mature. It's not safe. Don't cross your legs under the table. Okay? Hold your legs. Sit like a man. She didn't even cross your legs. I don't even like guys who cross their legs in a chair. You know, the most you cross your legs down by the ankles. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You cross your feet down by the ankles. You don't cross one leg over your lap like a. Come on. You gotta go back to the basics here. Honestly, I say it jokingly. I'm being pretty serious, actually. You know, our standard of men is just like in a crisis. It really is. Our standard is in a crisis in this country. We want to fight wars. Like, you can have a Pinocchio culture if
Across
or something.
I didn't fucking know.
If you want to be a non-confrontational country, you can have a Pinocchio culture. If you want to be a non-confrontational country, egalitarian country that's subsidized by a much bigger power, of which you should be a tributary, end up being a sort of a monarch or state of the European Union, or like a collection of monarch states. We're like the tributary to the EU. But in a right world, if you want to be an egalitarian, subsidized tributary, then you can cross your legs. You can have men that cross their legs, right? But if you want to be a badass global dollar empire, you gotta have men who stand up straight, men who can do some damage at the drop of a dime, men who are tough, who are gritty, who like a little confrontation, you know? And look what we've become, right? And we're afraid of the Chinese. I just think we are. I think we're afraid of the Chinese. I think President Trump's calling it bluff every time he gets a chance. I really do believe that. You can't really look at the geopolitics and not see that this latest move to blockade the blockade is President Trump, calling President Xi's bluff. Now the question is, when President Trump goes to visit, what kind of deal they come out with? And I would venture to guess, and this is just me, it's a cautionary tale to you, Mr. President. I think that President Xi and the entire CCP believe they can, I believe they think they can wait President Trump out. They can wait out the entire MAGA movement. All they have to do is wait long enough to get an AOC shot in the foot? Are you shot in the balls? Are you shot in the head? There's a degree of severity there. And the same can be said for a country. Where are you shot? How much blood are you losing? Is a tourniquet work? These are things that just, as a matter of fact, you got to start to assess. And I think they would have been, they were. But it's all for nothing if we let the Democrats win. And we have to make strategic choices about the issues that we hang our hat on. Like, for example, we were just going to go to war anyway without any congressional oversight or any, which I said 7 years ago on the show. Thomas Massie still has yet to tell me the math on asking the Congress to do anything when it's captured by a foreign lobby or any special interest lobby. If the Congress is captured, why ask the president to ask Congress permission to do anything? By default, that would be that should rightfully be seen as an act of treason. If I know my Congress is captured by special interest lobbies, and I think one of the first things we should think about doing, well, this would be a good tell too. I think a referendum issue should be special interest lobbies. I think right alongside the Save America Act, we should bring a bill to the United States Senate before the midterms to put people on the record who really believes in getting money out of politics. Special interest lobbies, we should ban them across the board. You should see broad bipartisan support to ban special interest lobbies, which you won't. You'll see very little support, which should be the great tale, and there'd be no way we vote in 93% of the incumbents or 94, 95% of the incumbents in 2026. We have to get the message right. And it's right for people to say, it's right for people to say, they're alarmed. Not only are we alarmed at the prospect of us getting into another war for the kinetic implications, we're alarmed at what it signals. And if we weren't going to ask Congress for permission, why do we have to do this before the midterms? Why do we have to do this before the midterms and risk President Trump having his agenda stalled by the several or so seats they need to swing a majority? Why risk that? It's like we had the perfect coalition. You can't argue with it. It was successful. It was successful. And the president was at the UFC, and it's always good to see him at the UFC fight, and good to see the response. It means that at least a portion of our country still has half a brain, right? But I remember him pulling up to the UFC, Tucker, and it was, Rogan was there, and all of these people who are now like sort of persona non grata. It's like, okay, well, where's the math then? It's because the Christians aren't, and maybe the strategic thing here is, for once, we're going to try and pull on the low propensity Christians by using the Christian Zionist message. Maybe, hey, I didn't make the rule. I just work here. Okay, just telling you the way things are. There is a significant, on paper, there is a significant low propensity Christian community all across this country, and maybe some people have made the decision. It's more advantageous for us, for our national security, and everything else we want to do, to go after the Christian Zionists for once. Well, okay, fine. But then how do you recruit a Michelle Tafoya who's pro-choice, publicly pro-choice? It's almost as if somebody in the bowels of language is calling the bluff of American Christians and saying, well, which one is more important to you, Israel or abortion? See, so I can feel the spiritual implications of it. Which is more important to you Christians, Israel or life? Which one is more important, Israel or life? And you got to ask yourself, say, the conservative movement, what has been conserved? We didn't conserve the Second Amendment. We didn't conserve the First Amendment. We haven't conserved pro-life. President Trump improved the position. But en masse, we didn't conserve it. It doesn't look like we intend to conserve it because got to throw that in. The NRSC, Tim Scott, Lindsey Graham, and the rest of the gang, they're all serving the Judeo-Christian ethic, and they recruited a pro-choice candidate to run for United States Senate. Wonder how that'll go over when we have to vote in Supreme Court justices. So you don't plan on conserving pro-life. Is the Alamo Israel? Is the Alamo the conservative movement Israel? Is that like the one thing we're going to dig our heels in and conserve? And you just got to ask yourself, like, okay, all right, I guess. I don't agree. I think it's a great spiritual indictment of the conservative movement and Christians that Israel would be that another country's problems or threats and dangers with the Alamo, the rally point, the sort of red line of the conservative in America. But hey, fine, let's see how hard you're willing to fight. I know you're willing to fight really hard over there. Let's see how hard you're willing to fight here. That's going to be a great tell, right? I mean, we're willing to go all out, balls to the walls. We're going to fight a war. We're going to put ground troops there on Clark Island or wherever else in the name of Christ. We're going to fight our way to victory in the name of Christ, the world away. It's going to say a lot about this country's Christian community. See how hard we're willing to fight here. And if I have to say, I do say so myself. The reason why I joined the movement, why I ran as a Republican, is because of my faith in Christ. My love of country, no doubt, the country, and I believe in the Constitution. But my faith in Christ is what joined the conservative. Because I woke up one day and to be a Christian or a Catholic was considered white supremacy. Pretty fair skin, but nobody would mistake me. White man, last name is white, but nobody would mistake me. White man. I woke up one morning in my mid-20s, actually right around the time George Floyd died. I led this protest to the Federal Reserve, and I had people bow and pray. And a couple days later, I ran into a few folks that gave me some insight about just how hostile the current political climate was toward Christianity. It's like, why isn't every conservative news outlet showing the Christians are in Ethiopia celebrating Easter? Why is conservative mainstream media, conservative, why are they not replaying the Christians there in Ethiopia celebrating Easter Sunday and Good Friday by the tens and hundreds of thousands? It's Christianity in Africa 250 years or so before it ever reached Europe. It's not a religion of white supremacy. Christ wasn't white. He wasn't white. He wasn't black. He wasn't this. He wasn't that. Christ is Christ. But he certainly didn't where he came from. We know what his ethnic, makeup was. Per the stories. I mean, we could say, and hey, you could make an argument that Israel, that Nazareth and Jerusalem and that place in the Middle East was already, an intersection of a relatively smaller global economy, trade route. So there are plenty of people who were there, and many different skin colors and pigmentations, but ultimately, he was from Israel. Okay. Point being is, in what world do they get off saying that Christianity is white supremacy? That's how you got people like me. That's how you got people like me. That's how we're going to draw people in. That's how we're going to win. That's how we can only mend the racial divide in this country through the gospel. We can only mend, let me say it again, for the people in the back, we can only mend racial divide and animosity in this country. The gospel. But I don't think the conservatives take the gospel anywhere for the most part. I don't think that the conservative movement is even upholding the gospel anymore. I think we're reaching a point where the gospel may in fact become canceled. I gospel anti-Semitic? Just go ahead and say it. Say the New Testament's anti-Semitic so we can get out of the way. A lot of these Christian Zionists are still going to fight for you. Just say it. I mean, don't dance around it. You know, the New Testament is anti-Semitic. Just say it. Just go ahead and put it out there, and then we can watch all these Christian Zionists line up to die for another country. Because they will. And I do think it's that bad. I think we have a nationwide and cultural-wide metastasization of mass formation psychosis. I really do. And it's across the political spectrum. Take any number of cultural wedge issues and show you exactly how crazy America is. The gospel anti-Semitic, I see a future where we can't use the gospel to mend a racial divide or any other divides. We have trouble deciding whether or not in the Christian community the gospel is something that we value. Questions to answer. Questions to answer. But if you go and fight a war, wrap yourself in the cloth of Christ, you sure as hell better have your spiritual house in order. Because hell is the consequence. Just saying. You sure as hell better have your spiritual house in order if you drape yourself in the cloth of Christ to wage a war, because if you don't, hell is the consequence. Hell is real. Just as real as the resurrection, hell is also real. And there are a lot of people there, and there are a lot of people going. A lot of people going. A lot of people going to say they're Christian too. Food for thought. Food for thought. We can look. And all that being said, we can win. We can do this. We can win. I've seen it. I've been on that coach on the sideline, a bunch of 15-year-old boys. They all have their own agenda in mind, right? They all got their own plans. And you gotta call the time. You gotta burn the time out every once in a while. Hey, wait, ref, give me 4. Sit your ass down. Breathe. 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 Take a breath. Coach is gonna chew you out, but take a breath first so you can hear what I'm saying. What are the fundamentals? Let's go back to the stay in front of your man. Can you stay in front of your man? No, you can't. So, okay, you take a blow. You watch. Okay, get yourself together because you gotta go back in. Stay in front of your man. The help side is late. You're a step late. And a step makes a big difference. Get over there quicker. You have to rotate down and fill. When that pass goes out, you gotta scramble. You gotta scramble and close out, because this kid, Johnny, from Indiana, he can shoot that rock. If you don't close out on him quick enough, he's gonna spray ass. Okay? And I'm gonna have to sub you out. And we have to run next week in practice, because I just don't think you play hard enough. I don't think you want it bad enough. I don't think you want it bad enough. I think we have, and I'm talking politics now, I don't think it's bad enough. I don't think we want to change this country for the better. I think we know what's wrong. I think we have a lot of problems with the country, with the way things are. But I think the convenience is so good, we hesitate to really change it. I don't know. Tell me am I wrong? Why does the American public vote in 93% of the incumbents? What other possible explanation can you give except we like that we like it? We crave to be subjugated. We crave tyranny, whether it's overt tyranny so the left can play their secular martyrdom, or we crave like a subtle, passive, tyranny, economic tyranny. Crave a slavery. Crave to be 19th century Russian serfs under a techno feudal empire. We crave it. Some of our leaders are like, bring on the technocracy. Whoa, hold on, dude. Time out. Let me burn another one. Wait a second. We can't be doing technocracy, are we? Okay, President Trump's divine appointment is to break the rule-based order. My generation, we have to take on the digital dystopia. We have to take on the technocracy. President Trump's 80 years old. Okay, he's 80. He's 80. What he's doing at 80 is nothing short of a miracle, honestly. I just gotta say that. It's weird. It's nothing short of a miracle. The unless America's getting a cut, a big cut. Okay. But we still do Lindsey Graham. Because a man named Lindsey, who talks the way that he does, is never going to lead his country to prosperity. It's been another episode of the Alex Jones Show here on Sunday night. It's been a pleasure to see you again. God bless you all. God bless America. Godspeed. Have a great weekend. I'll see you at 7 a.m. White House. So, CIA declassified documents last week. Operation Artichoke to poison vaccines, food supply in the water to dumb down to make it controllable. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations, not just from cats, you name it, like Jimmy has on his brain. And they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up. Go to the UN's own website. Over 2 million people have cognitive disabilities because they assault. About 20 points on average, 15, 20 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world. Has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original H2 bag, but even stronger, pure atomic. Atomic isn't radioactive. It means it's on the periodic table. It is absolutely pure. And I mix that with ultramethylene blue that is also on record good for your pineal gland and reversing the calcification, the rest of it. Well, we've got the best methylene blue. And I just mixed the iodine with methylene blue with this water. I'm going to drink this, and this is pure rocket fuel. So good for your body. Essential iodine with methylene blue together is amazing. Very scary looking too. So, by the way, the product, which is available right now at thealexjoneshow.com, is T3. It's X2 back even better at thealexjonesstore.com. So for all the fans who wanted it, everybody that wanted to get it, they've had it for over a year. It is back, reborn, like the Phoenix, even stronger. Exclusively available through our sponsor, thealexjonesstore.com. But regardless, our methylene blue, our iodine is the best, and it does so many other things: libido, stamina, energy. They go together like a horse and carriage. Get them both now. There's also another big sale as well at thealexjonesstore.com, and I thank you for your support. Tomorrow's news today. Trends and global developments before they happen, right here on the Alex Jones Show. It is Sunday, April 12th, 2026. All of my predictions since this Iran-Israel-U.S. war began back on March 1st have come true because this Strait of Hormuz war with Iran has been a war game as much as anything else has. It's up there in the very top few. It's very well known scenarios are. So on record, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, all of them told Trump that this wasn't true what Israel was telling him. The neocons came in and they lied to Trump. I first broke that a month ago, confirmed out of the White House. Absolutely insane. And now Iran has us by the balls because we started this in Israel. They're not going to give the concessions Trump wants. Peace deals everything last week fell through. And now Trump has announced he's going to blockade everybody going to the Strait and not let Iran get out into it. Iran's ready to sit there for months or years and play this game of chicken. And I've been saying that will be the next blockade. And why haven't our ships gone in there before when Trump said he was a few weeks ago? Because then they can be hit by all the short range and medium range missiles and artillery. So this is beyond insane. The U.S. will now get the blame even more for the energy crisis that's already spread around the world. If
Inflation numbers came in last week. It is causing massive inflation in the United States as well. Chain reactions around the planet, like Taiwan, that will make ships, liquid natural gas. It goes on and on. And Israel knew that when they attacked and dragged us into it, it was a good chance the rules would fall. They were going to commit us to a full war and face saving. And now Trump is in a huge pissing contest with people that psychologically are not going to back down, and I predict the rules are not going to fall, at least for 6 months a year. And by then, the economy will be gone devastated. And that's what BlackRock and Larry Page went. They're really happy right now. And the COVID lockdown, their wealth doubled. Public lost about half theirs on average. Now it's going to happen again. They've got all the free money to loan out. They'll put us on the global social credit score and all the rest of it. So it's going so well until Trump let the tail wag the dog and Israel control our foreign policy and thus our domestic policy. That's the reality. In 2026, pray for Trump to wake up, call out Israel, and pull out of this now and make a real deal with Iran. That's the only way. It's done now. On the next Real Alex Jones, full transmission tonight, right here, 4 to 6 p.m., 4 to 8 p.m., 2 shows on the Infowars Network, Infowars.com/show.
All right, folks, that is a little transmission from our stalwart leader, Alex Jones. I'm sitting in for Alex Jones today. I'm Harrison Smith, of course, host of The War Room. We've got a lot to cover in this 2-hour broadcast and then Sunday Night Live from 6 to 8. Very glad that you're here with us in this all-important time period. Everything is accelerating. Everything is getting that much more, well, for lack of a better word, insane. Completely and utterly insane. And I'd say dangerous. I'd say sort of character of our civilization is wearing a bit thin, and we're on the cusp of some horrifying stuff really all over the world. And I've seen this type of thing before. In fact, if you remember, I did a year in review in 2019. For the year 2019, I called it the year the mask came off, because all throughout 2019 were these uprisings, these upstart revolutions taking place, the Yellow Vests in France, the Hong Kong rebellion against Chinese control there. And in every case, the powers that be sort of said, yeah, we pretend to be democracies, but not anymore. Actually, we're just going to crush you. So I called it the year the mask came off. Ironic, because the next year was the year of the mask. I didn't know it at the time. But it was the year that they basically said, you know what, we are tyrants, and we crush you. And we want, regardless of how it affects the people. It feels like we're in that situation again. So before 2019, it felt like we were on the cusp of a worldwide revolution, and then COVID hit. Here we are on the cusp once again, and Iran hits. Not a coincidence. I'll explain it on the other side. Stay with us.
I know you're the big health guy. You're way better shape than I am. Don't kick my ass. I've seen you were in a liver change. You take your medical before. I want you to take our medical grade. It takes 30 minutes to kick in. Show everybody. I'd like you to drink this, Jay. You said earlier what? I appreciate it. I want to get your true review. It doesn't work? Tell me. Here it is, brother. Here. Just like the stuff from Dune, the water of life. He's drinking the juice of a strangled brown sandworm right now. Aaron Harkonnen is not happy. We're going to see what happens.
20 minutes later.
I feel like my brain is clearer and working faster. It feels like my brain and my energy and the accelerator hit on that. I felt it in my brain and my energy. Well, I'm going to get some before I leave. We're going to give you a couple bottles of it, bro. We love it. It's amazing. Here's now thealexjonesstore.com.
short out of it. That's where we're at. The most intense heat, most intense pressure, and all of the work that we've done up till this point could easily be completely spoiled and we'd be in a worse position we were when we started, or we can get out of this refined, sharpened, honed, and successful and victorious. And we're sort of on that cusp. It feels like we are at the tipping point, one way or the other. And if you were watching InfoWars last week, you got to witness a miracle. You got to witness an honest to God coincidence beyond coincidence. When you had Alex Jones talking to whose name is Pastor JamesLeeGillenwater, Darkwater, and he's going on about the battle axe, and the battle axe arrives at exactly that time. The letter saying God told me to send this to you. Just crazy coincidences. So crazy. And this is like kind of one of these ironies. You've got some people claiming that we faked it, which is like hardly people would seriously suggest that if you watch the video. Hard to understand how that would have been faked or why we faked it. Just kind of a weird thing for them to suggest. But what it means is that it's real, right? It's like if it wasn't a real miracle, if it wasn't something actually miraculous, actually beyond natural description, it seemed a little bit supernatural the way it worked out. And people saying it's fake because they recognize that and they just don't want to believe it. But it was just a ridiculous, like, oh my gosh, whatever. I sneezed right when you said that thing, so it must be true. Like, it wasn't just some sort of random minor coincidence. This was something so crazy. Like, and I witnessed it myself. I sat there and watched Rob Duke walk by with the axe as he was going into the studio. My office is right outside the door. And it was amazing. And again, people recognized how insane it was, and so they choose to think, yeah, they must have faked it. It's too unbelievable that would have actually happened. No, it actually happened. So what you're really expressing is doubt and skepticism that should in fact be wonder and awe and like reverence for what you witnessed. I mean, if it wasn't as crazy as we thought it was, nobody would say we faked it. They would just say, what the hell? So I showed up, so what? No, it was crazy. It was meaningful to those of us that watched it unfold. And of course, the coincidence of it happening right before Alex Jones is attacked by Donald Trump was all very spectacular. I thought maybe we pull that video in. I did a little 5-minute video. Because just watching the video, it's almost not enough. You almost need the context of like, here's what actually just happened right in front of all of us. And it's really spectacular. And we have Donald Trump attacking Alex Jones, which I can't help but see a sort of like, we witnessed what happened with the axe. It was like crazy. Alex is crying. I'm like holding back tears. Oh my God, I can't believe that just happened. This guy telling Alex Jones, you're the battle axe of God. And then the battle axe like descends from heaven. And it's like, I am from God. It's like, wow, this was crazy. 3 hours later, Donald Trump attacks Alex Jones, and suddenly it's like what was already perceived as a miraculous event takes on this whole new meaning of like, oh, maybe this is what it was about. And people in that, like, just understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that Satan wants Alex Jones impeached. Satan wants Donald Trump attacking his own friends, and he wants those friends attacking Donald Trump back. Satan wants division and strife and chaos. And maybe if they had gone differently, if Alex was in a terrible mood, if he'd just been hit with some bad bankruptcy decision and stubbed his toe, like, all that stuff, and he got hit with, the Donald Trump diatribe, the hatred diatribe, maybe he would have responded differently. Maybe he'd come out swinging, said, screw you, blah, 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 but he didn't. He had been given this gift from God as assurance, it seems to us. And, I have people being like, oh, this is very blasphemous. I genuinely don't understand that. You're saying that it's blasphemous to witness miracles. What? You're saying it's blasphemous for something to happen, seemingly miraculous thing happens, and we're supposed to go, but that's not from God. It's blasphemous to see God's handiwork here in the mortal realm. You're not allowed to see God's work here on earth. It's like, what a crazy thing to think. blasphemous thing if we faked it. People get confused. It's like if you're a paralyzed person, pray to God, and suddenly you can walk, that's a miracle. If you're a preacher that brings up a not paralyzed person in a wheelchair and then commands them to walk, and they get up and walk and pretend like if they fake it, that's blasphemy. If you're pretending to witness or engage in miracles because you want people's money, that's blasphemy. That's the worst sin you can commit according to some interpretations. But actually witnessing a miracle and then saying, I'm pretty sure we just saw a sign from God, I don't understand how that can be blasphemy. I really don't. Again, unless you're saying like, the little Robin landed on the moon, right? As I said, that God approves of what I'm saying, and we have to do it. That's not what we're saying. We're saying what we witnessed, felt, and seemed miraculous in all sincerity. It was crazy. The reason I'm saying all this, I'm not just like trying to ramble about this miracle witness, was worth rambling about. It's because we're in a situation where we haven't wanted to drop Donald Trump. We haven't wanted to be on Donald Trump's bad side. We've tried against all prevailing sentiment, perhaps against all reason, logic. We've tried so hard to cling on to Donald Trump. And it's almost like we get slapped in the face. The outright rejection. The ambiguity and the nuance to be stripped away, and for what's left over just to be Donald Trump is not worth your support. It's time to move on. And here's the craziest thing about the acts and the thing that I think puts it into the realm of the miraculous is that the letter that came along with the acts describes that exact process that I just described of wanting something so badly and thinking it's possible, and even as it gets farther and farther away, you still cling to the dream, and you still are, but if we could just get him to do the stuff, if we could just get Trump on the, because the guy who made the acts, who by the way is now on X, and I'll get you his account, because now we found the son of the guy. By the way, if you think that it wasn't a miracle, the guy put the literal shipping receipt, so you can see exactly when the acts were shipped and when it arrived. Like, it's beyond confirmed. And so the carpenter that sent the acts is now on X, and I'll get you his account so you can follow him, because that's very cool. But he wrote a letter saying, I had this vision, I had this idea, I had this dream, this fantasy, that I'd go to thealexjonesstore.com, I'd make a purchase, and I'd win the truck, I'd win the raffle, and I'd get to come down to Austin to meet Alex Jones to pick up my new car, and I'd be able to for him the acts in person, right? That's the fantasy, that's the dream, that's the thing he was clinging on to. And for months, he clung to that dream until finally his son said, that may be nice if that were to happen, but like, what if it doesn't happen? That might not happen. So just go with what you know, right? Why cling to the fantastical hope that maybe you could win a raffle and go visit him? Why put all your money on that? Just mail it to him, and it's a sure thing. And so the axe comes along with this message, with this lesson that applies directly to Alex Jones of like, hey, you got the fantasy, you got the dream of Donald Trump. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go. And I've experienced this in my own life. Friends or people I worked with, where it's like, I should have maybe years ago been like, I can't work with these guys anymore. I got to do something else. But you cling on to it. You don't want to lose it, and you really need a betrayal, a slap in the face to go, okay, God, I get it. You're pushing me away from what I'm doing. That's how I got the job at InfoWars, by the way, in case you were curious. Literally, like, clinging on to this like impossible dream for so long, finally being just like completely betrayed and being like, yes, I got to give up on this. I guess it's finally time to give up on this dream. Better go to Craigslist and see what jobs are out there. Boom, first job, InfoWars. Crazy stuff. Crazy how coincidences like that happen. So all this is to say is that we've gotten the signal now. We have received the signal. It is no longer ambiguous. It is no longer nuanced. Donald Trump is not the guy. Maybe we'd be in a better position if we realized this before, but I think our opposition now to Donald Trump is only strengthened or legitimate by the fact that we have not thrown him under the bus. We did not throw him under the bus for Ron DeSantis, like so many people out there did. We did not throw him under the bus when it looks like he was being thrown into or persecuted by the left, have, in total good faith, tried desperately to believe in the promise of Donald Trump. And finally, out of his own mouth, on his own post, we have been told, I am not the guy. Donald Trump is not the guy. It's time to move on. And everybody's sort of getting that message. And to be honest, we probably should have learned that a while ago. Regardless of what you think about Trump, he's not the candidate in 2028. Somebody else is. So if you go to CPAC and you see Donald Trump's face blowing up the size of buildings everywhere, that's kind of counterproductive. He's not going to be a candidate in 2028. He's not a candidate in 2026. How is it helpful to have a cult of personality around the guy who's not even going to be running for office? Doesn't make any sense. Especially when that guy has now completely and totally sacrificed all the benefit of the doubt, all of the political impetus, the mandate we delivered to him in office. He has squandered it all. So what should have happened, what we were begging Trump to do the entire time, was that Trump should have taken his popularity, taken the revolution that he represented in American politics, and brought up a bunch of people with him. The only people he brought up with him, he has now cast aside. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a great example, right? Somebody that rode in on the Trump wave of a bunch of people going, hey, Trump is kicking butt. We need more people like him. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene are like him. So they've been tossed aside, and Lindsey Graham is now in charge. Mark Levin is now in charge. They are now MAGA, and you are not, and I am not, and we are not. So thank you, Trump, for letting us know. Message received. It's time to move on. And so that's what's happening politically. And we can show you some interesting events here over the weekend, including Donald Trump appearing doing one of his favorite things and appearing at a UFC event, MMA event, and he actually appeared at this event last year, and the reaction a little bit different, a little bit of a more subdued and muted response to Donald Trump getting into UFC. And if we go to that video, it's in my list. You'll have it. Clip number 58. Here it is. Trump above in 2025, below in 2026. You'll notice in 2026, they pumped the music quite a bit, just to try to drown out the booing. Let's watch.
Right now, to extend
Everybody's standing. Everybody's got their hands in the air with the films, trying to just capture a glimpse of the king, a glimpse of the newly crowned president of the United States as he walks triumphant into the UFC to just deafening cheers and a standing ovation. That was 1 year ago, almost exactly 1 year ago. The same people in the train, right? Same people coming along with him into this event. Pretty different to what happened in 2026. Here's 2026.
45th and now 47th president of the United States of America.
Nobody's desperately just get a high five from Donald Trump. There were actually a lot of videos there. People posted other videos from different angles where you can see not the official audio, that was mostly the music. Yeah, and see, I think he shakes hands with that Dan Bongino. Don? Is it Don? No joke. I literally don't know if his name is Dan or Don Bongino. I can never remember. That's not just me trying to subtly disrespect him by getting his name wrong. That is overtly disrespecting him by not caring what his name is. Don Bongino. So there you go. This, of course, is reflected in the polls that are coming out. Of course, not the poll where they're like, we asked 5 diehard Trump supporters if they liked Iran, and he has 100% approval However, a CBS News poll has showed that Trump's approval trend among white non-college voters has cratered in just the last few months. Not over the course of a year, not over the course of 6 months. Between February and April, it went from green to red. So February 2025, 1 year ago, he was plus 36 with this group of people. By the time September around, he was only plus 26. So he'd already lost a bunch of them, probably by getting rid of Doge and starting the bombing campaign on Iran. But people still overwhelmingly happy with him and in favor of him. By the time 2026 this year rolls around, we're looking at only plus 10. So, all right, not great, but not terrible, at least in the positives. Now it's 4 as of April 2026. That's a net 40-point negative swing in a single year, which is hard to do without killing someone. Right? Like, I guess he did. Only he didn't kill someone. He killed our nation. He killed America, actually. I'm not even exaggerating there. But to me, the even more shocking thing is the 14-point drop in 2 months. 40 points over a year, but 14 points between February and April of 2026. So, again, you can blame this on podcasters, but we've been talking the whole year. The collapse only came after Iran. This isn't about who's criticizing you, it's about what you're doing. And this, again, it's just the height of absurdity of all of this is the fact that they mess up and they want to blame the people talking about their mess ups. They betray the country and they want to blame the podcasters / radio television hosts. I'm on the radio right now. For responding to or reacting to terrible policy decisions. And so, attack on Alex Jones, the attack on Tucker Carlson and others has been an act of total desperation. Here's how Alex Jones responded with JP Sears this weekend.
IQ tester.
Yep.
Okay, I think I need one.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. What?
Well, I've had some people lately telling me I have a low IQ.
Ooh, shots fired. Gosh. Telling you that.
Well, some people online have been telling me that, like the president. And my dogs are looking at me a little bit condescendingly now.
Well, we'll find out. So with this IQ test, I'll just ask you a series of simple, really common sense questions. Best answer.
I'm actually kind of a little bit nervous right now.
Oh yeah, you should. Because if you turn out to be what some would call a low IQ nut job, then you're pretty much a lost cause.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
All right, first question. Which word doesn't belong? Apple, banana, carrot, orange.
Is it carrot?
Very good, because it's not a fruit at all. It's clever. Next question. Who would be considered more of a traitor to their country? Person A, who receives $230 million from a foreign lobby, or person B, who receives $0 from a foreign lobby?
Clearly person A.
Wrong.
Come on, that's got to be correct.
Next, hypothetical question. If a country has a major shipping waterway that you want to have open, and it's currently open, but they'll close it if you go to war, what would be a smart way to ensure that waterway stays open?
Don't go to war with them.
No, not even close. I mean, common sense would say go to war with that country and stay at war with that country as a way of putting pressure on them to reopen it after they've closed it because you went to war with them.
Are you playing with a full deck?
I don't play cards, but thanks for asking. Oh, and this is a good one. If you had the desire to take down an international pedophile ring, what would be the best way to follow through on that desire?
Well, you launch a full investigation using every means necessary, and then you prosecute those bastards the full extent of the law.
Wrong. No. You would launch an effort to prevent any investigations or prosecutions.
That can't be right.
Well, an ounce of prevention is worth a cure.
These questions are kind of weird.
Oh, I assure you, standardized IQ test questions, sir. Next question. Here's a scenario. You got a person work for America and America only. What country does that person work for?
America?
That's incorrect.
Candace Owens. Have you seen France's First Lady? I told her if she had an OnlyFans, I would subscribe. Okay, how would you describe what America First means? Putting America's interests first above any other foreign nation. No, you're actually describing anti-Semitism. Yeah. Okay, last question. What year did we first land on the moon? I've never been to the moon. No, we've been to the moon. We go all the time. Well, your test is complete. I've never seen a score like this before. What did I get? You got an IQ of 65. Is that high? That's a very low IQ. My life is literally ruined. He was right. Right. Just don't worry about that now. My big question is, what am I going to do with my life now that I've learned that I'm so stupid? Well, just remember, you're also a nut job. But yeah, you're pretty screwed. Really, the only option I can give low IQ people such as yourself is to like go off and open a Somali daycare. I am completely devastated. Absolutely brilliant response from JP Sears and Alex Jones. You can find that on Alex's X account at Real Alex Jones. JP Sears and Alex. Perfect response to Donald Trump. He wanted rage. He wanted outrage. He wanted to fight. Not just mockery. That old man. Everything I sell to you works. Obviously, that's the goal. Like it. Everything I sell to you, keep researching, and I now I've been promoting lights for decades with sponsors. We're going to tell you what they are. Basically, our sponsor has a really high quality private label, top selling brand, private label we're bringing to you right now. Resident toxins, environment, chemistry, all the garbage in the food. It is more important than ever to take zeolites on a regular basis. But not all zeolites are created. This is really a high quality zeolite. Please do your own research and go to thealexjonestore.com and secure our high quality zeolite formula. Now let's go to some of the incredible facts. We're swimming in toxins every single day. Metals from the air, chemicals in the food and water. Your body needs help finding and eliminating this garbage before it builds up and destroys your cells. Enter zeolite detox defense. Advanced binding agent. This isn't some gimmick. Zeolite is a naturally occurring volcanic mineral with a unique cage-like crystalline structure that acts like a molecular trap. Through ion exchange and absorption, it selectively grabs positively charged toxins, heavy metals, ammonia, and other unwanted compounds while letting beneficial minerals stay put. Then it escorts them straight out of your system through your gut. Paired with folic acid, it also supports healthy mineral transport and cleaner internal environment. Users report feeling lighter, more balanced, and clear-headed with consistent daily use. Just one dose a day gives you 60 full servings of detox support. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't steer you wrong. You know that. If you love our methylene blue, if you love our bovine colostrum, if you love the other incredible products like our T3 iodine, you are going to love this zeolite detox formula. Secure yours now at thealexjonestore.com. And if you haven't checked out the other supplements like our methylene red, proprietary to us, our ultramethylene blue, that is on record the strongest and the best, check it out today. And while you're there, check out the widest selection of patriot apparel, baseball caps, t-shirts, hoodies, you name it, to spread the word of freedom in America and worldwide. Bottom line, thanks for keeping us on the air over the years. We're facing some of the biggest challenges ever to stay on the air. But thanks to you standing with us as our partners in the info war, we are stronger than ever. So thank you so much for your support. Please visit thealexjonestore.com today. And if you want to get massive discounts for all the supplements, sign up as a subscriber, lock in your orders in the future. You can cancel anytime. So all you're really locking in is the massive discounts. Same thing with VIPs. Cancel anytime. $30 a month, $40 to spend in the store. Special deals, special offers, special sales on everything. So if you're buying anything, thealexjonestore.com, you should be happy. Thank you so much for your support. Now secure your zeolite formula now at thealexjonestore.com. I know you're the big health guy. You're way better shape than I am. I see we're in the Liver King. Take your medical before. I want you to take our medical grade. 30 minutes if you can. Show everybody. I'd like you to drink this. Okay? You said earlier what I appreciate it. I want to get your true review. It doesn't work. Tell me. Here it is, brother. like the stuff from Doom, the water of life. Drinking the juice of a strangled sandworm right now. Aaron Harkonnen is not happy. We're going to see what happens. 20 minutes later. I feel like my brain is clearer and working faster. It feels like my brain and my energy had the accelerator hit on that. I felt it in my brain and my energy. Well, I'm going to get some before I leave. We're going to give you a couple bottles of them, bro. We love it. It's amazing. Here's now thealexjonesstore.com. A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones. The answer to 1984 is 1776. You're listening to the Alex Jones Show. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is sitting in today for Alex Jones. Remember, you support us. We're going to thealexjonesstore.com to support us. So much to cover now. We're going to get to Iran and the latest there, and the failure of the ceasefire talks, courtesy of Israel. That's the reporting, at least. But everything is completely insane and exploding all at exactly the same time. In some cases, literally a gigantic volcano has just erupted in Japan. The Sakura volcano, disgorging immense amounts of ash into the atmosphere right now. And of course, if you're watching InfoWars this week, you know that we've talked quite a bit about the changing condition of Earth's ecosystem, the atmosphere, magnetic shield around us, and this is what you would expect as a consequence of that. After all, oh my God, it's just gigantic. You've got the Earth's crust, the mantle all reacting to the radiation that the sun emits, even though a lot of it is blocked. But if you take down that magnetic shield, you're going to get more interactions, more chaos, more geological phenomenon like that. But that's the natural phenomenon. But that's just literally the Earth actually exploding. Figuratively, it's exploding with even more force and destructive power. And I'm telling you, I just hit the break just now. We had like a 4-minute break as we do once an hour. And I just went through liking some things to save them. And we have Israeli units nonstop systematically detonating what's left of Taiba village in northern Lebanon as they create new settlements there, as they drive out the last remaining Christians in the first Christian community, the place where Jesus was born and raised. They are being violently driven out in complete defiance of Donald Trump's explicit demands, by the way, but we should be used now to Trump being utterly humiliated by Israel. In North Africa, we have videos of Islamic invaders with clubs, knives, and machetes wreaking havoc on Andalusia, Spain. A church is burned. Another church has been lit on fire by Muslims in Ireland. At the same time, Ireland is going to war with the Gardaí. I'm going to get to that in just a little bit. And there's videos of the Irish actually fighting hand-to-hand against the Gardaí. Here's the Darth Vader-style stormtroopers going in to oppress the natives of Ireland for opposing their wholesale replacement by hostile foreigners. We, of course, have the attack on Savannah Hernandez yesterday. We are going to get to that video and give you an update as to what's happened there, because the political chaos here at home is simply simmering. It's not cooled at all. It just is waiting for an opportunity to boil over. Israeli Defense Minister Katz gave a press conference from southern Lebanon 2 hours ago saying the residents will not return to south of the Litani River, that around 20% of Lebanon's population has now been forcibly evicted from their ancestral homes by the hostile and aggressive land grab of Israel. A group of Afghan Muslims set fire to a historic church in Ireland. Michigan residents will now be under drone surveillance as Oakland County Board of Commissioners voted to approve a very controversial new drone program for law enforcement. So the physical, aspect of the global panopticon control grid going into place here in America, Michigan, of course. 6 warehouse fires have occurred in only 3 days
as there's become a trend of disgruntled employees literally setting fire to entire warehouses when they like don't get a raise. And then this volcano erupted, and we have some new information about Tyler Robinson and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm telling you, folks, that was less than 4 minutes on X for me, and I could spend an hour on every one of these. We talked about the church in Ireland being burned, either as a singular example of yet another terrorist attack against the people of Europe, or as the latest of a continual, practically daily series of church fire bombings that have occurred in Europe. I could spend the whole show on that. I could spend the whole show on the sudden rise in warehouse fires that occurred over the last month or so, also paralleling exactly run up to the COVID-19 lockdown. Every one of these I can spend an hour on, and every 4 minutes I spend on X is that many stories. Just to give you an idea of the true chaos engulfing the world right now, just a little hint. All right, just a little hint. So I wasn't planning on covering any of those stories because I didn't know about them until just now. Whoops. So what we are going to do is talk about what's going on in Iran and continuing and like bottomless failure of the Trump administration in the war in Iran. Failure upon failure upon failure. It is inexplicable if you're approaching this from any sort of traditional logical perspective. If instead you approach it from the correct perspective, which I'll give you in just a second, then all of this makes perfect sense. See, what you're being told is that we have all of these various war aims, some contradictory, some didn't exist before the war started, some are only existent because the war started. They change. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around. That's because none of them are real. None of them are actual. None of them are being sought after. Okay? This is not about replacing the Iran regime with a new regime. It's not about getting rid of their nuclear stockpile. It's not about opening the Strait of Hormuz. It's not about any of those things. Because what they want you to believe is that this war is being waged by America for American interests, Israel for Israeli interests, and Iran for Iranian interests. Okay, hold on. That is a great idea. That is great. Nobody steal this idea. Maybe I shouldn't say it. But an Art of War book parody by Donald Trump, where all of the advice is bad advice, that is such a funny idea. Just taking the Art of War and replacing the advice in the actual book with whatever Donald Trump does. That's like the funniest thing I've ever heard. That would be a $1 million idea right there. Don't do it. It's mine. Copyright. Don't steal my idea. I'm gonna write it. I got distracted. It says a very funny idea. The actual purpose of the Iran war is the same purpose of COVID-19. It's the same purpose of the Ukraine war. It's the same reason why Europe is being flooded with migrants and why we've been saying they've been pushing for World War III since at least 2020. And as we've been saying, the Ukraine war was also designed to spiral out into a wider conflict. There's been resistance. It hasn't actually happened, in no small part due to Russia's behavior and not crossing the red line, not bombing Europeans, playing within the laws of international regulation as they are bound to do because they don't get to flagrantly violate international law like Israel and America does on a routine basis. The point of all of it is to get World War III in order to get total control of humanity. This was always the plan, and this was the plan before World War I started. World War I was about destroying once and for all the last royal house in Europe. The only royal house that stood after World War I. Before World War I, the German Empire was in place, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire was in place, the Russian Empire was in place, the British Empire was in place. France, of course, succumbed to the revolution. About 100 years before that. And by the end of World War I, none of them, except for the UK, British royal family. That was the only one that stood as a powerful monarchy after World War I, and it was already taken over by the Rothschilds following the Battle of Waterloo 50 years before that. So they by which the Rothschilds and other European banking interests decided to the world. So World War I was about getting rid of those noble families. Check, check, check. Right, mark that right off. World War II was about destroying nationalism, creating the basis for globalism, the Bretton Woods Agreement, establishing the global monetary empire that we've been operating in the entire time, creating the UN. Remember, World War I created the League of Nations, but Americans weren't down with it. It had to be ratified by the Senate. Senators didn't want to. It was created by Wilson. It was created by an American president, but Americans didn't join because they had to get it approved by the Senate. This was back at a time when the Senate and the Congress, the House of Representatives, were actually jealous of their power and effectively. That's not really the case anymore. Now the executive does whatever the hell he wants, and Congress and Senate enjoys the fact that they can be totally hands off and not responsible for the actual decisions. All this is to say, World War I, League of Nations, World War II, UN, World War III, global government. That was always the plan. They're pushing us towards that as rapidly as possible. And you see this as Germany has just increased the age of the draft. The UK is telling their people, and has been for a while, get ready. We're going into total war mode. We're going to be a war economy soon. America has said, forget all this other stuff. We're going into a war economy mode, and that's what's going to be the driver of our success from now on. They're pushing towards this. So, long story short, we look at the Iran war through the eyes of these people, and everything's going swimmingly. It's all going perfectly. The point of the war was to create the economic disaster that we're now witnessing unfold, to create the shortages, to oppose the rationing, use rationing to control the people. This is always the plan. The strait was supposed to be shut. It is supposed to be shut. They'd be fine if it went down completely. Iran was never supposed to be managed and administered by moderates who could work with their neighbors in America and Israel. The plan was always to create a failed state in Iran where it could just be playground for warring empires for all of time. They wanted to become Syria or Libya 2.0, and we've been saying this since before the latest round of this war. So I know some people are starting to say this now. They're starting to look around and go, gee, after 45 days of war, it looks like this is before it started. Okay? Because we are looking at it, this dichotomy, not the traditional idea of America. We're fighting for America. No, we're not. America is fighting for the globalists. It's obvious. This could not be more obvious. And we're seeing the way that against all reason, all logic, all sensibility, all political impetus and zeitgeist currently at work in American politics, against all of that, we are doubling down on this war, tripling down on this war. We're now almost forcing China and Russia to get involved in this war to a greater degree than they ever were before, and they're responding in kind. It's all on purpose. They are driving us towards World War III on purpose. They can get off at any point. The off ramp is right there, available. If Israel doesn't bomb it first. And really, that is the off ramp. The off ramp is you have to drive through Israel. You have to Israel saying they're blocking the off ramp. And if we don't want to go to World War III, that's who we need to run over to get onto the off ramp. Do you understand? Because it's not even a question at this point. It's almost to the degree that they're doing it to provoke us, which may very well be the reality. But we got statements from Trump about this, and here's the real important thing about it. U.S. intelligence shows China now taking a more active role in Iran war. China may have shipped missiles to Iran, and Beijing is allowing some companies to sell Tehran supplies that could be used in military production, American officials said. Okay, so it seems like knocking out Iranian capability of production and manufacturing isn't actually that effective because they can always source material from China and Russia. Duh. American intelligence agencies have obtained information that China in recent weeks may have sent a shipment of shoulder-fired missiles to Iran for its conflict with the United States and Israel, according to U.S. officials. If they're upset about this, have they thought about looking at it? Have you thought for a single second about the precedent you set by waging a proxy war against Russia in Ukraine in the full view of everybody? It's not a secret. Ever since the war began and before, the Ukraine war has been a project of the American deep state. weapons that they're using, the targeting, coordinates that they're sending missiles to fire. It all comes from us, and we're playing this stupid backseat children's game of, but I'm not touching you. Oh, but it wasn't us though. Well, you can't blame America. It was Ukraine that did that with our money and our information and our weapons and our holding a gun to their head saying go to war with Russia. But we're still playing this stupid little game, expecting it never to be flipped around on us. Well, here we are in a direct conflict with Iran. You don't think China and Russia are going, okay, cool. Board game just opened. Let's play with the rules that have been set down over the last couple of years. And everything America is doing is setting horrible precedents that will come back to bite us in the ass, one way or another. It's not going to bite the bad people in the ass. It's going to bite us. It's not going to be Donald Trump and Jared Kushner that end up being the victims of an Iranian terror attack. It's going to be the average Americans. Well, who knows what they're going to attack, but so far we've bombed their universities, their hospitals, their business parks, their residential areas, their bridges, their government buildings. And every time we do that, we're giving them a pass to do it as well. We're giving them a green light. And I see people online arguing, well, you can't say that. I mean, we're in a war. Every target's valid in a war. Okay, that's the exact same argument Iran can use to target Americans, and they have the additional argument of saying they started it, they did it first. So what happens if the Golden Gate Bridge gets targeted by a nitrogen bomb, something homemade in a basement somewhere? Again, people have this shockingly confident idea that America can't be attacked. People are like, what could Iran even do to bring down an American bridge? I don't know. The Key Bridge in Baltimore fell over because of a person driving a boat like this for about 10 seconds. So it's just crazy. It's crazy that we're allowing our government to be committing literal terrorism against civilians overseas and expecting that not to come back to us. That's insane. Should have learned this lesson a long time ago. We're stuck in this. We're stuck in this conflict entirely because of Israel. And it's beyond apparent that is the case. So if you really want to cut through all the noise, I can talk about the negotiations. I can talk about the history, how we got here. Forever and ever. It's a very simple thing. Israeli influence in America has to be surgically extricated. Prejudice. That's what I was looking for. It's prejudice, right? Not like, hey, we understand, but you can't do that right now. More like you have committed treason. Leave the country or face the consequences. You can exile yourself. That's fine. Or we charge you with treason and give you punishment you've earned. That's really how, and that's it. You want to solve the Iran problem? Solve the Israeli influence issue. You want to solve Trump's problem with the voters? You got to solve the Israeli influence issue. Do you want to not be arrested by the Democrats for thought crimes in the next few years? Then we have to extricate with prejudice all of the Israeli influence that is responsible for us driving headlong towards that eventuality. It's very simple. This is not a complicated thing. It is complicated by the fact that the people doing it are in fact Israelis. U.S.-Iran negotiation ends with no deal. After nearly a full day of negotiations, in a terse statement, Vice President J.D. Vance said the Iranian delegation had rejected U.S. terms. The bad news is we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. If you are watching this with any expectation of a positive outcome, you are a fool. There was never going to be a positive outcome to this. We knew there was never going to be a positive outcome to this because the negotiations themselves were never even meant to happen. The only reason the negotiations are happening is because Donald Trump desperately needed a way to save face and back down on his threat to kill everybody in Iran. He put out a tweet saying, I'm going to kill everybody and I'm going to destroy a civilization never to recover unless you open the Strait of Hormuz. You have 48 hours. They did not open the Strait of Hormuz, so they called his bluff. So in order to look like he wasn't having his bluff called, they lied and said, "Oh, we accepted this 10-point basis as a starting point for negotiations, and this will be the end of the war." It never was. It was never going to be. I told you this. Literally, the moment it was announced, I was on air on War Room, and I said, "No, this is stupid. They're not accepting this. They're not accepting this. This is a face-saving measure from Trump." And sure enough, like within a couple hours, they were like, "Oh, well, we didn't know that we agreed to Lebanon being part of the ceasefire." It's all BS. They said yes to the basis of the negotiations, even though they knew they had no ability to stop Israel from bombing Lebanon. But they said that they accepted it strictly to have something to present to the American people, so it didn't look like Donald Trump just straight up backed out and chickened out. But it was never going to happen. They were never going to accept it. However, we do have information, details about how this negotiation was scuttled, because despite the fact that it was always started in bad faith and never had a hope the conclusion was foregone, it could have worked. They could have come up with an agreement. Yeah, just because it starts on a bad footing doesn't mean they couldn't have worked out some, hammered out some agreements in the back rooms. But that didn't happen. And it didn't happen, apparently, because Netanyahu called J.D. Vance. That's the official reporting. That's the official story. You have the video of it. Let's go to clip number 20 here. This is J.D. Vance announcing conclusion to the negotiations with Iran. Let's watch.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms. Go ahead.
Not have the superior negotiating position. We, in fact, are responding to them. They are the ones setting terms because we're the ones asking them for something. Now we're trying to do some weird, I don't even know what to call it, because it's almost like it's kabuki theater 5D chess is what it is. It's like playing on this idea that people have about Trump playing 5D chess. Now we're the ones blocking the strait. So now America is going to be the one blocking Iranian and Chinese ships through the strait. So the goal for the war that didn't exist before the war is now being dropped, and we're now the ones doing the thing that we're trying to stop Iran from doing. But we also don't really have the ability to do that thing, and if we do that thing, then we'll no longer be at war with Iran. We'll be at war with whoever owns the ship that we're threatening to bomb, which would almost certainly be somewhere like China. So we're driving full tilt towards World War III on purpose and by design. The lockdown measures are already going into place. The outrages and uprisings because of the lockdowns and fuel restrictions are already happening in Ireland. There's been a lot of anger for a long time about the migrant crisis, which also plays into Israel. It's not a coincidence that both Ireland and Spain are historically and currently the two countries most opposed to Israel, and they suddenly get hit this massive influx of migrants, Spain especially, just hundreds of thousands of Africans flowing in 2 days after Netanyahu comes out and gives a speech saying Spain will pay the price for disobeying us, for going against us. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's a coincidence personally. And so you have these fuel restrictions in Ireland that basically set the flame to the tinder that's been piled up for the last couple of years, and now there's this combat going on our day. We'll get into that later. So it gets deeper than you've probably heard about the method by which the globalists are. What they're doing in Ireland, they plan to do everywhere else, and pay attention to that. Duran says the simple question is, we do not see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon. No, you know what? On February 27th, you had them in total agreement to not only not develop a nuclear weapon, but to give up their enriched material. That was on the table. But you decided 2 weeks before, because Netanyahu's urging, that it was going to be war. And so if that was really the big issue, that's the big sticking point still to this day, and currently messing up the current negotiations. They should have accepted that diplomatic solution all the way back then. I'll explain exactly how these talks were scuttled, how exactly Netanyahu apparently just interrupted them right as they were making some positive progress, and how China and Russia are getting involved in this in a very real way. All of that in our two. Stay tuned, folks. It's the Alex Jones Show, Infowars.com.
I'm very pleased to announce two great products at thealexjonesstore.com that will 100% work and deliver you energy, clarity, and also relax, great calm, rest, and sleep. Now, a lot of our products are very complex, game-changing, cutting edge, you name it. But there's a lot of things that are very simple and proven that are still the best. Now, we have several other great energy formulas at thealexjonesstore.com. They're more complex. But Ultimate Energy is very, very simple. One of the most popular long-running energy combinations on the market in Whole Foods and everywhere else because it really works. It's Ultimate Energy, thealexjonesstore.com. Very strong dose of wide-spectrum, organic, time-released caffeine with a big dose of high-quality L-theanine that gives you focus and clarity but relaxes you. So with the caffeine, it's very, very smooth without the letdown, last up to 10 hours. That's Ultimate Energy. But when you're ready to relax, Ultimate Chill, a strong dose of high-quality ashwagandha root for thousands of years, giving you more rest, clarity, focus. Doesn't make you tired, just makes you relax, kind of a zen focus. And then on top of that, a big dose of L-theanine that also gives you calm, clear focus. Great rest, great relaxation, great dreams. It's so good for your immune system, your entire body. So some days I've been working from 5 a.m. to say 10 p.m. And I've been jacked up on our great supplements and you name it. I will go to this formula, Ultimate Chill. That's why I actually came to Big League and said, hey, I'm already using a brand from Whole Foods. This is what's in it. Make it a little bit stronger. So this is a formula I've been using for years to relax. I'm having trouble being able to kind of ease into non-work mode. And this is how I do it. Simple, proven ingredients that work in a high-quality fusion. Now available at thealexjonesstore.com.
A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones.
All right, I want to explain what happened today because I'm pretty sure it was a miracle. So Alex Jones is on with this preacher, Pastor JamesLeeGillenwater, in the context of Alex Jones recently starting to criticize Trump more and break from Trump. Essentially, they're praying for Trump.
Trump's turning around before. Yeah, so we have to battle with him. Watch this.
So they start reading this one Bible verse, and it's about they're supposed to be a battle axe for God.
Thou art my battle axe and my weapon of war. What has Donald Trump been doing on behalf of this? He's a battle axe.
Not about battle axes.
Alex, you're a battle axe. You run around wrecking everybody. Boom, boom, boom. I'm a battle axe. Every Christian is called to be one of those battle axes.
It's all battle axe metaphor. And battle axe arrives at the office the moment they're talking about it. Rob Dew just like takes it in.
He just walked in. This was delivered to the door by FedEx 2 minutes ago. You talk about a biblical sign. This was just delivered.
What just happened? Like this just got delivered
2 minutes ago. Rob, I got a letter. What does this say? Now, this is biblical. This is how God works. Somebody got touched by God. I'm crying right now. The mail just literally just showed up FedEx. Rob, come here. Sit down. Read this. What the hell's going on here? He just said, literally, as you said, battle axe, FedEx arrived. What the?
so I was like, yeah, it's a letter. It's a letter from a guy.
It's an old carpenter and craftsman. And I was making this axe, and God told me it was for Alex Jones. It's literally what it says right there. I mean, it says it right there. Right there.
You saw this? It's insane.
This is your battle axe. Let me remind you that God loves you, gives you strength and courage. The best to you as you move along in this crazy world.
But you could not have scripted it better.
God bless you.
He's literally talking about this, and it's literally delivered to you right as he came on. I mean, this is insane.
I mean, it's insane to witness.
This is how God works. Look at this.
Like seemed miraculous at the time.
No, I just got it. This needs to go on the air. It was a sign from God.
And then, like 3 hours later, Donald Trump launches this attack on Alex, We called him stupid. It's like, I'm glad he's been ruined. I'm glad he's bankrupt. It was a vicious attack predicated on Alex Jones turning on him and attacking.
And now we intercede on behalf of our president, Donald J. Trump. Everyone must join us in praying for Trump right now. We're going to break this demonic spell right now. In the name of Jesus. It doesn't matter if Trump gets off track. He belongs to God. He's going to do a job.
That attacking Trump is praying for Trump and saying he's on the right track, but trying to get back on the right track. That deserves, for a guy to say, I think you deserve your children to lose their inheritance. And it was after that, I was talking to him, and he was like, I think that battle axe was like a gift from God. He was like, I think that was God assuring him he was on the right track.
Perfectly arrived. Right as you're talking about it, that is the power of God, literally telling us that your message is true. God obviously knows the future, foresaw all this moment to back up what you just said. And it signifies your victory over those people who've been coming after you, brother.
There's like deeper meanings to it that are insane as well. He says that he made it for Alex and that it's been in his workshop for months.
Every time I went to the shop, God remind me that's for Alex.
But he doesn't send it because he has a fantasy, he has a vision.
In my fertile imagination, I built a 2-story that would
Rob D was having trouble reading his handwriting, so it doesn't come across quite clearly.
But I won a truck.
Because at InfoWars we do a raffle. If you win the truck, you get to come down and pick up the truck in person and come on the Alex Jones show and meet Alex and hang out in the studio. And so he's like, I had this fantasy that I would win that truck and then I would get to deliver the axe in person.
Well, that didn't happen. I wonder what I would do with the axe.
He said his son finally convinced him that he's got to send the axe.
So he said, just send it to him. So here's the axe, brother.
It arrives on air. Being told he battle axe for God right before Trump launches his ill-advised attack that is proven to be ill-advised if you watch that segment and see what Alex's attitude towards Trump really was.
But everything you said, in God's plan, literally had someone make this months ago, be pushed by God and said, send it now, to perfectly arrive, not last week, not yesterday, today, 20 minutes ago, to Rob Newsy, delivered it, saying, this is for Alex. We talked, God delivered, didn't know this was going on. Look, that's God's perfection right there. I saw a miracle.
Also for as long as I've been at InfoWars, 18 years, and Texas, born and raised, so I know like knives like you do. And I finally broke down and ordered one. I got the and I'm blown away. I've had smart knives that are easily $400. Had them for years, lost them. This thing has the same feel, same quality, everything about it. I haven't had a knife stay this sharp in a long time, and I'm like horrible with equipment. I'm like very abusive with knives at work every day. I'm extremely impressed. I'm very impressed. So knife comes back in stock, get one. Any of them. I want to get the ring knife when it comes back out. Other than that, I'll join all the supplements and
Particularly the pocket knives, the folding knives, the flip knives are super high quality and incredibly low prices. These same knives sell in stores all day for like $80 or something like 40. We'll be right back. A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. You are listening to the Alex Jones Show.
welcome back. The second hour of the Alex Jones Show is on. I'm your host, Harrison Smith. Make sure you're following us at Real Alex Jones on X, at InfoWars. I'm at Harrison Smith. Make sure you're following at AJ Live, as we will soon be making some changes here. And of course, with this attack on Alex by Trump, there's been a lot of discussion about InfoWars recently, about Alex Jones. Of course, I said on War Room not to repeat myself, but every time there's an attack on InfoWars like this, or like the bankruptcy, or like us getting, they're trying to lock us out of our office, like, every couple of months there's some significant attack against InfoWars, and it's always disheartening when that happens, personally. It's always kind of like, really, we got this on top of everything else we got to deal with. But then, in response to the attack, comes this just overwhelming wave of support, and people just from all over the place going, hey, look, I might not even like Trump or whatever, but like Alex Jones is the real deal. You cannot like him, but like he's the real deal. And of course, most people are just saying, hey, Alex Jones is a living legend. What the hell are you talking about? How do you question his legitimacy? Because again, I can't express how like not only are we the most reputable organization at this point, and I can say that with authority since I know pretty much all of the organizations. InfoWars works harder than any of them, and more real than any of them, and is more independent than any of them, just bar none, and by a factor of 10. But we also were sued and are currently still in federal court bankruptcy proceedings. So it's kind of hilarious for anybody to claim that we're getting money from anywhere other than our audience. It's not possible unless you think that somehow the federal court is helping us launder money. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Or whether we would risk like long-term jail sentences for lying and committing fraud while under the intense scrutiny of the federal court. It's just absurd. It's absurd. We're the only organization ever that you can go to the public court records and see like our finances have been combed through with a fine-tooth comb. If there had been $5 that we weren't supposed to have, they would have found it, and it would have been published, and there would have been articles about it. So if you've ever wondered if InfoWars is the real deal, it's impossible for us not to be. I'm just saying. It's so frustrating. Lie about us continuously. 10 minutes of research should make everything obvious. And of course, the videos from like the 90s of Alex Jones, it's all amazing. But I want to go to a video here because it is one of these, and it's kind of troubling how convincing this video can seem. Now, the video I'm about to show you is from a user called Bobby Sauce, and he's responding to some weirdo, I guess not leftist. He seems like a leftist, but I guess he's a Trump supporter. But he's just lying about InfoWars. The things he's insinuating about InfoWars are just on the face of it ridiculous. But listen to like condescending and like self-important and the faux superiority and faux authority this guy puts across as he's telling you things that are objectively and provably false. And just keep this in mind. Okay, I'll talk a little more on the other side, but let's go to clip 49 here. This is a video from Bobby Sauce responding to some guy who's really good at dramatic pauses. Let's watch. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you paid for anything from Alex Jones? Never. When's the last time you bought one of those suppositories or one of his supplements? One of his t-shirts, mugs, hats? When's the last time you sent money to Alex Jones? Never. You haven't?
No, but he's had an objectively massive audience for literally decades. So what exactly does that prove?
Yeah. Weird, huh?
It's not really that weird. I have 700,000 something followers across my platform. Less than 1% of them get any money.
Because his organization cost millions to operate.
Okay, what's the point?
Yeah, he's fine. He keeps growing. Like he's got cash coming in from everywhere.
Look, I've never really listened to Alex Jones regularly, but to pretend like he's just got no money or no audience, when he's had hundreds of millions of people following and watching him for decades, had a nationally syndicated show, and now has a supplement brand, one of the highest margin items that you could possibly sell. What is the implication here?
We've done the math, folks. I've been doing this a long time.
Done what math? Alex is not a publicly traded company. You have no idea what he's selling or not selling. And those hundreds of millions of people that follow him, a lot of them donate money or they buy the supplements. The margin on supplement, 50% plus. Everybody knows that the biggest way to monetize your audience is to sell your own manufactured goods. Is that worth has been estimated in the hundreds of millions? Whether that's accurate or not doesn't even really matter. But at one point, his court filings showed that InfoWars was making $800,000 a day. And that was like 7 years ago. A day. So
I've been doing this a long time. But in broadcasting and advertising marketing since I was 14 years old. I've been doing this a long time.
You were doing broadcast advertising and marketing when you were 13? What? Even if you have, that doesn't change anything.
We can't seem to figure out how those suppositories and supplements are paying on the bills.
One of his best-selling supplements is methylene blue. I don't know the first thing about methylene blue, but I looked on the website, 50 milliliters, $16 to $17, originally $50 for 50 milliliters.
based on what I see, these milliliters cost 4 to 5 cents to produce in bulk. So if you
That's
sell a lot of
wrong.
high margin items to hundreds of millions of people, like, what are you talking about, dude?
What does it?
Let what sink in, dude. What is the dramatic? Like, I know something that you don't know. I've been doing this since I was 3 years old. I came out of the womb marketing and sales. And look, I don't like a lot of what Alex has been talking about here. And I've always taken this information with a grain of salt over many years. But this like tacit implication that you have some type of inside baseball because you have expertise. You know that this money is coming in from somewhere. When there's all these other people that are doing the exact same thing in much more nefarious ways that all of us can see in plain sight, that are provable, that are objective, that we can look at. But you did the math and can't figure out where the money's come from. What are you talking about, bro? This follows the exact same vein as the rest of his content, which is like, oh, you don't agree with me? Well, you're stupid and ignorant because you don't know. Because I came out of the womb doing policy, bro. You love Trump, he's the hero. How about the billions his family's made in crypto? What's more of a threat? Alex Jones selling supplements or that? Whatever. This video has 5,000 views on X, and there's people in the comments saying they bought the bone broth, they bought the methylene blue, it changed their life. So, what, dude?
So let me clarify some things real quick. I don't know where he's getting his calculation for what it costs to create methylene blue. That's not. He's like, it costs like 4 or 5 cents. No. Go ask Grok, because that's what I did. I was like, that's not right. And Alex is here to tell you the exact breakdown. He's talking about it this week. He's like, how are we selling this for 72% off? He's like, I don't want to get the numbers wrong, but it's like it costs us $16 a make. How are we selling it for 17? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, what? So yeah, sometimes we sell things at cost, just as a promotional thing, because you're gonna like the product, and once you use the product, you're gonna be like, dang, I need to get that again. Like this is marketing. This is how sales works. This actually came up during the bankruptcy, and they were accusing Alex Jones of being extortionary or whatever, and they're like, he marks up his products this amount. Guys, a lot of our products are literally white labeled consumer products that you can buy on the shelf at major retailers. Okay, like it's stuff that people who paid us have in their pantries and pay more for at the store than they could have at InfoWars. It's absurd. And if you look at basically every other product, I mean, at the time during the trial, they were saying he marks it up, however much percent. I can't believe this is so just awful. Treating it as if it's like Alex Jones came up with some scheme to like rob people, and it's like everything you watch on TV is paid for by advertising. Do you know that? Do you understand that? Everything you watch on TV is only being broadcast on television because there are ads to sell products. That is the most normal business structure you could possibly have. Only we're doing it under like severe total restriction, right? We have to do everything right. Again, this is the thing about InfoWars. We have to do everything perfectly. We have entire industries of people out there all day, every day, studying everything we do. Another thing revealed during the trial, where you had people come out and going, I'm a disinformation expert. I've spent the last several months studying Alex Jones and going through the incredible literature that's out there, the tens of thousands of articles and scientific investigations by universities around America studying Alex Jones, studying InfoWars, not out of academic curiosity, but like a general studies the battle plans of history in general. They're studying us to try to defeat us. Other places, other outlets are going under constantly, going bankrupt constantly. All they do is sell products. And they can't keep the doors open. We sell products to fund our production. We're under the same constraints that your average, brick and mortar retailer is under. Only we also fund an entire news network with the proceeds, and we're still succeeding. So I looked into it, and it's like, okay, how whatever. Let's take a random, well-known brand that advertises everywhere. If it's so bad that Alex Jones sells good products to promote his to fund his production, CNN advertises Coca-Cola, right? It costs something like 5 cents for a bottle of Coke. They turn around and sell those bottles of Coke for $5 in some cases. That's 100 times markup. So this is to apply these, constrictions, these accusations against InfoWars. It's like we do it less than anybody else, and our stuff is better than anybody else. We have to be, because if we're not, we'll be destroyed. We have to have people come back to buy our products. Why do we sell them bunk products? We have to deliver for what we advertise, or else every go salivating to bring us down. We have to do it by the book. We have to do it perfectly. It's why, Alex got a big tax refund once the bankruptcy started, because we're so cautious. We know the type of scrutiny we're under. We'll go over and above and beyond, even if we don't have to. And when I do War Room, it's like everybody who calls in has a story about how methylene or iodine or one of our products has transformed their life. We don't tell them. I don't know what they're going to do when I go to their call. I'm like, James from Missouri wants to talk about Trump. Welcome to the show. And he's like, let me tell you about how methylene saved my life. It's crazy. It just happens. Our products are amazing. It's just, all of this is designed to try to destroy us. And we've already been on the brink of destruction for years now because of our support of Donald Trump. And then it's Donald Trump himself who comes out and says, actually, it's a good thing this is happening. It's a good thing Alex Jones went bankrupt. Just infuriating. So you do support us by going to the AlexJonesStore.com. We're the only way that we get support. Unlike every other organization, spokesman, outlet, magazine, they all take money from sponsors. They all take money from interests. They all take money to say certain things that they don't believe. That is the definition of grifting. We say exactly what we believe, regardless of who wants to say anything about it. And we're able to do that because Alex deliberately created a system that was free from influence, coercion, or control. He understood that we would be targeted. He understood that if we relied on payment processors like Patreon, we'd be taken down. If we relied on subscription models, that could be done away with by cooperation with big tech. If we wanted to do it, what we did was very simple. We created a sort of agreement, a sort of contract with our audience. We tell you the truth, and in exchange, the AlexJonesStore.com. That's it. Nobody else can determine for you whether or not we're telling the truth. All we can do is appeal to your personal discernment and say, hey, I think we've upheld our end of the bargain. I think we have told the truth, and it's hurt us, and it's caused a lot of suffering for all of us. It has not been a couple of years at this company, let me tell you, not because of anybody here or anything that we're doing, but the attacks that we're under, but we've suffered. We've actually suffered and been disadvantaged by all this stuff. But it's fine. We're going to continue to tell the truth. We're going to continue to tell you exactly what we believe and exactly what we think is happening. And even if you disagree with us in our interpretation, I hope that you can recognize that we're not BSing, we're not lying, we're not making stuff up, taking stuff out of context, because that would be in violation of the very contract that we established. We tell you the truth, you support us in this mission, and it's an unbeatable symbiotic relationship. Go to thealexjonestore.com to purchase one of these incredible products, feel the difference for yourself, and know that you are straight up, as literally as possible at this point, slapping the New World Order in the face. Every dollar you spend at AlexJonesStore.com is a slap in the face and a spit in the eye of the bad guys that want us to go down. That alone, I think, is good enough reason, but there's also all the other great reasons. Anyway, AlexJonesStore.com, please do support us. We really do appreciate it. Here's Donald Trump's statement on, we're going to finish up with the war in Iran and move on to what happened to Savannah and what's going on in Ireland now, but just to close out with Iran here. So there you have it. Donald Trump says the meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships still trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to now be bombing Chinese ships, I guess. I bet that'll go really well. I've also instructed our Navy to seize every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. It's beyond Mad King Lear. It's beyond King Theoden. It's to the point, how I put it last week on War Room, it's like Donald Trump is pursuing the madman strategy of Richard Nixon, only he's actually doing the madman thing. The whole point of the madman schemes works because you're not actually crazy. It doesn't actually work if you're just insane. Anyways, it's like in the Odyssey, Odysseus pretends to be insane. He doesn't want to go to fight against Troy. His son was just born. He wants to stay home. Telemachus was like 2 months old. And so he's acting crazy. And he's like plowing his field and throwing salt instead of seeds. And it's like, whoa, this guy's nuts. And so the guy that came to recruit him is suspicious because I don't think this guy's really crazy. I think he's acting. I think he's pretending. And so he puts 2-month-old Telemachus in the field in the way of the plow, thinking if this guy's crazy, if he really is disconnected from reality, he doesn't know his baby from anything, he's going to run right over it. And of course, Odysseus goes around the baby, and the guy goes, haha, you're not really crazy. Trump is doing the madman theory and runs over Telemachus and like runs over his own son. And it's like, oh, okay, so you're just actually crazy. The whole thing's it's like, well, we don't know if he's going to really start a war with Iran or not. He can do anything. But you start the war and you don't have any backup plans and you don't have any off-ramps and you kill the people you're negotiating with. That's not the madman theory anymore. That's just a crazy person. There's a difference. It's a big one. It's important. U.S. warships transit Strait of Hormuz for the first time. Several U.S. warships transited the Strait of Hormuz for the first time since the war in Iran began. As peace negotiations got underway in Pakistan. I'm just telling you, it's worse, man. Worse. It sucks. Like I'm reading this, I'm just like, okay. So another round of fake peace ceasefire deals, and we took advantage of that to get our ships through the strait, knowing that Iran was bound by the ceasefire that we just did. So once again, pretty much openly pretend to do peace negotiations that were never intended to actually result in a compromise or agreement, but instead as cover to warcraft things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. It's the worst. It's like the Accord, the Minsk agreements. When Europe comes out and goes, "Oh, we never intended to actually abide by that. That was just to give us some breathing room to build the army to go to war with Russia." It's like you're not supposed to say that, you absolute idiots. And that's what that's what we're doing here. Well, we're not actually going to do a ceasefire or peace with Iran, but if we can get them to stop firing on us, then we can slip those boats in between the Strait of Hormuz. So it's just like Iran, like Russia, are just patience on a monument. Several U.S. warships transited the Strait of Hormuz for the first time since the war with Iran began. Peace negotiations underway in Pakistan, according to sources who spoke to Axios. The move was not coordinated with Iran and was intended to increase the confidence of commercial ships to cross the strait. It was an operation that focused on freedom of navigation through international waters, a U.S. official said. Yeah, because they're on a ceasefire agreement, because Iran actually sticks to the agreements that they make, unlike Israel, unlike America. It's just pathetic. People will criticize me for that. And it's like, no, I don't want to be on the side of liars. I don't want to be on the side of manipulators. I don't want to be on the side. I don't want my side thinking this crap is clever. This is not clever. It's just short-sighted. Okay, sure, you can, humiliate Iran by killing their negotiators. Down the road, I'm frankly shocked Iran has not just killed our negotiators. Like, why wouldn't they? Why haven't they? I don't understand. We killed multiple rounds of their negotiators. And yet we would act so upset and surprised if Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were like bombed by Iran one day. Why? These are the rules we're playing by. And Iran is not playing by them, but they could at any point and be justified in doing so. Of course, Netanyahu says, I'll keep fighting Iran and its proxies. Which means America will keep fighting Iran and its proxies. Because Israel is not fighting Iran and its proxies. They are not putting boots on the ground, and they never will. Netanyahu made the vow in a post on X on Saturday as U.S. President Vance was engaged in diplomatic talks to end the war in Islamabad, Pakistan. He also took a swipe at Turkey, which he accused of killing its own citizens as they continue to the build up for the next big Iran threat, which will be Turkey this time, which is why we're threatening to leave NATO, amongst other reasons. Quote, you failed to win our trust. Iran delegate blames U.S. for collapse of talks. Again, do they sound desperate to you? Do they sound like the ones begging for a deal? Do they sound like the ones holding the cards with the leverage, setting the terms, or are they the ones setting the terms? Are they the ones dictating how this will go? It's just pathetic. It really is pathetic. The leader of the Iranian delegation blamed the U.S. for a collapse of peace talks in Pakistan. Before negotiations, I emphasize that we have the necessary good faith and will, but due to the experiences of the two previous wars, we have no trust in the opposing side. Of course, why would they? I mean, the New York Times article revealed that they had planned on bombing Iran as of around February 11th or 12th. That means that from February 12th to February 28th, they were playing the Iranians for fools. They spent weeks holding fake negotiations with Iran while our preparations to attack Iran were going into place. That is public knowledge and acknowledged, and official confirmed sources have said this. So it's like, I think Iran suckers for trusting. Why would they trust us? We've proven ourselves to be trustworthy. And now the talks have failed. Almost certainly because Netanyahu got involved. According to all accounts, J.D. Vance was doing a pretty good job. They were on their way to some sort of agreement. Netanyahu decided to give him a call, and suddenly everything went off the rails. That's our real Netanyahu.
So, CIA declassified documents last week, Operation Artichoke, to poison vaccine food supply in the water to Thomastown and make control. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland. Now, most people have microscopic, actual large worm infestations, not from cats, like Kennedy has one in his brain. And they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. And now, this is all over the place. I have for years. But here it is. Scientists are figuring out now. The CIA knew in 1962 that dewormers could reverse most cancers if you tell the public that's mass murder. Here it is. Why parasite medications work against cancer cells? And it turns out that the parasites mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the tissue. And these bendazole, fenbendazole kill these parasites. So I tried it on the cancer cell, and sure as hell, it targets the mitochondrial substrate and glycolysis. So we have a mechanism now why parasite medications are working. But cancer is not a parasite. All these people tell cancer is a parasite. It's not a parasite. Parasites and tumors use a common metabolic pathway, and a drug that works against parasites can be very effective against cancer. And that's what we begin to see, especially under nutritional ketosis. So to be clear, anti-parasite drugs cut off the same mechanism in cancer, but we now know and have known that a lot of cancers from parasites, it's double good. And I don't sell that, but you can buy it online. And my medical doctor told me years ago, take this once a year as a regimen. I do. That's important information you might want to write down, folks. Okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up. Go to the UN's own website. They admit it. Over 2 million people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. In the 20s, they found this house put in the salt. IQs were up about 20 points on average, 50 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world. Has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original H2 bag, but even stronger, pure atomic. Atomic is radioactive. It means it's on the periodic table. It is absolutely pure. And I mix that with ultra methylene blue, that is also on record for your pineal gland and reversing the calcification. The rest of it, even your Doc Chambers on, medical doctor, special forces colonel, Army colonel. And I said, where's the methylene blue? I've been on since 2004. When I got blown up in Iraq, I had brain damage because it blew away the sheets that's on my nerves. So I did research and found out that they had studies going back over 100 years on methylene blue helping regrow the sheets on your nerves and all the rest of it. Well, we've got the best methylene blue, and I just mixed the iodine with methylene blue with this water. I'm going to drink this, and this is pure rocket fuel. So good for your body. Essential iodine with methylene blue together is amazing. Very scary looking too. So, by the way, this product is available right now at theallisonstore.com. It's T3. It's X2 back even better at theallisonstore.com. So for all the fans who wanted it, everybody that needed to get it, we have had it for over a year. It is back, reborn like the Phoenix, even stronger, exclusively available through our sponsor, theallisonstore.com. process in the cells, the methylene blue and iodine works very similarly. They go together like a horse and carriage. Get them both now. There's also another big sale as well at thealexstore.com, and I thank you for your support.
A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones.
We're on from the Iran war, but I do want to say that context of the Iran war is bigger than just the war itself, right? It's not even so much what we're doing in Iran; it's the fact that we're doing what we're doing in Iran while America continues down the path towards total destruction, with absolutely none of the very important things that we sent Donald Trump to Washington D.C. to deal with. None of them have been dealt with, even remotely. So it's not, if we were doing great, if we have 50 million deportations by this point, and the border was completely closed, and it's just like if things were actually going well for us, if inflation was actually down, if gas wasn't $5 a gallon, which I guess is because of the Iran war, but if we were doing well, if Trump was fulfilling his domestic agenda, I still wouldn't like the war in Iran, but it wouldn't be the existential crisis that it's become. It would be unfortunate, but it wouldn't necessarily be a deal breaker. Again, in this fantasy world where we're getting everything we want in America, sure, why not? Give us what we want, you can have a little overseas adventure too. The problem is, the neocons don't work that way. Which, again, is kind of strange because if they were smart, they would. I mean, it's crazy that they're not. Again, taking this from the perspective of somebody that's seen things, as they're presented. And it seems like the Republicans are both frustrated at the collapse in poll numbers and support and doubling down on all of the stuff that brought that about. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Of course, when you realize that the people around Trump are not Republican and were never Republican and have never been Republican, then it makes a little bit more sense why they don't actually care that the Republican Party is being possibly permanently destroyed as a result of this. So it's not even necessarily about Iran. It's about Iran in the light of what's going on here in America. As we still are suffering under the uncorrected problems of the Biden administration, which themselves were merely piled on top of all of the crap that we were supposed to solve under the first administration. None of our backlog of justice out of sight. It's beyond human comprehension. Russiagate, COVID-19, Russiagate, the investigation, the scam, the fake scandal, and the cover-up of the fake scandal. COVID-19, creation of the bio-lab-generated virus, and the fake vaccine that now German authorities admit have killed tens of thousands of people. Pfizer has recently been forced to admit, I believe, I'm going off memory here, but see if you can find that story. Tens of thousands dead from COVID vaccines in an official court proceeding in Germany. None of that has been dealt with, and all of that existed before Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas opened up the border, before Merrick Garland started deliberately targeting right-wingers for investigations, and in some cases throwing those right-wingers into prison for years on end despite never committing violence, never breaking the law, yet they were charged with terrorism and pressured into accepting a plea deal anyway. Or if they launched an investigation and nothing came of it, they simply released a fake report about it to let everybody to think that the right wing was co-opted. That's what he did with Tim Pool and others with the tenant media thing. The whole point of it was that they investigated and found no wrongdoing by Tim Pool, but then he releases something saying we have very good reason to believe that Tim Pool is a Russian agent. Now to this day, you hear people saying, "Oh, Tim Pool, the guy that took money, that's a Russian agent." That's criminal. You understand? Like, give people massive privileges under the condition that they don't use them for their own personal gain or to benefit their own political rather powers the obligation that they're wielded for the betterment of the country as a whole. Merrick Garland turned the DOJ into the Democrat persecution squad, the Gestapo. He should be in prison, and everybody who helped him should be in prison. But we're so far from that because we decided to dedicate all of our resources and all of our time on benefiting Israel, which has the dual purpose of empowering the Democrats and destroying the Republicans, so that when the Democrats sweep back into power in 2026 and again in 2028, there will be nobody to stand against them as they pass clemency or give citizenship to everybody that arrived, open up the borders once again. Can America survive another influx of another 50 to 100 million migrants? I mean, we're basically gone now. So it's not. This is just like the Iraq War. This is like the Afghanistan War. What's happening now is a moment in which we absolutely need all of our effort going to like staunching the blood, the desperate emergency measures just to stabilize America, so that hopefully in the future we can come back to from the brink of death. We should have been focusing exclusively on that. Instead, we have entirely dedicated all of this to Israel. And they're not even happy anyway. They're not returning the favors. So again, if they were smart, they'd go, hey, we gotta really do deportations. We gotta make sure we get that done just to retain the base. And some of this other stuff that they're not happy with. But they deliberately spit in our faces about what we want and celebrate and brag and up in our faces the fact that they're doing all this other crap. So this is from Calvin Froedge on X. The promise was record deportations. What we got was record H-1Bs. The promise was no new wars. The reality is more war than ever. It's all we care about now. The promise was to make America great. The reality is we're making Israel great. The promise was a manufacturing revival. The reality has been economic collapse. The promise has been drain the swamp. The reality has been turn the swamp into a protected wetlands. He went in to defeat the swamp creatures. He came out demanding that we watch the alligators show on Fox News to find out why we're nuking Iran. And of course, immigration is still just as big of a problem as it ever was. And the Republicans now are the ones who are helping the foreigners, the immigrants, the invaders. The Republicans are the ones putting forward bills to quietly give them citizenship by the back door and to pay off lawyers' student loan debt in exchange for them representing. The Republicans put that forward, that bill forward. So it's like, I get why you don't like Trump, but you gotta vote Republican. It's like, I guess, but why? But why? They're the ones doing it. They're the ones who have an amnesty bill forward right now. It's sitting there. They're voting on it. They're pushing it forward. And by the way, everybody who's sponsoring it, like 20 people sponsoring it, and like 17 of them were endorsed by Donald Trump. So Donald Trump took all of his political leverage, all of his political capital, and used it to endorse people who are now writing a bill to give the invaders amnesty. Used all of that to usher in a revolutionary sea change in the Republican Party to where we followed his agenda rather than the neocons. But he has now surrendered completely to the neocons and handed America over to them. And we're not seeing a lot of crazy protest and conflict with ICE because ICE backed down because they're not doing the raids. Because they got a little bit of bad press and decided to pack it all in. Now, for 40 days, they've experienced the worst press they've ever experienced with Iran, but it hasn't affected their drive towards war at all. It doesn't matter in that case. When it's for Israel, when it's war in Iran, 99.9% of people can be against it. Pretty much they are, and they do it anyway. But we want to actually save the country and expel the tens of millions of foreigners that were forced our border by the Biden administration of, 40 years of his presidency, then gee, one bad poll and they get cold feet. It's all BS. It's all BS. If they cared about poll numbers, then we wouldn't be fourth or on. It's as simple as that. So it's not about the poll numbers. They didn't want to expel people. It was all a lie the whole time. And now, Savannah Hernandez was attacked by radical leftists, not doing anything wrong. And this is important too, because we'll show you the video of Savannah Hernandez being viciously attacked while reporting on an ICE protest. She was there alone and without security because she wasn't there to antagonize people or question people, which you do not ever have a right to attack people who are asking questions, obviously. I don't want this to be taken as like a justification. But there is a difference. There is a difference between somebody going with a microphone to interview people, expecting there to be conflict, expecting tempers to run high, and prepared for that, and sort of not wanting to get beaten up, obviously, but wanting some contention. Like, you go in there with that mindset, and you're prepared for whatever happens. What happened here is the member of the press was doing nothing other than capturing footage of a public event, and she was viciously attacked by a mob of people in a way that literally could have killed her. I mean, luckily she's okay, but like when you see the brutality with which a 300-pound man attacks Savannah Hernandez, I mean, you hit her on the concrete and it's over, folks. So thank God she's not in the hospital today. But the people who did this, at least one of them, was the ringleader along with Don Lemon, who invaded the church in Minneapolis to terrorize the random average Americans who were there. They weren't racist Trump supporters. They weren't, which you wouldn't have been able to agree with. They weren't ICE. It was churchgoers. What should have happened at that point is everyone who did that should have been, again, the same treatment that the January 6ers were. You were charged with what you did, and it's being enhanced with a terrorism enhancement because you deserve it. Because you are going on camera saying the reason we did this was to terrify people. It's like great. So Harmeet Dillon and DOJ lets these people go. And the one guy, the main guy, is on camera at multiple occasions, in multiple instances, antagonizing National Guard members in D.C., threatening them, going into the church and attacking them. And now he's there inciting the mob to go after Savannah Hernandez. So Harmeet Dillon responds to this on X and says, "We're on it." Something along those lines. "Don't worry about it. We got it from here." Something like that. And it's like, you said that last time. It's the same guy. It's the same guy from the church. You punish him for that. What, you're going to punish him for this, though? Why? Why would you? Punish him for the church. There's a reason he thinks he can attack people and get away with it. Because he can. Because he does. Because he has. So I really wonder, I mean, we're in an impossible situation. It's kind of ubiquitous, but it's like, the last thing I want is for our justice system to collapse. Kind of already has. I mean, at this point, basically, it doesn't exist. But people still believe in it. They still trust it. They still will offload their vengeance, revenge, or justice on this massive, complicated system in the belief that the people working for the system will do the best they can to prosecute the people. The jury sitting in the box deciding actually has the best interest of the average, normal American innocent and the nation foremost in their mind. But that's not really the case either these days. And it's not unlikely that these populations, especially in places like Minneapolis that have been radicalized, they're getting onto juries with the explicit purpose of letting leftists go and doing jury nullification, not out of a principled libertarian, the government has no right to say what I can do with my personal life type of like jury nullification, but basically just it's okay to attack the person because he believes the same thing I do politically. So how long are we going to trust the justice system? How long until we get to a point where if somebody hurts a loved one of mine, I'm not going to the cops because that's the one way the dude gets out and I can't do anything to him. I'm going to get my own vengeance. I'll be the judge, I'll be the jury, and I'll be the executioner. How long? Because once that ball starts rolling, there's no stopping it. I've got a couple on my list here. Let's go to clip 65. Fair warning, it's pretty brutal. Let's go to 73 first. 73, this was like the full stream, the first thing that got posted before live stream in full context against Van Hernandez, who was reporting for TPUSA. It was viciously attacked by a bunch of hobgoblins. Let's watch. Sort of split screen. Savannah there on the right, clearly ignoring the woman behind her, trying to film. The woman is touching her. The woman is putting a dildo in her face. That's sexual assault, which would be an additional charge if anything legal were to happen. So again, Savannah filming herself, looking away from the protesters against a fence, putting her hand up to try to block this woman. Blowing a whistle in her ear, by the way, is assault. Like, it can deafen you, and it was incredibly loud. So Savannah's just pushing her whistle away because she's trying to, like, deafen her. This is what these people do. They're all petulant children. Which does not give them an excuse to be violent. You have to. It's this ridiculous. Like, she's blowing a whistle as loud as she can in a woman's ear, and you try to push the whistle away, she's going to hit you in the face. All of these people, like, she should be arrested before it ever gets to the violent part. There's a person throwing the dildo on the face. Someone attacks Savannah, shoves her. Savannah bounces back up. Again, tries to walk away. Still hasn't done anything. Now she's getting, approached, shoved. She shoves one back. Thank goodness there were a couple guys there that stood up for Savannah. A lot of the guys just sort of standing around letting it happen. There's the big shove, and we'll show you another angle of that. But apparently all these people attacking her are related. There's like two sisters and the dad, and the dad is the one that shoved her. She's knocked to the ground. Again, thankfully there's a few. And like, I wonder, for the people that are on the side of the protesters that are now find themselves protecting Savannah Hernandez, it never stopped to think that maybe you're on the wrong side. Maybe the psychotic dildos aren't actually guys. Do you think that ever went through their minds? God bless them. I mean, they actually did turn around, put their back to Savannah, and held off the insane people. But why are you on their side? Why are you there protesting them? They're again shoving the dildo on the face. It's just these people. We should not have to deal with these people. Let's go to clip 66 here. This is the shove. This is the real brute. It didn't look as bad from the angle I just showed you. Here's the real angle where you can see it. She's not looking. She's pointing, and then just full-fledged body slam from this bald, tarred goblin shoving Savannah Hernandez. Now, again, if Trump wanted to win back America, if the Republicans wanted to win 2026, if anybody in our government wanted America to continue existing for any length of time, not only would they already be charged, already be in custody, this would be an attempted murder charge, and it would have a terrorism for attacking members of the press, and would have a hate crime because of the racial dynamics at play, and because they actually insulted Savannah's race as they were attacking her. Now, going by past actions, likely what will happen is nothing, literally nothing. Maybe they'll be arrested, maybe they'll be fined. Almost certainly they will be back on the street doing exactly what they were doing before within 24 hours. And just because they have to, because it's on camera, disturbing of the peace charge or something like that. Because this is what happens. If you wander through the Capitol high-fiving the police on the way in, they call it terrorism, insurrection. You tried to overthrow the government. Insane, but that's just how it is. Meanwhile, if they attack an innocent they're doing their job as a public service to actually do the thing the protesters there to keep attention to the thing, they don't be charged with that. They should be and they could be. But it's not replied that way. Now, the far left anti-extremists attacked Savannah her outside Whipple Ice facility in Minneapolis. Hernandez was simply standing on a public street filming the protesters' unhinged meltdown. Quote, I was just brutally assaulted by multiple people outside of Whipple Ice facility in Minneapolis. Multiple people swung on me and a grown man pushed me to the ground. My glasses are broken. Antifa is still alive and well. I'm talking about pressing charges. So again, I just want to say, for the sake of our country, people have to be, they have the book thrown at them. They have to be an example of. And I would love if the Department of Justice was doing that. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's preferable. It's not the only option. It's just desperate to have the options, the legal options, made available to us, actual American citizens who actually don't do anything wrong. Now, interestingly, from at NRL on X, statement from the daughter and sister of the family that attacked Savannah yesterday. So this is the big fat bald goblin. This is his daughter, apparently. Two daughters were there. They were the ones attacking Savannah Hernandez. The third daughter wrote this. I need to be clear about where I stand. This is Desiree Ostrushko. I do not align with my family's actions in this situation at all. I don't agree with what was done. I don't support it, and I don't stand behind it in any way. Violence is never acceptable to me, no matter the circumstances, opinions, or political beliefs involved. What happened to Savannah was wrong, plain and simple. Everyone has a right to speak, to express themselves, and to be heard without fear of being attacked. That's something I'll always stand on. I also want to be honest. If politics is going to turn into violence, hatred, or harming of other people, I will remove myself completely. I will not be a part of it, even if it means creating distance from my own family. My values matter, and I refuse to compromise them. This is easy to say, but it's important. I believe in respect, accountability, and doing what's right, even when it's uncomfortable or painful. I stand for peace. I stand for people being able to use their voice safely, and I will always stand on that. Now, going by her family and sort of some of the hits in this thing, I'm pretty confident saying she was probably a liberal. Now, to be totally fair, I have no idea what her belief system or fundamental value system really is. I can tell you that anybody expressing this sentiment is on our team, or is one of the good guys. And this is the division. There's a lot of false dichotomies out there. Left and right is a false dichotomy. Small government, big government, false dichotomy. Muslim, false dichotomy. The real dichotomy is humans versus monsters. It's good versus evil. It's people who can recognize witness there and the people who get off on what you just witnessed. That's the real division. And that might be the way we save the country. And maybe this Trump attack on Alex Jones and the cratering and collapsing of the Republican Party, this is the impetus that we need. To really look around and ask ourselves, what do we believe? What does our group represent? Because right now there's this crazy, you got people like Shadow Kestenbaum, right? Actual lifelong progressive, still to this day. He's giving speeches at the Republican National Convention. Why? Because they're trying to create the dichotomy that says supporting Israel is literally the only conservative value. Nothing else matters. You support transgender children and on women's sports teams and a welfare state and every, just put it on the checklist of every leftist. But if you're pro-Israel, then you're a Republican, and if you're anti-Israel, you're a Democrat. And like down the line, straight down conservative, everything I believe is right-wing conservative, and I don't support Israel. And people tell me that makes me a leftist. Do you understand how absurd that? Do you understand how stupid that is? That is a false dichotomy. Just like right and left is a false dichotomy. The real dichotomy between psychopath, psychotic, hateful morons like Netanyahu and the goblins pushing Savannah Hernandez, they have the same mindset. They're on the same side. Whatever that side is, it's the dehumanizing, the violent, the vicious and hateful, moronic side versus the real human beings who have empathy for one another, who love one another, who understand the value of free speech, actually want the best for the world. Time for everybody to decide what side they're on. I have to pray for family because things are getting crazy, folks. Versus evil, and we're on the side of good. Thanks for doing this.
Infowars studio in Austin, Texas. There's not a single desk, workstation, studio behind a half-empty product. TheAlexJonesStore.com. That's because we all put our money where our mouth is. And you too can be confident that you're putting into your body the absolute best supplements, nootropics, drink mixes, and tinctures money can buy. So to all of you who are on the fence about ordering from theAlexJonesStore.com, what are you waiting for? And to all of you who've made the commitment, here at InfoWars Salute, we'd like to say thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support at theAlexJonesStore.com.
Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fight will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at Alex Jones and at AJN And now you can download the #1 news app in the world. Go to AlexJonesApp.com and let the Democratic Party know that we will never be silent.
Happen right here on the Alex Jones Show. Sunday, April 12th, 2026. All of my predictions since this Iran-Israel-U.S. war began back on March 1st have come true because this China war with Iran is a war game as much as anything else is up there in the very top few. It's very well known scenarios are. So on record, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, all of them told Trump that this wasn't true what Israel was telling him. Neocons came in and lied to Trump. I first broke that a month ago, confirmed out of the White House. Absolutely the same. And now Iran has us by the balls. Not going to get Trump once. Last week fell through. And now Trump is announcing blockade everybody going straight and not let Iran out. I'm ready to sit there and play this game of chicken. And I've been saying that will be blockade. And why haven't our ships gone there before when Trump said he was 2 weeks ago? Because then they can be hit by all the short range and medium range missiles and artillery. So this is beyond insane. Us will now get the blame even more for the energy crisis that's already spread around the world. Inflation numbers came in last week. It is causing massive inflation in the United States as well. Chain reactions around the planet, like Taiwan and the Middle East, gas. It goes on and on. And Israel knew that when they attacked and dragged us they're going to commit us. Fishing contest. And I'm just a little trying to football once a year. And the economy will be beyond devastating. BlackRock and Larry Fudge all they had the COVID lockdown. Their wealth doubled. Public lost about half theirs. That's going to happen again. They throw all the free money to loan out. Credit score and all the rest of it. So, doing so well until Trump
let the tail wag the dog and foreign policy, domestic policy. That's the reality. We're going to Trump to wake up, call out Israel, pull out of this now. Iran. That's the only way. That now. Transmission tonight, right here. On the Infowars Network, Infowars.com.
All right, so from our stalwart Alex Jones. I'm speaking for Alex Jones today. I'm Harrison Smith, host of the War Room. We've got a lot to cover in our broadcast and then Sunday Night Live from 6 to 8. Glad that you're here with us in this all-important time period. Everything is accelerating. Everything is getting that much more, well, for lack of a better word, insane. Completely and utterly insane. And I'd say tenuous. I'd say the sort of character of our civilization is wearing a bit thin, and we're on the cusp of some horrifying stuff, really all over the world. And we've seen this type of thing before. In fact, if you remember, I did a year in 2019 for the year 2019. I called it the year the mask came off, because all throughout 2019 were these uprisings, these upstart revolutions taking place, the Yellow Vests in France, the Hong Kong rebellion against Chinese control there. And in every case, the powers that be sort of said, yeah, we pretend to be democracies, but not anymore. Actually, we're just going to crush you. So I called it the year the mask came off. Ironic, because the next year was the year of the mask. I didn't know it at the time. But it was the year that they said, you know what, we are tyrants, and we'll crush you. And we'll do what we want, regardless of how it affects the people. It feels like we're in that situation again. So before 2019, it felt like we were on the cusp of a worldwide revolution, and then COVID hit. Here we are on the cusp once again. Iran hits. Not a coincidence. I'll explain on the other side. Stay with us.
Yeah, I don't think the big health guy. You're way better than I am. I want you to take our medical grade. 30 minutes to kick in. Show everybody. I'd like you to drink this. Said earlier, what? I appreciate it. I want to give you a true review. It doesn't work. Tell me. Here it is, brother. Just like the stuff from Dune, the water of life. Drinking the juice of a strangling sandworm right now. Baron Harkonnen is not happy. We're going to see what I feel like my brain is clearer and faster. It feels like my brain and my energy and the accelerator on them. I felt it in my brain and my energy. Well, I'm gonna get some before we're gonna give you a couple bottles of them, bro. We love it. It's amazing. Here's now thealexjostore.com. Alex Jones Show. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, singing with Alex on this Sunday evening broadcast. It is the 12th of April, 2026. Stand on the cusp of total change, one way or the other. Feels like we've been in this position for a while now. I remember all the way back in like 2018 saying that we are now in the crucible, in the process of forging a sword. A lot of work in, and sort of one of the last steps is the crucible. And it's the hottest point. It's the point in which all of that work that's come before either goes to nothing or succeeds. And you get a nice, brilliantly made sword out of it. That's where we're at. The most intense heat, most intense pressure, and all of the work that we've done up to this point could easily just be completely spoiled, and we'd be in a worse position we were started, or we can get out of this refined, sharpened, honed, and successful, victorious. Sort of on that cusp. It feels like we are at the tipping point, one way or the other. And if you were watching Infowars last week, you got to witness a miracle. You got to witness an honest to God coincidence beyond coincidence. When you had Alex Jones talking to his name is Pastor James Williams, Darkwater,
going on and on about the battle axe, and the battle axe arrives at exactly that time. The letter saying God told me to send this to you. Just crazy coincidences. So crazy. And this is like kind of one of these ironies. You've got some people claiming that we faked it. It's like hard people would seriously suggest that if you watch the video. Hard to understand how that would have been faked or why we faked it. Just kind of a weird thing for them to suggest. But what it means is that it's real. It's like if it wasn't something actually beyond natural description, it seemed a little bit supernatural the way it worked out. And people saying it's fake because they recognize that and they just don't want to believe it. But it was just a ridiculous, like, oh my gosh, I said that thing, so it must be true. It wasn't just some sort of random minor coincidence. This was something so crazy. Like and I witnessed it myself. I sat there and watched Rob Duke walk by with the axe as he was going into the studio. My house was right outside the door. And it was amazing. And again, people recognized how insane it was, and so they choose to think, yeah, they must have faked it. It's too unbelievable that would have actually happened. No, it actually happened. So what you're really expressing here is doubt and skepticism that should in fact be wonder and awe and like reverence for what you witnessed. If it wasn't as crazy as we thought it was, nobody would say we faked it. They would just say, what the hell? So I act showed up, so what? No, it was crazy. It was meaningful to those of us that watched it unfold. And of course, the coincidence of it happening right before Alex Jones was attacked by Donald Trump was all very spectacular. I thought maybe pull that video in. A little 5-minute video. Watching the video, it's almost not enough. You almost need the context of like, here's what actually happened right in front of all of us. And it's really spectacular. And have Trump attacking Alex Jones, which again I can't help but see a sort of this is what happened with the ads. It was like crazy. Alex is crying. I'm like holding back tears. Like, oh my god, that just happened. This guy telling Alex Jones, you're the battle axe. Like, from heaven. It's like, I am from God. It's like, wow, this is crazy. Then 3 hours later, Donald Trump attacks Alex Jones, and suddenly it's like what was already perceived as a miraculous event takes on this whole new meaning of like, oh, maybe this is what it was about. Maybe, and people even that, like, just understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that Satan wants Alex Jones enraged. Satan wants Donald Trump attacking his own friends, and he wants those friends attacking Donald Trump back. Satan wants division and strife and chaos. And maybe the day had gone differently if Alex was in a terrible mood, if he'd just been hit with some bad bankruptcy decision and stubbed his toe and all that stuff. And then he got hit with the Donald Trump diatribe, the hatred diatribe. Maybe he would have responded differently. Maybe he would have come out swinging and said, screw you, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't. He had been given this gift from God as assurance, it seems to us. And I have people being like, oh, this is very blasphemous. I don't understand that. You're saying that it's blasphemous to witness miracles. What? You're saying that it's blasphemous for something to happen, seemingly miraculous thing happens, and we're supposed to go, but that's not from God. It's blasphemous to see God's work here in the mortal realm. You're not allowed to see God's work here on earth. What a crazy thing to think. The blasphemous thing, if we faked it, people get confused. It's like if you're a paralyzed person, you pray to God and suddenly you can walk, that's a miracle. If you're a preacher that brings up a not paralyzed person in a wheelchair and then commands them to walk, and they get up and walk and pretend like if they fake it, that's blasphemy. If you're pretending to witness or engage in miracles because you want people's money, that's blasphemy. That's the worst sin you can commit, according to some interpretations. But actually witnessing a miracle and then saying, guys, I'm pretty sure we just saw a sign from God, I don't understand how that can be blasphemy. I really don't. Again, unless you're saying like, Robin landed on the window right as I said that. God approved of what I'm saying, and we have to do it. That's not what we're saying. We're saying what we witnessed, felt, and seemed miraculous in all sincerity. The reason I'm saying all this, I'm not just like trying to ramble about this miracle we witnessed, even though it was worth rambling about. It's because we're in a situation where we haven't wanted to drop Donald Trump. We have not wanted to be on Donald Trump's bad side. Tried to install, prevailing sentiment, perhaps against all reason, logic. Tried so hard to cling on to Donald Trump. And it's almost like we get the slap in the face. The outright rejection. And the ambiguity and the nuance to be stripped away. And what's left over just Donald Trump. Support. It's time. And here's the craziest thing about the acts and the thing that really, I think, puts it into the realm of the miraculous is that the letter that came along with the acts describes that exact process that I just described of wanting something so badly and thinking that it's possible, and even as it gets farther and farther away, still cling to the dream. Still are, just get him to do the stuff. If you can just get Trump on the because the guy who actually, by the way, is now on X, and I'll get you his account because now we found the son of the guy. By the way, if you do think that it wasn't a miracle, the guy put literal shipping receipt so you can see exactly when the X was shipped and when it arrived. Like it's beyond confirmed. And so the carpenter that sent the X is now on X, and I'll get you his account so you can follow him because that's very cool. But the letter saying, I had this vision, I had this idea, I had this dream, this fantasy that I'd go to AlexJonesWater.com, I'd make a purchase, and I'd win the truck, I'd win the raffle, and I'd get to come down to Austin to meet Alex Jones to pick up my new car, and I'd be able to deliver him the X in person, right? That's the fantasy, that's the dream, that's the thing he was clinging on to, and for months, he clung to that dream until finally his son saying, look, that may be nice if that were to happen, but like, what if it doesn't happen? Like, that might not happen, so just go with what you know, right? Why cling to the fantastical hope that maybe raffle and go visit him? Why put on that when you can just mail it to him? It's a sure thing. And so the axe comes along with this message, with this lesson that applies directly to Alex Jones. Hey, the fantasy, you've got the dream of Donald Trump. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go. Or people I worked with where it's like I should have years ago been like, I can't work with these guys anymore. I got to do something else. But you just cling on to it. You don't want to lose it, and you really need a betrayal, a slap in the face to go, okay, God, I get it. You're pushing me away from what I'm doing. That's how I got the job at InfoWars, by the way, in case you were curious. Literally, like clinging on to this like impossible dream for so long, and finally being just like completely betrayed and being like, yes, I got to give up on this. I guess it's finally time to give up on this dream. Better go to Craigslist and see what jobs are out there. Boom, first job, InfoWars. Crazy stuff. Crazy how coincidences like that happen. So all this is to say is that we've got the signal now. We've received the signal. It is no longer ambiguous. It is no longer nuanced. Donald Trump is not the guy. Maybe we should have been in a better position if we realized this before, but I think our opposition now to Donald Trump is only strengthened and made more legitimate by the fact that we did not throw him under the bus. We did not throw him under the bus for Ron DeSantis like so many people out there did. We did not throw him under the bus when it looked like he was being thrown into prison or persecuted by the left. We have, in total good faith, tried desperately to believe the promise of Donald Trump, and finally, out of his own mouth, on his own post, we have been told, I am not the guy. Donald Trump is not the guy. It's time to move on. And everybody's sort of getting that message. And to be honest, we probably should have learned it a little while ago, because regardless of what you think about Trump, he's not the candidate in 2028. Somebody else is. So when you go to CPAC and you see Donald Trump's face up the size of buildings everywhere, that's kind of counterproductive. He's not going to be a candidate in 2028. Not a candidate in 2026. How is it helpful to around a guy who's not even going to be running for office. Doesn't make any sense. Especially when that guy has now completely sacrificed all the political impetus, the mandate to him in office. He has squandered it all. So it should have what we were begging Trump to do the entire time. That Trump should have taken his popularity, taken the revolution that he represented in American politics, and brought up the only people he brought up with him, he has now cast aside. She's a great example, right? Somebody that was in on the Trump wave of a bunch of people going, hey, Trump is kicking butt. We need more people like him. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene are like him. So they've been tossed aside. Lindsey Graham is now in charge. Mark Levin is now in charge. They are now MAGA, and you are not, and I am not, and we are not. So thank you, Trump, for letting us know. Message received. It's time to move on. And so that's what's happening politically, and we can show you some interesting events here over the weekend, including Donald Trump appearing doing one of his favorite things and appearing at a UFC event, MMA event, and he actually appeared at this event last year, and the reaction a little bit different, a little bit of a more subdued and response to Donald Trump into UFC. And if we go to that clip number 58 here, is Trump above 5 below 2026. They pump the music quite a bit just to try to drown out the watch. Everybody's standing. Everybody's got their hands in the air with the films, trying to just capture a glimpse of the king, a glimpse of the newly crowned president of the United States as he walks triumphant into the UFC to just deafening cheers and a standing ovation. That was 1 year ago, almost exactly 1 year ago. Same people in the train, right? Same people coming along with him into this event. Pretty different to what happened in 2026. Here's 2026. And now, lower energy, you can just feel it. Nobody's reaching out to grab it. Nobody's trying desperately just to get a high five from Donald Trump. Subdued. There were actually a lot of booths there. Posted other videos from different angles where you can see not the official audio. That was mostly the music. Yeah, and I think he shakes hands with that Dan Bongino. Don, is it Don? No joke. I literally don't know if his name is Dan or Don Bongino. I can never remember. That's not just me trying to subtly disrespect him by getting his name wrong. That is completely disrespecting him by not caring what his name is. Dan Bongino. So there you go. This, of course, is reflected in the polls that are coming out. Of course, not the CNN polls. They're like, we asked 5 diehard Trump supporters if they liked Iran, and he has 100% approval rating. Okay, sure. However, a CBS News poll has shown that Trump's approval trend among white non-college voters has cratered in just the last few months. Not over the course of a year, not over the course of 6 months. Between February and April, it went from green to red. So February 2025, 1 year ago, he was plus 36 with this group of people. By the time September around, he was only plus 26. So he'd already lost a bunch of them, probably by getting rid of Doge and starting the bombing campaign on Iran. But people still overwhelmingly happy with him and in favor of him. By the time 2026 of this year rolls around, we're looking at only plus 10. So right, not great, but not terrible either, at least in the positives. He's at -4 as of April 2026. That's a net 40-point negative swing in a single year, which is hard to do without killing someone. Like, but I guess he did. Only he didn't kill someone. He killed our nation. He killed America, actually. I'm not even exaggerating there. But to me, the even more shocking thing is 14-point drop in 2 months. 40 points over a year, 14 points between February and April of 2026. So, again, you can blame this on podcasters, but we've been talking the whole year. The collapse only came after Iran. This isn't about who's criticizing you, it's about what you're doing. And this, again, it's just the height of absurdity of all of this is the fact that they messed up and didn't want to blame the people talking about their mess ups. They betrayed the country and didn't want to blame the podcasters / radio television hosts. I'm on the radio right now. For responding to or reacting to the terrible policy decisions. And so this attack on Alex Jones, the attack on Tucker Carlson and others has been an act of total desperation. Here's how Alex Jones responded with JP Sears this weekend.
Do you do IQ test here?
Yep, that's what we do.
Okay, because I think I need one.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Why do you?
Well, I've had some people lately tell me I have a low IQ.
Shots fired. God, I'm telling you that.
Well, some people online have been telling me that, like the president, and even my dogs are looking at me a little bit condescending now.
Well, we'll find out. So with this IQ test, I'll just ask you a series of simple, really common sense questions. Best answer.
I'm actually kind of a little bit nervous right now.
Oh yeah, you should be, because you turn out to be what some would call a low IQ nut job, then you're pretty much a lost cause.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
All right, first question. Which word doesn't belong? Apple, banana, carrot, orange.
Is it carrot?
Good, because it's not a fruit at all. It's clever. Next question. Who would be considered more of a traitor to their country? Person A, who receives $230 million from a foreign lobby, or person B, who receives $0 from a foreign lobby?
Clearly person A.
Wrong.
Come on, that's got to be correct.
Next, hypothetical question. If a country has a major shipping waterway that you want to have open, and it's currently open, but they'll close it if you go to war, what would be a smart way to ensure that waterway stays open?
Don't go to war with them.
No, not even close. I mean, common sense would say go to war with that country and stay at war with that country as a way of putting pressure on them to reopen it after they've closed it because you went to war with them.
Are you playing with a full deck?
I don't play cards. Thanks for asking. Oh, and this is a good one. If you had the desire to take down an international pedophile ring, what would be the best way to follow through on that desire?
Well, you launch a full investigation using every means necessary, and then you prosecute those bastards to the fullest extent of the law.
Wrong. No. You would launch an effort to prevent any investigations and prosecutions.
That can't be right.
Well, an ounce of prevention is worth a cure.
These questions are kind of weird.
Oh, I standardized IQ test questions, sir. Next question. Here's a scenario. You got a person. They work for America and America only. What country does that person work for?
America?
That's incorrect. They work for Iran. Next question. Who's more beautiful as a woman? France's first lady, or maybe man, Candace Owens.
Candace Owens?
Oh,
have you seen France's first lady?
I totally do her. If she had an OnlyFans, I would subscribe. Any reasonable man would. Okay, how would you describe what America first means?
Putting America's interests first above any other foreign nation.
No, you're actually describing anti-Semitism. Yuck. Okay, last question. What year did we first land on the moon?
We've never been to the moon.
No, we've been to the moon. We go all the time. Well, your test is complete.
I've never seen a score like this before. What'd I get? You got an IQ of 65. Is that high? No. That's a very low IQ. My life is literally ruined. He was right. That's right. Just don't worry about that now. My big question is, what am I going to do with my life now that I've learned that I am so stupid? Well, just remember, you're also a nut job. But yeah, you're pretty screwed. Really, the only option I can give low IQ people such as yourself is to like go off and open a Somali daycare. I am completely devastated. Absolutely brilliant response from JP Sears and Alex Jones. You can find that on Alex's X account at Real Alex Jones. JP Sears and Alex. Perfect response to Donald Trump. He wanted rage. He wanted outrage. He wanted a fight. Nah, just mockery. That old man. Everything I sell to you works. Obviously, that's the goal. Get it? And like it, you want it. Everything I sell to you, deep research into, and I personally use. Now, I've been promoting zeolites for decades with great sponsors. They really work. I want to tell you what they are. Basically, our sponsor has a really high quality, private label, top selling brand, private label we're bringing to you right now. The precedent toxins, the environment, chemtrailing, all the garbage in the food, it is more important than ever to take zeolites on a regular basis. But not all zeolites are created equal. This is really a high quality zeolite. Please do your own research and then go to the AlexJonesStore.com and secure our high quality zeolite formula. Now let's go over just some of the incredible facts. We're swimming in toxins every single day. Metals from the air, chemicals in the food and water. Your body needs help finding, eliminating this garbage before it builds up and destroys your cells. Enter zeolite detox events, advanced binding agent. This isn't some gimmick. Zeolite is a naturally occurring volcanic mineral, unique cage-like crystalline structure that acts like a molecular trap. Ion exchange and absorption, it selectively grabs positively charged toxins, heavy metals, ammonia, and other unwanted compounds while letting beneficial minerals stay put. Then it escorts them straight out of your system through your gut. Paired with folic acid, it also supports healthy mineral transport and cleaner internal environment. Users report feeling lighter, more balanced, and clear-headed with consistent daily use. Just one dose a day gives you 60 full servings of detox support. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't steer you wrong. You know that. If you love our methylene blue, if you love our bovine colostrum, if you love the other incredible products like our T3 iodine, you are going to love this zeolite detox formula. Secure yours now at thealexjonesstore.com. And if you haven't checked out the other supplements, like our methylene red, that's proprietary to us, our ultramethylene blue, that is on record the strongest and the best, then check it out today. And while you're there, check out the widest selection of Patriot apparel, baseball caps, t-shirts, hoodies, you name it, to spread the word of freedom in America and worldwide. Bottom line, thanks for keeping us on the air over the years. We're facing the biggest challenges ever to stay on the air. Thanks to you standing with us as our partners in the info war, we are stronger than ever. So thank you so much for your support. Please visit thealexjonesstore.com today. And if you want to get massive discounts on all the supplements, sign up as a subscriber. Lock in your orders in the future. You can cancel any time. So all you're really locking in is the massive discounts. Same thing with VIPs. Cancel any time. $30 a month. $40 for the store. Special deals, special offers, special sales on everything. So if you're buying anything, AlexJonesStore.com, you should be a VIP. Thank you so much for your support. Now secure your zeolite formula now at AlexJonesStore.com. I know you're the big health guy. You're way better shape than I am. Don't kick my ass. I've seen you working out with Liver King. You say you take your methylene before. I want you to take our medical grade. 30 minutes kick in. Show everybody. I'd like you to drink this, Jay. You said earlier what? I appreciate it. I want to get your true review. It doesn't work? Tell me. Here it is, brother. Looks just like the stuff from Doom, the water of life. He's drinking the juice of a strangled brown sandworm right now. Aaron Harkonnen is not happy. We're going to see what happens. 20 minutes later. I feel like my brain is clearer and working faster. It feels like my brain and my energy have had the accelerator on that. I felt it in my brain and my energy. Well, I'm going to give you some before I leave. We're going to give you a couple bottles of it, bro. We love it. It's amazing. Get yours now at thealexjonesstore.com.
frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones. The answer to 1984 is 1776. You're listening to the Alex Jones Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Harrison Smith sitting in today for Alex Jones. Remember, you can support us by going to thealexjonesstore.com. It's the only way to support us. We have so much to cover now. We're going to get into Iran and the latest there and the failure of the ceasefire talks courtesy of Israel. That's the reporting, at least. But just everything is completely insane and exploding all at exactly the same time. In some cases, literally, a gigantic volcano has just erupted in Japan. The Sakurajima volcano, disgorging immense amounts of ash into the atmosphere right now. And of course, if you've been watching InfoWars this week, you know that we've talked quite a bit about the changing condition of Earth's ecosystem, the atmosphere, the magnetic shield around us, and this is what you would expect as a consequence of that. After all, oh my God, it's just gigantic. You've got the Earth's crust, the mantle, all reacting to the radiation that the sun emits. Even though a lot of it is blocked, but if you take down that magnetic shield, you're going to get more interactions, more chaos, more geological phenomenon like that. But that's just that. But that's the natural phenomenon. But that's just literally the Earth actually exploding. Figuratively, it's exploding with even more force and destructive power. And I'm telling you, I just in the break just now, we had like a 4-minute break as we do once an hour, and I just went through, liking some things to save them, and we have Israeli units nonstop systematically detonating what's left of Taiba village in northern Lebanon as they create new settlements there, as they drive out the last remaining Christians in the first Christian community, the place where Jesus was born and raised. They are being violently driven out in complete defiance of Donald Trump's explicit demands, by the way, but we should be used now to Trump being utterly humiliated by Israel. In North Africa, we have videos of Islamic invaders with clubs, knives, and machetes wreaking havoc on Andalusia, Spain. And a church has burned. Another church has been lit on fire by Muslims in Ireland. At the same time, Ireland is going to war with the Garda. I'm going to get to that in just a little bit. And there's videos of the Irish actually fighting hand-to-hand against the Garda. Here's the Darth Vader-style stormtroopers going in to oppress the natives of Ireland for opposing their wholesale replacement by hostile foreigners. We, of course, have the attack on Savannah Hernandez yesterday. We are going to get to that video and give you an update as to what's happened there, because the political chaos here at home is simply simmering. It's not cool at all. It just is waiting for an opportunity to boil over. Israeli Defense Minister Katz gave a press conference from southern Lebanon 2 hours ago saying residents will not return to south of the Litani River. That around 20% of Lebanon's population has now been forcibly evicted from their ancestral homes by the hostile and aggressive land grab of Israel. A group of Afghan Muslims set fire to a historic church in Ireland. Michigan residents will now be under drone surveillance as Oakland County Board of Commissioners voted to approve a very controversial new drone program for law enforcement. So the physical, aspect of the global panopticon control grid going into place here in America, Michigan, of course. 6 warehouse fires have occurred in only 3 days, as there's become a trend of disgruntled employees literally setting fire to entire warehouses when they don't get a raise. And then this volcano erupted, and we have some new information about Tyler Robinson and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm telling you, folks, that was less than 4 minutes on X for me, and I can spend an hour on every one of these. We talked about the church in Ireland being burned, either as a singular example of yet another terrorist attack against the people of Europe, or as the latest of a continual, practically daily series of church fire bombings that have occurred in Europe. I could spend the whole show on that. I could spend the whole show on the sudden rise in warehouse fires that have occurred over the last month or so, also paralleling exactly the run up to the COVID-19 lockdown. I mean, every one of these I can spend an hour on, and every 4 minutes I spend on X is that many stories. Just to give you an idea of the true chaos engulfing the world right now, just a little hint. All right, just a little hint. So I wasn't even planning on covering any of those stories because I didn't know about them until just now. So what we are going to do is talk about what's going on in Iran and the continuing and like bottomless failure of the Trump administration in the war in Iran. Failure upon failure upon failure is inexplicable if you're approaching this from any sort of traditional logical perspective. If instead you approach it from the correct perspective, which I'll give you here in just a second, then all of this makes perfect sense. See, what you're being told is that we have all of these various war aims, some contradictory, some didn't exist before the war started, some are only existent because the war started. They change. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around. That's because none of them are real. None of them are real. None of them are actual. None of them are being sought after. Okay? This is not about replacing Iran regime with a new regime. It's not about getting rid of their nuclear stockpile. It's not about opening the Strait of Hormuz. It's not about any of those things. Because what they want you to believe is that this war is being waged by America for American interests, Israel for Israeli interests, and Iran for Iranian interests. Okay, hold on. That is a great idea. That is a great. Nobody steal this idea. Maybe I shouldn't say it. But an Art of War book parody by Donald Trump, where all of the advice is bad advice. That is such a funny idea. Just taking the Art of War and then replacing the advice in the actual book with whatever Donald Trump does. That's like the funniest thing I've ever heard. That would be $1 million idea right there. Don't do it. It's mine. Copyright. Don't steal my idea. I'm gonna write it. I got distracted. That is funny. No, the actual purpose of the Iran war is the same purpose of COVID-19. It's the same purpose of the Ukraine war. It's the same reason why Europe is being flooded with immigrants and why we've been saying they've been pushing for World War III since at least 2020. And as we've been saying, the Ukraine war was also designed to spiral out into a wider conflict. There's been resistance. It hasn't actually happened. In no small part due to Russia's behavior and not crossing the red line, not bombing Europeans, playing within the laws of international regulation as they are bound to do. They don't get to flagrantly violate international law like Israel and America does on a routine basis. The point of all of it is to get World War III in order to get total control of humanity. This was always the plan, and this was the plan before World War I started. World War I was about destroying once and for all the last royal houses in Europe. The only royal house that stood after World War I. Before World War I, German Empire was in place, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire was in place, the Russian Empire was in place, the British Empire was in place. France, of course, succumbed to the revolution. About 100 years before that. And by the end of World War I, none of them, except for the UK, British royal family. That was the only one that really stood as a powerful monarchy after World War I, and it was already taken over by the Rothschilds following the Battle of Waterloo 50 years before that. So they were spared because they became the vessel by which the Rothschilds and other European banking interests decided to rule the world. So World War I was about getting rid of those noble families. Check, 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 right? You mark that right off. World War II was about destroying nationalism, creating the basis for globalism, the Bretton Woods Agreement, establishing the global monetary empire that we've been operating in the entire time, creating the UN. World War I created the League of Nations, but Americans weren't down with it. It had to be ratified by the Senate. Senators didn't want to. It was created by Wilson. It was created by an American president, but America didn't join because they had to get it approved by the Senate. This was back at a time when the Senate and the Congress, the House of Representatives, were actually jealous of their power and wielded it effectively. That's not really the case anymore. Now the executive does whatever the hell he wants, and Congress and Senate enjoys the fact that they can be totally hands off and not responsible for the actual decision. All this to say, World War I, League of Nations, World War II, UN, World War III, global government. That was always the plan. They're pushing us towards that as rapidly as possible. And you see this as Germany has just increased the age of the draft. The UK is telling their people, and has been for a while, get ready. We're going into total war mode. We're going to be a war economy soon. America has said, forget all this other stuff. We're going into a war economy mode, and that's what's going to be the driver of our success from now on. They're pushing towards this. So, long story short, when you look at the Iran war through the eyes of these people, then everything's going swimmingly. It's all going perfectly. The point of the war was to create the economic disaster that we're now witnessing unfold, to create the shortages, to impose the rationing, use rationing to control the people. This is always the plan. The Strait was supposed to be shut. It is supposed to be shut. They'd be fine if it went down completely. Iran was never supposed to be managed and administered by moderates who could work with their neighbors in America and Israel. The plan was always to create a failed state in Iran where it could just be a playground for warring empires for all of time. They wanted to become Syria or Libya 2.0, and again, we've been saying this since before the latest round of this war. So I know some people are starting to say this now. They're starting to look around and go, gee, after 45 days of war, it looks like this is this before it started, okay? How did we know? Because we're looking at it through this dichotomy, not the traditional idea of, oh, America, we're fighting for America. No, we're not. America is fighting for the globalists. It's obvious. This could not be more obvious. And we're seeing the way that against all reason, all logic, all sensibility, all political impetus and zeitgeist currently at work in American politics, against all of that, we are doubling down on this war, tripling down on this war. We're now almost forcing China and Russia to get involved in this war to a greater degree than they ever were before, and they're responding in kind. It's all on purpose. They are driving us towards World War III on purpose. They can get off at any point. The off-ramp is right there, available. If Israel doesn't bomb it first. And really, that is the off-ramp. The off-ramp is you have to drive through Israel. You have to, Israel saying they're blocking the off-ramp. And if we don't want to go to World War III, that's who we need to run over to get onto the off-ramp. Do you understand? Because it's not even a question at this point. It's almost to the degree that they're doing it to provoke us, which may very well be the reality. But we got statements from Trump about this, and here's the real important thing about it. U.S. intelligence shows China now taking a more active role in Iran war. China may have shipped missiles to Iran, and Beijing is allowing some companies to sell Tehran supplies that could be used in military production, American officials said. Okay, so it seems like knocking out Iranian capability of production and manufacturing isn't actually that effective because they can always source material from China and Russia. American intelligence agencies have obtained information that China in recent weeks may have sent a shipment of shoulder-fired missiles to Iran for its conflict with the United States and Israel, according to U.S. officials. If they're upset about this, have they thought about looking in a mirror? Have you thought for a single second about the precedent you set by waging a proxy war against Russia in Ukraine in the full view of everybody? It's not a secret. Ever since the war began and before, the Ukraine war has been a project of the American deep state. Their information that they're getting, the weapons that they're using, the targeting, coordinates that they're sending missiles to fire, it all comes from us. And we're playing this stupid, backseat children's game. But I'm not touching you. Oh, but it wasn't us, though. Well, you can't blame America. It was Ukraine that did that with our money and our information and our weapons and our holding a gun to their heads saying go to war with Russia. But we're still playing this stupid little game, expecting it never to be flipped around on us. Well, here we are in a direct conflict with Iran. You don't think China and Russia are going, okay, cool. board game just opened. Let's play with the rules that have been set down over the last couple of years. And everything America is doing is setting horrible precedents that will come back to bite us in the ass, one way or another. It's not going to bite the bad people in the ass. It's going to bite us. It's not going to be Donald Trump and Jared Kushner that end up being the victims of an Iranian terror attack. It's going to be the average Americans. Well, and who knows what they're going to attack, but so far we've bombed their universities, their hospitals, their business parks, their residential areas, their bridges, their government buildings. And every time we do that, we're giving them a pass to do it as well. We're giving them the green light. And I see people online arguing, going, well, you can't say that. I mean, we're in a war. Every target's valid in a war. Okay, that's the exact same argument Iran can use to target Americans, and they have the additional argument of saying they started it, they did it first. So what happens if the Golden Gate Bridge gets targeted by a nitrogen bomb, something homemade in a basement somewhere? People have this shockingly, confident idea that America, can't be attacked. People are like, what could Iran even do to bring down an American bridge? I don't know. The key bridge in Baltimore fell over because an Indian person driving a boat went like this for about 10 seconds. So it's it's just crazy. It's crazy that we're allowing our government to be committing literal terrorism against civilians overseas and expecting that not to come back to us. That's insane. We should have learned this lesson a long time ago. But we're stuck. Apparently, we're stuck in this conflict entirely Israel. And it's beyond apparent that is the case. So if you really want to cut through all the noise, I can talk about the negotiations. I can talk about the history, how we got here forever and ever. It's a very simple thing. If really influence America has to be surgically extricated, with prejudice. That's the word I was looking for. It's prejudice, right? Not like, hey, we understand, but you can't do that right now. More like you have committed treason. Leave the country or face the consequences. You can exile yourself. That's fine. Or charge you with treason. Punishment you have earned. That's really how, and that's it. That's, you want to solve the Iran problem? Solve the Israeli influence issue. You want to solve Trump's problem with the voters? You got to solve the Israeli influence issue. Do you want to not be arrested by the Democrats for thought crimes in the next few years? Do we have to extricate with prejudice all of the Israeli influence that is responsible for us driving headlong towards that eventuality? It's very simple. This is not a complicated thing. It is complicated by the fact that the people doing it are in fact Israelis. U.S.-Iran negotiation ends with no deal after nearly a full day of negotiations. In a terse statement, Vice President J.D. Vance said the Iranian delegation had rejected U.S. terms. The bad news is we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. Again, if you are watching this with any expectation of a positive outcome, you are a fool. There was never going to be a positive outcome to this. We knew there was never going to be a positive outcome to this because the negotiations themselves were never even to happen. The only reason the negotiations are happening is because Donald Trump desperately needed a way to save face and back down on his threat to kill everybody in Iran. He put out a tweet saying, I'm going to kill everybody and I'm going to destroy a civilization never to recover unless you open the Strait of Hormuz. You have 48 hours. They did not open the Strait of Hormuz, so they called his bluff. So in order to look like he wasn't having his bluff called, they lied and said, oh, we accepted this 10-point basis as a starting point for negotiations, and this will be the end of the war. It never was. It was never going to be. I told you this literally the moment it was announced. The moment that it was announced, I was on air on War Room, and I said, no, this is stupid. They're not accepting this. They're not accepting this. This is a face-saving measure from Trump. And sure enough, within a couple hours, they were like, oh, well, we didn't know that we agreed to Lebanon being part of the ceasefire. It's all BS. They said yes to the basis of negotiations, even though they knew they had no ability to stop Israel from bombing Lebanon, but they said that they accepted it strictly to have something to present to the American people, so it didn't look like Donald Trump just straight up backed out and checked out. But it was never going to happen. They were never going to accept it. However, we do have information, details about how this negotiation was scuttled, because despite the fact that it was always started in bad faith and never had a hope the conclusion was foregone, it could have worked. They could have come up with an agreement. Yeah, just because it starts on a bad footing doesn't mean they couldn't have worked out some, hammered out some agreements in the back rooms. But that didn't happen. And it didn't happen, apparently, because Netanyahu called J.D. Vance. That's the official reporting. That's the official story. We do have the video of it. Let's go to clip number 20 here. This is J.D. Vance announcing conclusion to the negotiations with Iran. Let's watch.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran, much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States, having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms. Quite.
It's because we do not have the superior negotiating position. We, in fact, are responding to them. They are the ones setting terms because we are the ones asking them for something. Now we're trying to do some weird, I don't even know what to call it, because it's almost like it's kabuki theater 5D chess is what it is. It's like playing on this idea that people have about Trump playing 5D chess. Now we're the ones blocking the strait. So now America is going to be the one blocking Iranian and Chinese ships through the strait. So the goal for the war that didn't exist before the war is now being dropped, and we are now the ones doing the thing that we're trying to stop Iran from doing. But we also don't really have the ability to do that thing. And if we do that thing, then we'll no longer be at war with Iran. We'll be at war with whoever owns the ship that we're threatening to bomb, which would almost certainly be somewhere like China. So we are driving full tilt towards World War III on purpose and by design. The lockdown measures are already going into place. Outrages and uprisings because of the lockdowns and fuel restrictions are already happening in Ireland. There's been a lot of anger for a long time about the migrant crisis, which also plays into Israel. It's not a coincidence that both Ireland and Spain are historically and currently the two countries most opposed to Israel, and they suddenly get hit with this massive influx of migrants, Spain especially, hundreds of thousands of Africans flowing in 2 days after Netanyahu comes out and gives a speech saying Spain will pay the price for disobeying us, for going against us. Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence personally. And so you have these fuel restrictions in Ireland that basically set the flame to the tinder that's been piled up for the last couple of years. And now there's this combat going on with the Gardaí. We'll get into that later. It gets deeper than you've probably heard about the method by which the globalists are. What they're doing in Ireland, they plan to do everywhere else, and pay attention to that. Trans says the simple question is, we do not see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon. No, you know what? On February 27th, you had them in total agreement to not only not develop a nuclear weapon, but to give up their enriched material. That was on the table. But you decided 2 weeks before, because of Netanyahu's urging, that it was going to be war. And so if that was really the big issue, if that's the big sticking point still to this day, and currently messing up the current negotiations, then maybe we should have accepted that diplomatic solution all the way back then. We'll get back into it. I'll explain exactly how these talks were scuttled, how exactly Netanyahu apparently just interrupted them right as they were making some positive progress, and how China and Russia are getting involved in this in a very real way. All of that in our Stay tuned, folks. AlexJonesShow.com.
I'm very pleased to announce 2 great products at thealexjonestore.com that will 100% work and deliver energy, clarity, and also when you relax, great calm, rest, and sleep. Now, a lot of our products are very complex, game-changing, cutting edge, you name it. But there's a lot of things that are very simple and proven that are still the best. Now, we have several other great energy formulas at thealexstore.com. They're more complex. But Ultimate Energy is very, very simple. One of the most popular, long-running energy combinations on the market at Whole Foods, everywhere else, because it really works. It's Ultimate Energy, thealexstore.com. Very strong dose of wide spectrum, organic, time release caffeine with a big dose of high quality L-theanine that gives you focus and clarity but relaxes you. So with the caffeine, it's very, very smooth without the letdown, lasts up to 10 hours. That's Ultimate Energy. But when you're ready to relax, Ultimate Chill. A strong dose of high quality ashwagandha, thousands of years, rest, clarity, focus. Doesn't make you tired, just makes you relax, kind of a Zen focus. And then on top of that, a big dose of L-theanine can also give you calm, clear focus. Great rest, great relaxation, great dream. It's so good for your immune system, your entire body. So some days when I've been working from 5 a.m. to say 10 p.m., and I've been jacked up on our great supplements, and I will go to this formula, Ultimate Chill. That's why I actually came to Bigley and said, hey, I'm already using a brand from Whole Foods. This is what's in it. Make it a little bit stronger. So this is the formula I've been using for years to relax. I'm having trouble being able to kind of ease into non-work mode. This is how I do it. Simple, proven ingredients that work in a high quality. Now available at thealexstore.com.
A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones.
All right, I want to explain what happened today because I'm pretty sure it was a miracle. So Alex Jones is on with his preacher.
Pastor JamesLeeGillenwater, Darkwater.
In the context of Alex Jones recently starting to criticize Trump more and break from Trump. And essentially they're praying for Trump.
Trump's turning around before. Yeah, so if we have to battle, watch this.
So they start reading this one Bible verse, and it's about how you're supposed to be a battle axe for God.
Thou art my battle axe and my weapon of war. What has Donald Trump been doing on behalf of? He's a battle axe.
And the preacher is going on about the battle axe as a symbol.
Alex, you're a battle axe. You run around wrecking everybody. Boom, boom, boom. I'm a battle axe. Every Christian is called to be one of the Lord's battle axes.
It's all about this battle axe metaphor. If battle axe arrives at the office, the moment they're talking about it, Rob Dew just takes it in.
He just walked in. This was delivered to the door by FedEx 2 minutes ago. You talk about a biblical sign. This was just delivered.
He's like, what just happened? It got delivered
2 minutes ago. Rob, I just ran it. What? You got a letter. What does this say? No, this is biblical. This is how God works. Somebody got touched by God. I'm crying right now. To mail this literally showed up FedEx. Rob, come here. Sit down. Read this. What the hell's going on here? Just said, literally, as you said, battle axe, FedEx arrived. What the?
So, and Rob's like, yeah, and he opens up the letter, and it's a letter from the guy.
It's an old carpenter and craftsman. And I was making this axe, and God told me it was for Alex Jones. Literally what it says right there. I mean, it says it right there.
Fire burn,
Right there.
You saw this? It's just insane.
This is your battle axe. Let me remind you that God loves you, gives you strength and courage. The best you as you move along in this crazy world.
Could not have scripted it better.
God bless you.
Literally talking about this. Literally gets delivered to you right as he came on. I mean, this is insane.
I mean, it was insane to witness. It was.
This is how God works.
Seemed miraculous at the time.
No, I just got it and walked in there. I'm like, this needs to go on the air. It was a sign from God.
And then 3 hours later, Donald Trump launches this attack on Alex. We called him stupid. It's I'm glad he's been ruined. I'm glad he's bankrupt. It was a vicious attack predicated on Alex Jones turning on him, attacking. He's just good as the left or whatever it is.
And now we intercede on behalf of our president, Donald J. Trump. Everyone, let's join us to pray for Trump right now. We're going to break this demonic spell right now. It doesn't matter if Trump gets off track. He belongs to God. He's going to do his job.
That attacking Trump, praying for Trump, and saying he's on the track, but got to get back on the right track. That deserves. I'd say, you know, you deserve your children to lose their inheritance. And it was after that, I was talking to editors, and he was like, yeah, I think that battle axe was like a gift from God. He was like, I think that was God assuring Alex he was on the track.
Perfectly arrives right as you're talking about it. That is the power of God, literally telling us that your message is true. God, obviously, in the future, foresaw all this moment to back up what you just said.
And it signifies your victory over those people who are coming after you, brother.
There's like deeper meanings to it that are insane as well. He says that he made it for Alex and that it's been in his workshop for months.
Every time I went to the shop, God reminded me that's for Alex.
But he doesn't say it because he has a fantasy, he has a vision.
In my fertile imagination, I built a 2-story that would be
Rob was having trouble reading his handwriting, so it doesn't come across quite clearly.
But I won a truck.
Because at InfoWars we do a raffle. If you win the truck, you get to come down to pick up the truck in person, come on the Alex Jones show, and Alex and hang out in the studio. And so he's like, I had this fantasy that I would win that truck and I would get to deliver the axe in person.
Well, that didn't happen. I wondered what I would do with the axe.
He said his son finally convinced him, Dad, you just got to send the axe.
And he said, just send it to him. So here's the axe, brother.
It arrives on air. He told you the battle axe for God right before Trump launches this ill-advised attack that is proven to be ill-advised if you watch that segment and see what Alex's attitude towards Trump really was.
Flattered everything you said. In God's plan, literally had someone make this months ago, be pushed by God and send it now to perfectly arrive, not last week, not yesterday, today, 20 minutes ago, to Rob New see it, delivered it, saying this is for Alex. Yeah, God delivered, didn't even know this was going on. Perfect. That's God's perfection right there. Just saw a miracle.
I've been in the oil field for as long as I've been an info warrior, 18 years. And Texan, born and raised, so I know like knives, like you do. And I finally broke down and ordered one. I got the neon orange, and I'm blown away. I've had benchmark knives that are easily $400. Had them for a year, lost them. This thing has the same feel, same quality, everything about it. I haven't had a knife stay this sharp in a long time, and I'm like horrible with equipment. I'm like very abusive with knives at work every day. I'm extremely impressed. I'm very impressed. So anybody out there listening, if you know there's a knife comes back in stock, get one. You know, any of them. I want to get the ring knife when it comes back out. Other than that, I'm doing all the supplements and
Particularly the pocket knives, the folding knives, the flip knives are super high quality at incredibly low prices. I mean, these same knives sell in stores all day for like $80. We sell them for like $40. We'll be right back. A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. You are listening to the Alex Jones Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second hour of the Alex Jones Show is on. I'm your host, Harrison Smith. Make sure you're following us at Real Alex Jones on X, at InfoWars. I'm at Harrison H. Smith. Make sure you're following at AJ Live, as we will soon be making some changes here. And of course, with this attack on Alex, there's been a lot of discussion about InfoWars, about Alex Jones. Of course, I said on War Room not to repeat myself, but every time there's an attack on InfoWars like this, or like the bankruptcy, or like us trying to lock us out of our office, like, you know, every couple of months there's some significant attack against InfoWars, and it's always disheartening when that happens. Personally, it's always kind of like, really, we got this on top of everything else we got to deal with. But then, in response to the attack, comes this just overwhelming wave of support, and people just from all over the place going, "Hey, look, I might not even like Trump or whatever, but like, Alex Jones is the real deal. You can not like him, but like, he's the real deal." And of course, most people are just saying, "Hey, Alex Jones is a legend. What the hell are you talking about? How dare you question his legitimacy?" Because again, I can't express how, like, not only are we the most real organization in media at this point, and I can say that with authority, since I know pretty much all of the organizations. InfoWars works harder than any of them and is more real than any of them and is more independent than any of them, just bar none, and by a factor of 10. But we also were sued and are currently still in federal court bankruptcy proceedings. So it is just kind of hilarious for anybody to claim that we're getting money from anywhere other than our audience. It's not possible. Unless you think that somehow the federal court is helping us launder money, like that doesn't make any sense. Or whether we would risk like long-term jail sentences for lying and fraud while under the intense scrutiny of the federal court. It's just absurd. It's absurd. We're the only organization ever that you can go to the public court records and see like our finances come through a fine tooth comb. If there had been $5 that we weren't supposed to have, they would have found it and it would have been published. There would have been articles about it. So if you ever wondered if InfoWars is the real deal, it's impossible for us not to be. I'm just saying. It's so frustrating. People lie about us continuously when 10 minutes of research should make everything obvious. And of course, the videos from the 90s of Alex Jones, it's all amazing. But I'll go to a video here because it is one of these, and it's kind of troubling how convincing this video can seem. Now, the video I'm about to show you is from a user called Bobby Sauce, and he's responding to some weirdo, I guess not a leftist. He seems like a leftist, but I guess he's a Trump supporter. But he's just lying about InfoWars. The things he's insinuating about InfoWars are just on the face of it ridiculous. But listen to the like condescending and like self-important and the faux superiority and faux authority this guy puts across as he's telling you things that are objectively and truthfully false. And just keep this in mind, okay? I'll talk a little more on the other side, but it's going to put 49 here. This is a video from Bobby Sauce responding to some guy who's really good at dramatic pauses. Let's watch.
Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you paid for anything from Alex Jones? Ever. When's the last time you bought one of those suppositories, one of his supplements, one of his t-shirts, mugs, hats? When's the last time you sent money to Alex Jones? Never. You haven't? No, but he's had an objectively massive audience for literally decades. So what exactly does that prove? Yeah. Weird, huh? It's not really that weird. I have 700,000 something followers across my platform. Less than 1% have ever given me money. Because his organization cost millions to operate. Okay, what's the point? Yeah, he's fine. He keeps growing. Like he's got cash coming in from everywhere. Look, I've never really listened to Alex Jones regularly, but to pretend like he's got no money or no audience, had hundreds of millions of people following and watching him for decades, had a nationally syndicated radio show, and now has a supplement brand, one of the highest margin items that you can possibly sell. What is the implication here? We've done the math, folks. I've been doing this a long time. Done what math? Alex is not a publicly traded company. You have no idea what he's selling or not selling. And those hundreds of millions of people that follow him, a lot of them donate money or they buy the supplements. The margin on supplements, 50% plus. Everybody knows that the biggest way to monetize your audience is to sell your own manufactured goods. That worth has been estimated in the hundreds of millions. Whether that's accurate or not doesn't even really matter. But at one point, his court filings showed that InfoWars was making $800,000 a day. And that was like 7 years ago. A day. So, I've been doing this a long time. But in broadcasting and advertising marketing, since I was 14 years old, I've been doing this a long time. You were doing broadcast advertising and marketing when you were 14? What? Even if you have, that doesn't change anything. We can't seem to figure out how those suppositories and supplements are paying all the bills. One of his best-selling supplements is methylene blue. I don't know the first thing about methylene blue, but I looked on the website, 50 milliliters, 16 to 17 bucks, originally $50 for 50 milliliters. Based on what I see, these milliliters cost 4 to 5 cents to produce in bulk. So if you sell a lot of high-margin items time to hundreds of millions of people, like, what are you talking about, dude? Let that sink in. Let what sink in, dude? What is the dramatic, like, I know something that you don't know. I've been doing this since I was 3 years old. I came out of the womb doing marketing and sales. And look, I don't like a lot of what Alex has been talking about here, and I've always taken this information with a grain of salt over many years. But this, like, tacit implication that you have some type of inside baseball because you have expertise, you
know that this money's coming in from somewhere. When there's all these other people that are doing the exact same thing in much more nefarious ways that all of us can see in plain sight, that are provable, that are objective, that we can look at. But you did the math and can't figure out where the money's come from? What are you talking about, bro? This follows the exact same vein as the rest of his content, which is like, oh, you don't agree with me? Well, you're stupid and ignorant. It's because you don't know. Because I came out of the womb doing policy, bro. You love Trump. He's the hero. How about the billions his family's made in crypto? What's more of a threat? Alex Jones selling supplements or that? Whatever it is. This video has 5,000 views on X, and there's people in the comments saying they bought the bone broth, they bought the methylene blue, it changed their life. So, what, dude?
So let me clarify some things real quick. Let me clarify something real quick. I don't know where he's getting his calculation for what it costs to create methylene blue. That's not like it costs like 4 or 5 cents. No. Go ask Grok. That's what I did. I was like that's not right. And if Alex is tell you the exact breakdown, he's talking about it this week because he's like, how are we selling this for 72% off? He's like, we're losing. He's like, and I don't want to get the numbers wrong, but it's like it costs us $60 to make. How are we selling it for 17? That doesn't make any sense. It's like what? So yeah, sometimes we sell things at cost, just as a promotional thing. You know, you're gonna like the product, and once you use the product, you're gonna be like, dang, I need to get that again. Like this is normal marketing. This is how sales works. This actually came up during the bankruptcy, and they were accusing Alex Jones of being extortionary or whatever, and they're like, he marks up his products this amount. Guys, a lot of our products are white labeled consumer products that you can buy on the shelf at major retailers. Okay, like it's stuff that people who hate us have in their pantries and pay more for at the store than they could have at InfoWars. It's absurd. And if you look at basically every other product, I mean, at the time during the trial, they were saying marks it up, however much percent. And I can't believe it. This is so just awful. Treating it as if it's like Alex Jones came up with some scheme to like rob people. And it's like everything you watch on TV is paid for by advertising. Do you know that? Do you understand that? Everything you watch on TV is only being broadcast on television because there are ads to sell products. That is the most normal business structure you could possibly have. Only we're doing it under like severe total restriction, right? We have to get everything right. Again, this is the thing about InfoWars. We have to do everything perfectly. We have entire industries of people out there all day, every day, studying everything. Another thing revealed during the trial where you had people come out and going, I'm a disinformation expert. I've spent the last several months studying Alex Jones and going through the incredible literature that's out there, the tens of thousands of articles and scientific investigations by universities around America studying Alex Jones, studying InfoWars, not out of academic curiosity, but like a general studies the battle plans of his enemy general. They're studying us to try to defeat us. Other places, other retail outlets are going under constantly, going bankrupt constantly. All they do is sell products. And they can keep the doors open. We sell products to fund our production. We're under the same constraints that your average brick and mortar retailer is under. Only we also fund an entire news network with the proceeds. And we're still succeeding. So I looked into it and it's like, okay, how, whatever, let's take a random well-known brand that advertises everywhere. If it's so bad that Alex Jones sells good products to promote his to fund his production, CNN advertises Coca-Cola, right? It costs something like 5 cents for a bottle of Coke. They turn around and sell those bottles of Coke for $5 in some cases. That's 100 times markup. So if you're going to apply these, constrictions, these accusations against InfoWars, it's like we do less than anybody else, and our stuff is better than anybody else. We have to be, because if we're not, we'll be destroyed. We have to have people come back to buy our products. Why would we sell them bunk products? We have to deliver what we advertise, or else every DA in America would be salivating to bring us down. We have to do it by the book. We have to do it perfectly. It's why, Alex got a big tax refund once the bankruptcy started, because we're so cautious. We know the type of scrutiny we're under. We'll go over and above and beyond, even if we don't have to. And when I do War Room, it's like everybody who calls in has a story about how methylene or iodine or one of our products has transformed their life. We don't tell them. I don't even know they're going to do it when I go to their call. I'm like, James from Missouri wants to talk about Trump. Welcome to the show. And he's like, let me tell you about how methylene saved my life. It's crazy. It just happens. Our products are amazing. It's just, all of this is designed to try to destroy us. And we've already been on the brink of destruction for years now because of our support of Donald Trump. And it's Donald Trump himself who comes out and says, actually, it's a good thing this is happening. It's a good thing Alex Jones was bankrupt. Just infuriating. So you do support us by going to thealexjonesstore.com. The only way that we get support, unlike every other organization, spokesman, outlet, magazine, they all take money from sponsors. They all take money from interests. They all take money to say certain things that they don't believe. That is the definition of grifting. We say exactly what we believe, regardless of who wants to say anything about it. And we're able to do that because Alex deliberately created a system that was free from influence, coercion, or control. He understood that we would be targeted. He understood that if we relied on payment processors like Patreon, we'd be taken down. If we relied on subscription models, that could be done away with by cooperation with big tech. If we wanted to do it, what we did was very simple. We created a sort of agreement, a sort of contract with our audience. We tell you the truth, and in exchange, you go to thealexjonesstore.com. That's it. Nobody else can determine for you whether or not we're telling the truth. All we can do is appeal to your, personal discernment and say, hey, I think we've upheld our end of the bargain. I think we have told the truth, and it's hurt us, and it's caused a lot of suffering for all of us individually. It has not been a couple of years at this company, let me tell you, not because of anybody here or anything that we were doing, but the attacks that we're under, like, we've suffered. We've actually suffered and been disadvantaged by all this stuff. But it's fine. We're going to continue to tell the truth. We're going to continue to tell you exactly what we believe and exactly what we think is happening. And even if you disagree with us in our interpretation, I hope that you can recognize that we're not BSing, we're not lying to you, we're not making stuff up, taking stuff out of context, because that would be in violation of the very contract that we established. We will tell you the truth. You support us in this mission, and it is an unbeatable symbiotic relationship. Go to thealexjonesstore.com to purchase one of these incredible products, feel the difference for yourself, and know that you are straight up, as literally as possible at this point, slapping the old order in the face. Every dollar you spend at thealexjonesstore.com is a slap in the face and a spit in the eye of the bad guys that want us to go down. I think it's good enough reason, but there's also all the other great reasons. Anyway, thealexjonesstore.com. Please support us. We really do appreciate it. Here's Donald Trump's statement on, and we're going to finish up with the war in Iran and move on to what happened to Savannah and what's going on in Ireland now, but just to close out with Iran here. So there you have it. Donald Trump says the meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships still trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to now be bombing Chinese ships, I guess. I bet that'll go really well. I've also instructed our Navy to interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. It's beyond Mad King Lear. It's beyond King Theoden. It's to the point, how I put it last week on War Room, it's like Donald Trump is pursuing the madman theory, the madman strategy of Richard Nixon, only he's actually doing the madman thing. The whole point of the madman scheme is it works because you're not actually crazy. It doesn't actually work if you're just insane. It's like in the Odyssey, Odysseus pretends to be insane because he doesn't want to go to fight against Troy. His son was just born. He wants to stay home. Telemachus was like 2 months old. And so he's acting crazy. And he's like plowing his field and throwing salt instead of seeds. And it's like, well, this guy's nuts. And so the guy that came to recruit him is suspicious because I don't think this guy's really crazy. I think he's acting. I think he's pretending. And so he puts 2-month-old Telemachus in the field in the way of the plow, thinking if this guy's crazy, if he really is disconnected from reality, he doesn't know his baby from anything. He's going to run right over it. And of course, Odysseus goes around the baby. The guy goes, haha, you're not really crazy. No, Trump is doing the madman theory and runs over Telemachus and like runs over his own son. And it's like, oh, okay, so you're just actually crazy. The whole thing is it's like, well, we don't know if he's going to really start a war with Iran or not. He can do anything. But you start the war and you don't have any backup plans and you don't have any off ramps and you kill the people you're negotiating with. That's not the madman theory anymore. That's just being a crazy person. There's a difference. It's a big one. It's important. U.S. warships transit Strait of Hormuz for the first time. Several U.S. warships transited the Strait of Hormuz for the first time since the war in Iran began, as peace negotiations got underway in Pakistan. I'm just telling you, we are just the worst, man. We really are the worst. It sucks. Like, I'm reading this, I'm just like, okay. So we really did another round of fake peace ceasefire deals and then took advantage of that to get our ships through the strait, knowing that Iran was bound by the ceasefire that we just did. So once again, pretty much openly, pretend to do peace negotiations that were never intended to actually result in a compromise or agreement, but instead is used as cover to warcraft things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. It really is the worst. It's like the Minsk Accord, the Minsk agreements. Europe comes out and goes, "Oh, we never intended to actually abide by that. That was just to give us some breathing room to build the army to go to war with Russia." It's like, you're not supposed to say that, you absolute idiots. And that's what it appears as though that's what we're doing here. Well, we're not actually going to do a ceasefire peace with Iran, but if we can get them to stop firing on us, then we can slip boats in between the Strait of Hormuz. So it's just like, Iran, like Russia, are just patience on a monument. Several U.S. warships transited the Strait of Hormuz for the first time since the war with Iran began. Peace negotiations underway in Pakistan, according to sources who spoke to Axios. The move was not coordinated with Iran and was intended to increase the confidence of commercial ships to cross the strait. It was an operation that focused on freedom of navigation through international waters, a U.S. official said. Yeah, because they're on a ceasefire agreement, because Iran actually sticks to the agreements that they make, unlike Israel, unlike America. It's just pathetic. And people will criticize me for that. It's like, no, I don't want to be on the side of liars. I don't want to be on the side of manipulators. I don't want to be on the side. I don't want my side thinking this crap is clever. This is not clever. It's just short-sighted. Okay, sure, you can, humiliate Iran by killing their negotiators. Down the road, I mean, again, I'm frankly shocked Iran has not just killed our negotiators. Like, why wouldn't they? Why haven't they? I don't understand. We killed multiple rounds of their negotiators. And yet we would act so upset and surprised if Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were like bombed by Iran one day. Why? These are the rules we're setting. These are the rules we're playing by. And Iran is not playing by them, but they could at any point and be justified in doing so. Of course, Netanyahu says, I'll keep fighting Iran and its proxies. But she means America will keep fighting Iran and its proxies. Because Israel is not fighting Iran and its proxies. They are not putting boots on the ground, and they never will. Netanyahu made the vow in a post on X on Saturday as U.S. President J.D. Vance was engaged in diplomatic talks to end the war in Islamabad, Pakistan. He also took a swipe at Turkey, which he accused of killing its own citizens as they continue to the build-up for the next big Iran threat, which will be Turkey this time, which is why we're threatening to leave NATO, amongst other reasons. Quote, you failed to win our trust. Iran delegate blames U.S. for collapse of talks. Again, do they sound desperate to you? Do they sound like the ones begging for a deal? Do they sound like the ones holding the cards with the leverage, setting the terms? Or responding to the terms? Or are they the ones setting the terms? Are they the ones dictating how this will go? It's just pathetic. It really is pathetic. The leader of the Iranian delegation blamed the U.S. for a collapse of peace talks in Pakistan. Quote, before negotiations, I emphasized that we have the necessary good faith and will, but due to the experiences of the two previous wars, we have no trust in the opposing side. Of course, Why would they? I mean, the New York Times article revealed that they had planned on bombing Iran as of around February 11th or 12th. That means that from February 12th to February 28th, they were playing the Iranians for fools. They spent weeks holding fake negotiations with Iran while our preparations to attack Iran were going into place. That is public knowledge and acknowledged, and official confirmed sources have said this. So it's like, I think Iran suckers for trust. Why would they trust us? We've proven ourselves to be trustworthy. And now the talks have failed. Almost certainly because Netanyahu got involved. All J.D. Vance was doing a pretty good job. They were on their way to some sort of agreement. Netanyahu decided to give him a call, and suddenly everything went off the rails. Because that's our real enemy, Netanyahu.
So, CIA declassified documents last week, Operation Artichoke poisoned vaccines supply in the water to dumb us down to make us controllable. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations, not just from cats, you name it, like Kennedy has one in his brain, and they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. And now, this is all over the place. Joe Rogan talks about it, I have for years. But here it is. Scientists and doctors figuring it out now. The CIA knew in 62 that dewormers could reverse most cancers and didn't tell the public. That's mass murder. Here it is. Why parasite medications work against cancer cells? And it turns out that the parasites mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the tissue. And these embendazole, fenbendazole kill these parasites. So I tried it on the cancer cell, and sure as hell, it targets the mitochondrial substrate and glycolysis. So we have a mechanism now why parasite medications are working. But cancer is not a parasite. All these people say, oh, cancer is a parasite. It's not a parasite. Parasites and tumors use a common metabolic pathway. And a drug that works against parasites can be very effective against cancer. And that's what we begin to see, especially under nutritional ketosis. So to be clear, the anti-parasite drugs cut off the same mechanism in cancer, but we now know and have known that a lot of cancers from parasites, it's double good. And I don't sell that, but you can buy it online. And my medical doctor told me years ago, take this once a year as a regimen. I do. That's important information you might want to write down, folks. Okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look it up, go to the UN's own website, they admit it. Over 2 million people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. In the 20s, they found this. That's where put in the salt. IQs went up about 20 points on average, 50 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world. Has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original H2 back with even stronger, pure atomic. Atomic isn't radioactive. It means it's on the periodic table. It is absolutely pure. And I mix that with ultra methylene blue that is also on record good for your pineal gland and reversing the calcification. The rest of it, your Doc Chambers on, medical doctor, special forces colonel, Army colonel. And I said, what is methylene blue? I've been on since 2004. When I got blown up in Iraq, I had brain damage because it blew away the sheath that's on my nerves. So I did research and found out that they had studies going back over 100 years on methylene blue, helping regrow the sheaths on your nerves and all the rest of it. Well, we've got the best methylene blue, and I just mixed the iodine with methylene blue with this water. I'm going to drink this, and this is pure rocket fuel. So good for your body. Essential iodine with methylene blue together is amazing. Pretty scary looking too. So, by the way, the product is available right now at thealexstore.com. It's T3. It's X2 back even better at thealexstore.com. So for all the fans who wanted it, everybody that wanted to get it, they've had it for over a year. It is back, reborn, like the Phoenix, even stronger. Exclusively available to our sponsor, thealexstore.com. But regardless, our methylene blue, our iodine is the best, and it has so many other things: libido, stamina, energy. It skips the oxidation process in the cells. The methylene blue and iodine works very similarly. They go together like a horse and carriage. Get them both now. There's also another big sale as well at thealexstore.com, and I thank you for your support.
A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones. Unveiling the truth they don't want you to see. This is the Alex Jones Show.
We're going to move on from the Iran war, but I do want to say that the context of the Iran war is bigger than just the war itself, right? It's not even so much what we're doing in Iran, it's the fact that we're doing what we're doing in Iran while America continues down the path towards total destruction with absolutely none of the very important things that we sent Donald Trump to Washington, D.C. to deal with. None of them have been dealt with, even remotely. So it's not, if we were doing great, if we have 50 million deportations by this point and the border was completely closed, and just like if things were actually going well for us, if inflation was actually down, if gas wasn't $5 a gallon, which I guess is because of the Iran war, but if we were doing well, if Trump was fulfilling his domestic agenda, I still wouldn't like the war in Iran, but it wouldn't be the existential crisis that it's become. It would be unfortunate, but it wouldn't necessarily be a deal breaker. Again, in this fantasy world where we're getting everything we want in America, sure, why not? That's what we want. You can have a little overseas adventure too. The problem is, neocons don't work that way.
Just spending all the kids because that's all.
We'll show you the video. Difference. There is a difference between somebody going with a microphone to interview people, expecting their tempers to run hot, and being prepared for that, and sort of not wanting people wanting some contention. Like you go in there with that mindset, and you're prepared for whatever happens. What happened here is a member of the press was doing nothing other than capturing footage of
Some stretches in your arms. Yeah, you're wrong.
to terrorize the random average Americans who were there. They weren't basically just it's okay to attack the person because he believes in the same thing I believe. So how long where if somebody hurts a loved one of mine, I'm not going to the cops. Because that's the one way the dude gets out. I can't do anything to him. I'm going to get my own vengeance. I'll be the judge, I'll be the jury, and I'll be the executioner. How long? Because once that ball starts rolling, there's no stopping. Let's go to some of these videos. I've got a couple on my list here. Let's go to clip 65. Warning, it's pretty brutal. Let's go to 6. Let's go to 73 first. 73. This is like the full stream. The first thing they did streaming it. Here's the attack in its full context against Van Hernandez, who was reporting for TV USA and was viciously attacked by a bunch of hotheads. So you can see sort of split screen. Savannah there on the clearly ignoring the woman behind her, trying to film, almost touching her, almost putting a dildo in her face. That's sexual assault. To be an additional charge if anything were to happen. So again, Savannah filming herself, looking away from the protesters, against a fence, putting her hand up to try to block it. Blowing a whistle in her ear, by the way, is assault. Like it can deafen you, and it's incredibly loud. So Savannah's just pushing her whistle away because he's trying to like deafen her. See, that's what these people do. They are all petulant children, which does not give them an excuse to be violent. You have to. It's this ridiculous, like she's whistle as loud as she can in a woman's ear, and then you try to push the whistle away, she's going to hit you in the face. All of these people, like, she should be arrested. Whoever gets the vibe, right? There's a person throwing a dildo on the face. She's going to attack Savannah, shoves her. Savannah bounces back up. Tries to walk away. Still hasn't done anything. Now she's getting, approached, shoved. She shoves one back. Thank goodness there were a couple guys there that stood up for Savannah. You see a lot of people sort of standing around letting it happen. There's the big shove. I'll show you another angle of that. But apparently all these people attacking there's like 2 sisters and the dad, and the dad is in the shove through there. She's knocked to the ground. Again, thankfully there's a few. And like I wonder, the people that are on the side of the protesters that are Hernandez, did it ever stop to think that maybe the psychotic idiots dildos aren't actually the good guys? Do you think that ever went through their minds? Because God bless them, they actually did turn around with their back to Savannah and help the insane people. Why are you protesting them? They're against shoving face. It's just should not happen. Go to 66 here. This is the shove. It didn't look as bad from the angle I just showed you. Here's the real angle. You can see that she's not looking. She's white, and then just full-fledged body slam from this bald retard goblin shoving Savannah Hernandez. Now, again, if Trump wanted to win back America, if the Republicans wanted to win 2026, if anybody in our government wanted America to continue existing for a length of time, not only would these people already be charged, already be in custody, this would be an attempted murder charge, and it would have a terrorism enhancement for attacking members of the press, and it would have a hate crime because of the racial dynamics at play, and because they actually insulted Savannah's race as they were attacking her. Past actions likely nothing, literally nothing. Maybe they'll be arrested, maybe they'll be fined. Almost certainly they will be back on the street doing exactly what they were doing before within 24 hours. And maybe, just maybe, because they have to, because it's on camera, maybe they'll get a disturbing of the peace charge, or something like that. Because this is what happens. This is what happens. If you wander through the Capitol, high-fiving the police on the way, they call it terrorism, insurrection. You tried to overthrow the country. Insane, but that's just how it is. Meanwhile, if they viciously attack an innocent woman who's there doing her job, service to actually do the thing that the protesters are attention to the thing. They don't be charged with that. They should be and they could be, but it's never applied that way. And now the far left anti-ICE extremists who attacked Savannah Hernandez are of course now playing the victim after the brutal assault. As the Gateway previously reported, Saturday turned into a nightmare for conservative journalist Savannah Hernandez when deranged protesters physically assaulted her outside Whipple ICE facility. Hernandez was simply standing on a public street filming the protesters' unhinged meltdown. She was brutally assaulted by multiple people outside of Whipple ICE facility in Minneapolis. Multiple people swung on me and a grown man pushed me to the ground. My glasses are broken. Antifa is still alive and well. I'm talking with police about pressing charges. So again, I just want to say, for the sake of our country continuing, these people have to be, they have to have the book, they have to be made an example of. And I would love justice would be the ones doing that. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's not the only option. It's just we are desperate to have the options, legal options, made available to us, actual American citizens who actually do anything wrong. Now, interestingly, at GRL on X, a statement from the daughter and sister of the family. So this is the big fat. This is his daughter. Apparently, two daughters were there. They were attacking Savannah Hernandez. The third daughter, this. I need to be very where I stand. I do not align with my family's actions in this situation at all. I don't know what was done, I don't support it, and I don't stand behind it in any way. Violence is never acceptable to me, no matter the circumstances, opinions, political beliefs involved. What happened to Savannah was wrong, plain and simple. Everyone has a right to speak, to express themselves, and to be heard without fear of being attacked. That's something I'll always stand on. I also want to be honest. If politics is going to turn into violence, hatred, or harming of other people, I will remove myself completely. I will not be a part of it, even if it means great distance from my own family. My values matter, and I refuse to compromise them. This isn't easy to say, but it's important. I believe in respect, accountability, and doing what's right, even when it's uncomfortable pain. I stand for peace. I stand for people being able to use their voice safely, and I will always stand for that. Now, going by her family and sort of some of the hints in this thing, I'm pretty confident saying, now, to be fair, I have no idea what her belief system or fundamental value system really is. I can tell you that anybody expressing this sentiment is on our team, or is one of the good guys. And this is the division. There's a lot of false dichotomies out there. Left and right is a false dichotomy. Small government, big government, false dichotomy. Jew, Muslim, false dichotomy. The real dichotomy is human beings versus monsters. It's good versus evil. It's people who can recognize it's there and get off what you just witnessed. That's the real division. And I'm and maybe this Trump Alex Jones cratering, maybe this is the impetus that we need to really look around and ask ourselves, do we believe? What does our group represent? Because right now there's this crazy, like, you got people like Shavos Kestenbaum, right? Actual lifelong progressive, still to this day. He's giving speeches at the Republican National Convention. Why? Because they're trying to create the dichotomy that says supporting Israel is literally the only conservative. Nothing else matters. Transgender children and men on sports teams and welfare states and just put on the chat. Every leftist, if you're pro-Israel, you're a Democrat, and you can be like me.
station or studio where you can find a hat. That's because we all put our money where our mouth is. And you too be confident that you're putting into your body the absolute best supplements, nootropics, drink mixes, and tinctures that money provides. So all confident be at the top. What are you waiting for? And to all of you who made the commitment, we here at InfoWars salute you. We'd like to say thank you for your support. 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 At theelephant's.com. Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fight will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at Real Alex Jones and at AJM Live. And now you can download the #1 news app in the world. Go to AlexJonesApp.com and let the Democrat Deep State Party know that we will never be silent. This shred of hormones flow that ran as much as anything else has a very, very top, very well known scenario. So I'm ready to share the joints to staff, all of the folks, what the true Israel was telling you. The Neocons came in and I first protested a month ago, confirmed absolutely insane. And now I ran out of peace deals I think last week. And now everybody going it's my and play this game chicken. And I've been saying that okay. And why are our ships said he was because then they can be hit by all the rage and the so this is beyond insane. Now the fight for the energy crisis is already spread around. Inflation never seen it last week. It is causing massive inflation in the United States as well. Chain reactions around the planet. I want to ships. Yes, it goes on and on. And Israel knew they attacked Pakistan. All they were going to commit us. Face pissing contest with people that I don't want to hear about now. After 6 months a year. And by then, devastated. They're really happy right now. They had the COVID lockdown to kill the economy. They're what happened on average. Could happen again. They got all the free money to loan out. Credit score. All the rest of it. So they're doing so well. Let the tail back up. Isn't control our foreign policy. That's reality.
2019, for the year 2019, the year the mask came off, because all throughout 2019, uprisings, these upstart revolutions taking the yellow vest in France, the Chinese control there, and in every case, the powers that be sort of said, yeah, we pretend to be democracies, but not too much going to crush you. So I called it the year the mask came off. Ironically, next year was the year of the mask. I didn't know it at the time, but it was the year that they basically said, you know what, we're tyrants and we will crush you. We want, regardless of how it affects the people. It feels like we're in that situation again. So before 2019, we were on the cusp of a revolution, and then COVID hit. Here we are on the cusp once again, and Iran. It's not a coincidence. I'll explain it on the other side. Stay with us. Last week, you guys witnessed a miracle. You guys witnessed an honest to God coincidence beyond coincidence. When you had Alex Jones talking to Pastor JamesLeeGillenwater, and he's going on and on about battle and battle axe arrives at exactly the time. The letter saying God told me to send this to you. Just crazy coincidences. So crazy, and this is got some people claim that we faked it, which is like hardly seriously suggest that if you watch the video, hard to understand how that would be faked it. Just kind of a weird thing for them to suggest. But what it means is that it's real, right? It's like if it wasn't a real, if it wasn't something actually beyond natural description, it seems a little bit supernatural. And people saying it's fake because they recognize that and they just don't want to believe it. But if it was just a ridiculous, like, oh my gosh, whatever, I sneezed right when you said that thing, so it must be true. Like, it wasn't just some sort of random minor coincidence. This is so crazy. Myself, I Alex Jones attacked by Trump was all very spectacular. That video when he said the 5-minute video, just watching the video, it's almost not enough. You almost need the context of like here's what actually just happened right in front of us. And it was really spectacular. And Donald Trump attacking Alex Jones, which again I can't help but see a sort of like this is what happened with the axe. It was like crazy Alex was crying back here. That just happened. This guy telling Alex Jones, you're the battle axe. And then this battle axe descends from heaven. This lion. Wow, this is crazy. Then 3 hours later, Donald Trump attacks Alex Jones. And suddenly, it's like what was already perceived as a miraculous event takes on this whole meaning of like, oh, maybe this is what it was about. Maybe, and people even that like seem to not understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that Satan wants Alex Jones enraged. Satan wants Donald Trump attacking his own friends, and he wants those friends attacking Trump back. Satan wants division and strife and chaos. And maybe they had gone different routes. Was in a terrible mood if he'd just been hit with some bad bankruptcy decision and stubbed his toe, all that stuff. And then he got Donald Trump diatribe, the hatred diatribe. Maybe he would have responded different. Maybe he would have come out swinging and said, screw you, blah, blah, blah. He had been given this gift from God as assurance, it seems to us. This is very blasphemous. I genuinely understand that. You're saying that it's blasphemous to witness miracles. What? You're saying it's blasphemous for something seemingly miraculous thing happens, and we're supposed to go, but that's not from God. It's blasphemous to see God's handiwork here in the realm. You're not allowed to see God's work here on earth. What a crazy thing to think. The blasphemous thing would be if we faked it. People get confused. It's like if a paralyzed person and you pray to God suddenly walk, that's a miracle. If you're a preacher brings up a non-paralyzed person in a wheelchair and then commands them to walk and they pretend like if they fake it, that's blasphemy. If you're pretending to witness or engage in miracles because you want people's money, that's blasphemy. It's the worst sin you can commit according to some interpretations. But actually witnessing a miracle and saying, guys, I'm pretty sure we saw a sign from God. I don't understand how that can be convincing. I really don't. Again, let's hear you saying like, look over the Atlanta. I said that. That's not what we're saying. We're saying what we witnessed, felt, and seen miraculous in all sincerity. The reason I'm saying all this, I'm not just like, trying to ramble. This miracle we witnessed, worth rambling about. It's because we're in a situation where we haven't to drop Donald Trump. To be on Donald Trump's bad side. Try to install prevailing sentiment, perhaps against all reason. We tried so hard to cling on to Donald Trump. And it's almost like we needed the slap in the face. We needed the outright rejection. We needed the ambiguity and the nuance to be stripped away, and for what's left over just to be Donald Trump, not worth your support. It's time. And here's the craziest thing about the ads, and really I think puts it into the realm is that the letter that came along with the ads described exactly the process that I just described of wanting something so bad and thinking that it's possible, even as it gets farther and farther away, you still cling to the dream and you still just get him to do the stuff and you can just get Trump on the because the guy is now on X and I'll get you his account. Now we found the son of the guy. You think that it was a miracle? The guy put the literal shipping receipt so you can see exactly when the axe was shipped and when it arrived. Like it's beyond confirmed. And so the carpenter sent the axe now next and I'll get you his account so you can follow it because that's very cool. But he wrote a letter saying I had portrayed. Yes, I get it. Yes, it's finally time. Better go to Craigslist and see what jobs are out there. Boom, first job. Crazy stuff, crazy how coincidences like that happen. So all this is to say is that we've got a signal. Receive the signal. It is no longer ambiguous. It is no longer nuanced. Donald Trump is not the guy. Maybe we should have been a better version. Realize this applies to this one. I think our opposition now to Trump is only strengthened and made legitimate by the fact that we did not throw him under the bus for wrong stances like so many people out there did. We did not throw him under the bus when it looked like he was being thrown into prison or persecuted by the left. We have, in total good faith, tried desperately to believe in the purpose of Donald Trump. And finally, out of his own mouth, on his own post, we have been told, Donald Trump is not this time. But he's sort of getting that message. And to be honest, I'll go listen, what you think about Trump. He is not the candidate in 2020. Somebody else is. So if you go to CPAC, see Donald Trump's face blown up the sides of buildings everywhere. That's got to count. He's not going to be a candidate in 2026. How is it helping personality around the office? Doesn't make any sense. Especially when that guy has now completely and totally sacrificed all the impetus, the mandate we delivered to him. This he has swamped it all. So what should have happened? Trump did higher time. Trump should have represented in American politics. And the only people he brought with him, he has now personal side. She's agreeing to, right? So are like him. So I don't know. They've been tough society. They are now and I am not. So thank you, Trump, for letting us know. Message received. It's time to. And so that's what's happening. And we can show you some interesting events here over the weekend, including Donald Trump appearing. One of his favorite things, appearing at a UFC event in the May event, and he actually appeared at this event last year, and the reaction a little bit different, a little bit of a and response to Donald Trump getting into the UFC. And if we go to that video, it's in the you'll have clip number. Here it is, Trump above 2026. They pump the music quite a bit. Just try to States as he walks triumphant into the UFC to just deafening cheers and a standing ovation. That was a year ago, almost exactly 1 year ago. Same people in the train, same people with them into this event. Pretty different to what happened 6 years. Get a high five with Donald Trump. not the official audio. That was mostly the music. Yeah, and Steve shakes hands at Dan Bongino. Is it Don? No joke. I literally know his name is Dan Bongino. I can never remember. That's not me trying to subtly disrespect him by getting his name wrong. That is me overtly disrespecting him by not caring what his name is. Dan Don Bongino. So there you go. This, of course, is reflected in the polls that are coming. He asked 5 Trump supporters if they like Iran. 100% approval rating. Okay, sure. However, CBS News poll showed that Trump's approval trend called white non-voters has cratered in just the last few months. Not over the course of a year, not over the course of 6 months. Between February and April, it went from green to red. So February 2021, a year ago, it was plus 36 with this group of people. By the time September, it was plus 26. So we'd already lost a bunch of them, probably by getting rid of Doge and starting the campaign on. But people still overwhelmingly in favor of him. By the time 2026 of this year rolls around, we're looking at only plus 10. So, all right, but not terrible either. Step positives. Now he's at negative 1 as of April 2026. That's a net 40 point negative swing in a single year, which is hard to do without killing someone. I guess he did only our nation, America, actually. Exaggerating that. But to me, the even more shocking thing is 10-point drop in 2 months. 40 points over a year, but 14 between February and April of 2026. So, again, you can blame this on monsters, but we've been talking all year. The collapse on the happened. This isn't about who's criticizing you about what we do. And this again is just the other folks. All of this is the fact that they mess up and then want to talking about their mess ups. They trade the country and podcasters / radio television hosts. I'm on the radio right now. For responding to the terrible policy decisions. And so this attack on Alex Jones, attack on Tucker Carlson and others has been met with total desperation. Here's how Alex Jones responded to JP Sears this weekend.
Do IQ tester. Yep, that's what we did. Okay, because I think. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Well, I have to be something I will like you. No, shots fired. Well, some people online, like President, and meet my dogs when it comes to that. Well, like, so with this IQ test, I'll just ask you a series of really common sense questions and just give me your best answer. I'm actually kind of a little bit nervous right now. Oh yeah, you should. Since you turn out to be somewhat critical of pretty much lost cause. That doesn't sound good. All right, first question. Which word doesn't apple, banana, carrot, orange? Carrot? Next question. Who would be considered more of a traitor in the country? Person A receives $230 million from, or person B receives $0 from. Clearly, person A. Next question. If a country has a major shipping waterway that you want to get, and it's currently open, but close it if you go, what would be a smart way to ensure that waterway stays open? No, not even close. I mean, common sense would say go over that country and stay a waterway pressure on them to reopen it after they've closed it because are you playing with I don't think that's
That's just I have never seen what I get. You got an 65. Is that high? That's my life. Literally ruined. He was right. Right. Just don't worry about that now. I think what my life thought I've learned that I'm well, just remember you're also not yeah, I am devastated. Everything I sell works. Obviously, that's the goal. So you get it. Like it. Everything I sell. Deep research into. Now, other promoting deal life for decades of great sponsors. I'll tell you what, particularly our sponsor has I'm selling a label right now. President Thompson, Tim Fralin, Harvard Food. It is more important than ever to take seal life on a regular basis. All seal lives are creating. This is really a high quality seal life. Please do your own research and then go to collegestore.com to secure our high quality seal life for you. Now let's go to some of the we're swimming in toxins every single day. Metals from the air, chemicals from your body needs help. Inner seal life toxins, advanced actually age like crystalline structure, excellent ion exchange, absorption, have positive toxins, heavy metals, and other unwanted compounds while letting beneficial metals stay put. Then it escorts them straight out of your system through your gut. Paired with folic acid, it also supports healthy and cleaner internal environment. Users are feeling lighter, more balanced, clear-headed, consistent daily use. Just one dose a day gives you 60 full servings of detox support. Ladies and gentlemen, don't steer you wrong. You know that. If you loved our method, if you love colostrum, if you love the other incredible products like our T3 iodine, this is Zeolite Detox Formula. Secure yours now at thealexjonesstore.com. And if you checked out other supplements like our methylene or ultramethylene, that is on record the strongest in the medicine, then check it out today. And while you're there, check out the widest selection of girl baseball caps, t-shirts, hoodies, you name it. Spread the word of freedom in America and bottom line, thanks for keeping us on the air over the years. The biggest challenges ever is down here. Thanks to you standing with us as our partner. We are stronger than ever. So thank you so much for your support. Please visit the Alex Jones Store today. And if you want to get back to this, sign up as a subscriber. Lock in your orders in the future. You can cancel anytime. So your
I spend on X is stories, just to give you an idea of the true chaos engulfing right now. Just a little bit. All right. Just a little bit. So I don't even. I wouldn't even play those stories because I didn't know about it just now. So what we are going to do is talk about what's going on in Iran and the continuing and what failure of the Trump administration in the war. Failure upon failure upon failure in none of them, except for the UK, British family, that was the only one that stood as a powerful monarchy after World War I. And it was already taken over by the Child's Battle of Wall 50 years before that. So they were spared because their vessel thought it was the Rothschilds, European banking interests decided to. So World War I was about to get rid of these noble families. Check, 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 right? The House of Representatives were actually jealous of their power in effect. That's not really the case anymore. Now the executive does whatever the hell he wants, and Congress and Senate enjoys the fact that they can be totally hands off and not responsible for it. All this is to say, That was always the plan, pushing us towards that as rapidly as possible. And you see this as Germany has just increased the age of the draft. The UK is telling their people, and has been for total we're going to be a war economy soon. America said, forget all this other stuff. We're going to a war economy mode, and that's what's going to be the driver for success from now on. They're pushing towards this. So, long story short, when you look at the Iran through the eyes of these people, and everything's going swimming. It's all perfect. The point of the war is to create the economic disaster that we're now witnessing unfold, to create the shortages, to impose the rationing, use rationing to control. This is always the plan. The strait was supposed to be shut. It is supposed to be shut. They'd be fine if it went down. Iran was never supposed to be managed and administered by their neighbors and American Israel. The plan was always to create a failed state where it could just be playing around warring empires for a long time. They wanted to move Syria or to saying this since before the latest round of this war. So I know some people are starting to say this now. They're starting to go, gee, after 45 days of wars like this is before it started. Okay, how did it? Because you're looking at it through this dichotomy, not the traditional idea of America. There's no fight for America. Not America is fighting for its zombies. This is obvious. This is going to be one of those. And we're seeing the way that it's all reason, all logic, all sensibility, impetus and zeitgeist currently at work in America. All of that, we are doubling down on this war, tripling down on this war. We're now almost forcing China and Russia to get involved in this war to a greater degree than they ever were before, and they're responding. It's all on purpose. They are driving us towards World War III on purpose. They can get off at any point. The off-ramp is right there available. If Israel isn't bombed first, it really that is the off-ramp. The off-ramp is you drive through Israel. Israel saying they're blocking the off-ramp, and if we don't want to go to World War III, that's who we need to run over to get off onto the off-ramp. You understand? Because it's not even a question at this point. It's almost to the degree that they're doing it to provoke us, which may very well be the reality. I'm going to say this from Trump about this, and here's the real important thing about it. U.S. intelligence shows China now taking more active in Iran, or China may have shipped missiles to Iran and Beijing, some companies to sell Tehran supplies that could be used in military production, American officials said. Okay, so it seems like knocking out Iran production and manufacturing is actually that thing on the source of material from China's Russia. American intelligence agencies have obtained information that China in recent weeks may have sent a shipment of shoulder-fired missiles to Iran for its conflict with the United States and Israel, according to U.S. officials. If they're upset about this, have they thought about it? Have you thought for a single second about the precedent you set by moving against Russia in Ukraine in the fall of 2008? It's not a secret. Ever since the war began and before, the Ukraine war has been a project of the American deep state. Their information that they're weapons that they're targeting, coordinates that they're sending missiles to fire. It all comes from us. And you'll be playing this stupid, backseat children's game. But I'm not touching you. Oh, but if it's in us, well, you can't believe America is Ukraine. They did that. Information, our weapons, and our holding a gun to their head saying go war with Russia. But we're still playing this stupid little game, expecting it never to be flipped around on us. Well, here we are in a direct war with Iran. You don't think China and Russia are okay? Cool. Game just opened. Let's play with the rules that have been set down over the last couple of years. And everything America's doing is setting horrible precedents that will come back to bite us in the ass one way or another. It's not going to bite the bad people. It's going to bite us. It's not going to be Donald Trump and Jared Kushner that end up being victims of Iranian terror this for about 10 seconds. So it's just crazy. It's crazy to commit terrorism against civilians overseas and expect that not to come back to us. That's insane. We're like stuck in this stuck. And it's beyond that. So if you want to go through all the books, about the history, how we got here. It's a very simple thing. It's really influenced America has to surgically extricate prejudice, right? It's not like treason, country, like exile. That's fine. That's it. That's one problem. So it's an issue. You want to solve Israeli influence issue. Do you want to arrested by for thought crimes in the next few years? Do we have to extricate with prejudice all of the that is responsible? It's very simple. It's not a it is complicated by the fact that doing it are in fact zero negotiation ends with no deal after nearly a full day of negotiations. In a terse statement, Vice President J.D. Vance said the Iranian delegation had rejected U.S. terms. Bad news is we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran and much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. Again, if you were watching this with any expectation of positive negotiations themselves were never even meant to happen. The only reason the negotiations are happening is because Donald Trump desperately needs a way to save face and back down on his threat to kill everybody in Iran. He put out a tweet saying, I'm going to kill everybody, I'm going to destroy the civilization, never to return. Unless you open the Strait of Hormuz for 48 hours. They did not open so they called his bluff. So in order, like, he wasn't happy, he accepted this basis as a starting point of negotiations. It never was. It was never literally the moment it was announced. The moment that it was announced, I was on air on War Room, and I said, they're not accepting this. This is a fake saving measure for Trump. And sure enough, like within a couple hours, they were like, oh, well, we didn't know we agreed to Lebanon being part of the ceasefire. It's all BS. They said yes to the basis of the negotiations, even though they had no ability to stop Israel from bombing Lebanon. But they said that they accepted it strictly to have something built into the American people. It didn't look like Donald Trump just straight up backed out of that. But they were never going to, it was never going to happen. They were never going to accept it. We go into information, details about how this negotiation was scuttled, because despite the fact that it was always safe and never had the conclusion was foregone, it could have worked. They could have come up with an agreement. Yeah, just because it starts on a bad thing doesn't mean they couldn't have worked out hammered out agreements with backgrounds. But then apparently because Netanyahu called J.D. Vance. That's the official report. That's the official story. We do have the video of it. Let's go to clip number 20 here. This is J.D. Vance announcing the conclusion to the negotiations with Iran. Let's watch it.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the bad news. We have not reached the agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms. Right.
It's because
that like this battle axe arrives at the office. They're talking about it. Dude just like takes it in. He just walked in. This was delivered the 2 minutes ago. You talk about it all the time. This was just delivered. What just happened? Delivered 2 minutes ago. What does it say? This is how God works. Somebody got touched by God.
also were sued and are currently still in federal bankruptcy proceedings. So it is just kind of hilarious for it's not possible to think that somehow the federal court is helping us launder money. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Or whether we would risk like long-term jail sentences for lying fraud under the intense scrutiny of the federal court. It's just absurd. It's absurd. We're the only organization ever that you can go to the public court records and see like our finances become a fine to know that there have been $5 that we weren't supposed to have. They would have found it, and it would have been published. There would have been articles about it. There's nothing. So it's just, if you ever wondered if InfoWars is the real deal, it's impossible for us not to be. I'm just saying, it's so frustrating. When 10 minutes of research should make everything obvious. Of course, videos from the 90s about Jones. It's all amazing. We don't want to video here because it is one of these. And it's kind of troubling how insane this video can see. Now, the video I'm about to show you is from Sauce, responding to some weirdo, I guess not leftist. He seems like a leftist, but I guess he's a Trump supporter. But he's just lying. The things he's insinuating about InfoWars are just on the face of it ridiculous. Listen to the like condescending and like self-important and superiority this guy puts across as he tells things that are objectively intelligence. And just keep this in mind. Okay, I'll talk a little bit on the other side. It's gonna feel pretty nice here. This is a video from Bobby Sauce responding to some guy who's really good at dramatic pauses. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you paid for anything about this show? Never. When's the last time you bought one of those positive supplements? One of his t-shirts, mugs, hats? When's the last time you sent money to Joe? Never? You haven't? No. But he said it was objectively half the money. Yeah. Weird, huh? It's not really that weird. I have 700,000 less than 1%. Because his organization cost millions to operate. Okay, what's the point? Yeah, he's fine. He keeps growing. I just got cash coming out of everything. Look at your listen to Alex regularly, but then pretend like he's just got no money or no audience when he's had hundreds of millions of people following and watching for decades at a national syndicated radio show, and now has a supplement brand, one of the highest margin items that you can possibly sell. What is the implication here? We've done the math. Done what math? Alex is not a publicly traded company. What he's selling or not selling. And those hundreds of millions of people that follow, a lot of them donate money or they buy the supplements. The margin on supplements 50% plus. Everybody knows that the biggest way to monetize your audience is to sell your own manufactured. Is that worth it's estimated in the hundreds of millions, whether that's accurate or not doesn't even really matter. But his profiling shows that InfoWars was making $800,000 a day. And that was like 7 years ago. A day. So and broadcasting and advertising marketing since I was 14 years old. I've been doing this a long time. You were doing broadcast advertising marketing. Even if you have, it doesn't change anything. We can't seem to figure out how those supplements. Best-selling supplements, Methylene. I don't know the first thing about Methylene. I looked on the website, 60 to 17 bucks, originally $50. Based on what I see, these milliliters cost 4 to 5 cents. So if you sell a lot of high margin items, hundreds of millions of people, like, what are you talking about? What this? Let what sink into? What is the dramatic? Like, I know something that you don't know. I've been doing this since I was 3 years old. I came out of the womb getting it scale. And look, I don't like a lot of what Alex is talking about here. And I've only taken his information with a grain of salt over many years. But it's like tacit have some type of inside baseball because you have expertise. So that this money's coming in from somewhere. When there's all these other people that are doing the exact same thing in nefarious ways that all of us can see in plain sight that are
video has 5,000 views on X. There's people in the comments saying they bought the bone broth, they bought the methylene blue, it changed their life. What, dude?
So let me clarify something. I don't know where he's getting his calculation for what it costs to create methylene. That's not the case. It costs like 4 or 5 cents. Go ask Grog. Okay, that's not right. Yeah, if I was here, he'd tell you the exact breakdown. He talked about it this week because he's like, I want to sell it for 62% off. Like, he's like, and I don't want to get the numbers wrong, but he's like, it costs us $16 to make it. He's selling it for 17. That doesn't make sense. It's like, what? So yeah, sometimes it's like that cost. It's just a promotional thing, you know, because you're gonna like the product. And then again. Consumer products that you buy on the shelf, like it's stuff that people who hate us have in drinks and or at the store and have it in full. It's absurd. And you look at basically every other product. I was at the time during the trial. They were saying our stuff, however much percent. I can't believe this is so just awful. Treating it as if it's like Alex Jones came up with some scheme to like rob people. It's like everything you watch on TV is paid for by advertising. Do you know that? Do you understand that? Everything you watch on TV is only being on television because there are ads to sell products. That is the most normal business structure you could possibly have. Only we're doing it under like severe total restriction, right? We have to get everything right. This is the thing about InfoWars. We have to do everything perfect. Entire industries of people out there all day, every day, studying everything we do. Another thing for people during the trial. I'm a disinformation expert. I've spent the last several months studying Alex Jones and incredible literature that's out there. The thousands of articles and scientific investigations by universities around America studying Alex Jones, studying InfoWars. Academic curiosity, but like general studies of the battlefields of enemy general. They're studying us to try to beat us. Other places, other retail outlets are going under constantly, going bankrupt constantly. All they do is sell products, and they can't keep it. We sell products to fund our production. We're under the same constraints that your average, brick and mortar retailer is under. Only we also fund an entire network with the proceeds, and we're still succeeding. So I looked into it, and it's like, okay, how? Whatever. Let's take a random well-known brand that advertises everywhere. If it's so bad that Alex Jones sells products to promote to fund his production, okay, CNN advertising, it costs something like 50 cents for a bottle of Coke. They turn around and sell those bottles for $5 in some cases. That's 100 times. So this day, you're going to apply these, constrictions, these accusations, these InfoWars. It's like we do less than anybody else did. Our stuff is better in business. We have to. Because if we're not, we destroy. We have to have people come back on our product, sell their products. We have to deliver what we advertise, or else every VA in America is salivating to bring us down. We have to do it by the book. We have to do it perfectly. It's why, Alex got his big tax refund once the bankruptcy started, because we're so cautious. Scrutiny we're under, we'll go over and above and beyond, even if we don't have to. And it's like everyone who calls in has a story about how methylene or iodine or one of our products has transformed their life. I know they're going to do it when I go to their call. I'm like, James from Missouri wants to talk about Trump on the show. He's like, let me tell you about methylene to save my life. It's crazy. It just happens. justifiable stuff. But it's not true. We're going to continue to tell you exactly what we believe and exactly what we think is happening. And even if you disagree with us on in our interpretation, I hope you can recognize around the stuff up, taking stuff out of context. Because that would be a violation of the very contract established. Truth, you support us in this mission. It is an unbelievable symbiotic relationship. Go to thealexjones.com, thealexjonesstore.com to purchase one of these incredible products. Feel the difference for yourself and know that you are straight up, as literally as possible at this point, slapping the new order in the face. Every dollar you spend at thealexjonesstore.com is a slap in the face and a spit in the eye of the bad guys that want us to go down. And that alone, I think, is good enough reason to let me. There's also all the other great reviews at thealexjones.com. Please do support us. Appreciate it. Here's Donald Trump's statement on an Oregon fishing to what happened in Savannah and what's going on in Ireland, just to close out later on. So there you have it, Donald Trump says. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered nuclear was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships still trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to now be bombing Chinese ships, I guess. I bet that will go well. I've also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to it's beyond it's beyond King Theoden. It's to the point. Now on War Room, it's like Donald Trump is pursuing the madman strategy of Richard Nixon. He's actually doing the madman thing. The whole scheme works because you're not actually crazy. It doesn't actually work if you're insane. But anyways, in the Odyssey, insane because he doesn't want to go destroy his son, was just wanting to stay home. And so he's acting crazy. Russia are just missions on a monument. So we're just transited these increase the confidence of ship straight. Focused on freedom of international waters, said. Yeah, they're on a ceasefire. Unlike America. It's just pathetic. People criticize me for that. It's like, I don't want to be on the side of liars. I don't want to be on the side of manipulators. I don't want to be on the side. Crap is clever. This is not clever. It's just short-sighted. Why haven't they? I don't understand. They killed multiple rounds of their negotiators. And yet we would act so upset and surprised if Steve Wozniak and Jared Kushner were bombed by these are the rules we're setting, these are the rules we're playing by. And Iran is not playing, but they could be justified in doing so. Of course, Netanyahu says, I'll keep fighting Iran in crises. It's just pathetic. Pathetic. Europe, US for to peace talks in Afghanistan. Before negotiations, I emphasize the necessary good faith and trust the opposing side. Of course, why would they? I mean, New York Times article revealed that they planned on as of around February 11th or 12th. That means that from February 12th to February 28th, they were playing the Iranians for fools. They spent weeks holding fake negotiations with Iran while in preparations to attack Iran. So that is public knowledge and acknowledged and official confirmed sources have said this. So yeah, it's like I Southerners for trust. They trust us. We've proven ourselves to be trustworthy. And now the talks have failed. Almost certainly because all accounts that J.D. Vance was doing a pretty good job. They were on their way to some sort of agreement. Netanyahu decided to give a call and suddenly everything went off the rails. Because that's our
CNN classified document last week. Database. Now they're documents about ESP control and what are really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations. Not from cats, you name it, like Kennedy has one of his brain. And they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. Now, this is all the dust jumped on us for years. But here it is. Scientists figured out the CIA was 62 that dewormers could reverse most cancers and that's mass murder here next. Why parasite medications work against cancer cells? And it turns out that the parasites mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the tissue. And benzosol, fenbendazole kill these parasites. So I tried cancer cell, and sure enough, it targets the substrate and glycolysis. So we have a mechanism now why parasite medications are working. But cancer is not a parasite. All these people don't sell that, but you can buy it online. And years ago, take this once a year. Because they do not have enough the 20 salt on average. 20 points. That's the way the sheath that's on my nerves, when it research they for years on helping the sheath on your nerves. That's blue. And I just diet with this water. I'm gonna drink this, and this is pure. So good for your body. Essential iodine with together is amazing. It's scary looking too. So, by the way, right now at the wecome, it's free. It's even better at thealexjonessport.com. For all the fans who want it, everybody that didn't get it, they've had it for over a year. It is back. Reborn, like the Phoenix, even stronger. Exclusive sponsor, the Alex Jones Sport. But regardless, our Heavenly Blue, our iodine is the best, and it does so many other things with stamina energy. It skips the oxidation process in the cells, the Heavenly Blue, and iodine. A frontal assault. It's Alex Jones. They don't want you to see this is the Alex Jones show.
While America continues down the path towards total destruction. None of the very important things that we sent Donald Trump to Washington, D.C. to deal with, none of them either. So it's not, we have 50 million deportations by this point, and the border was closed. And it's just like if things were actually well for us, if inflation was actually down, if gas $5 a gallon, which I guess is good. But if we were doing well, if Trump was fulfilling his domestic agenda, I still would fight the war in Iran. It would be the existential crisis that it's becoming. It would be unfortunate, but it wouldn't necessarily be a deal breaker. Again, in this fantasy world, working everything we want in America, sure, why not? Give us what we want, you can have a little adventure too. The problem is the neocons that way, which again is kind of strange because if they were smart, they would. I'm crazy that they're not. Taking this from the perspective of somebody that sees things, as they're presented, and it seems like the Republicans are frustrated, collapsing and doubling down on the stuff that brought that about. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Or if they launched an investigation and nothing came of it, they simply released a fake report about it, which led everybody to think that the right was co-opted. That's what he did to Tim Pool and others with the tinted media thing. The whole point of it was that they investigated and found Tim Pool, and then he releases something saying he had very good reason to believe that Tim Pool was a Russian agent. Now to this day, you hear people saying, "Oh, Tim Pool got took Russian money. That's a Russian agent." That's criminal. You understand? Like, give these people massive privileges under the condition that they don't use them for their own personal to benefit their own political party. Equal these powers with the obligation that they're for the betterment of the country as a whole. Eric America just turned the DOJ into Democrat persecution squad. Gestapo. He should be in prison, and everybody around him should be in prison. But we're so far from any of that because we have decided to dedicate all of our resources and all of our time on Israel, which has the purpose of empowering Democrats and destroying the Republicans, so that when the Democrats sweep back in 2026 and again in 2028, there'll be nobody to stand against them as they pass the give citizenship to everybody to arrive, open up the borders again, make America America. So with 8 million migrants, we're basically gone now. So it's not. This isn't just. This isn't like the Iraq War. This isn't like the Afghanistan War. What's happening now is the moment in which we absolutely need all of our effort to like staunching the blood, the desperate emergency measures just to stabilize America, so that hopefully in the future we can come back to the brink of death. Should have been using exclusively. Instead, we have entire dedicated all of this to Israel. And they would return the favors. Again, the neocons, they were smart. They'd go, hey, we got to really do deportation. We got to make sure we get that done just to maintain the base, and then we can do some of this other stuff that they're not happening. But they deliberately spit in our faces about what we and celebrate and brag, rub in our faces the fact that this other crap. So this is from Calvin Froedge on X. The promise was record deportations. What we got was record H-1Bs. The promise was no wars. The reality, more war than ever. It's all we care about now. The promise was to make America great. The reality is making Israel great. The promise was manufacturing removal. The reality has been economic collapse. The promise has been drain the swamp. The reality has been turn the swamp into protected wetlands. He went in to defeat the swamp creatures. He came out demanding that we watch the alligators show on Fox News while we're nuking Iran. And of course, immigration still just as big as it ever was. And the Republicans now are the ones who are helping the foreigners, the immigrants, the invaders. The Republicans are the ones who are bills to buy them citizenship by the back door and to pay off more than student debt in exchange for them representing the millions. The Republicans put that bill. So the saying is like, hey, why you don't want Trump? Republicans like, I guess. Why? But why? They're the ones doing it. They're the ones who have an amnesty bill that they put forward. Right now, it's sitting there. They're voting on it. They're pushing for it. And by the way, everybody who's sponsoring it, there's like 20 people sponsoring it, and like 17 of them were endorsed by Donald Trump. So Donald Trump, all of his and used it to endorse people now to give the invaders amnesty. All of that to usher in a revolutionary sea change expecting there to be conflict, expecting tempers to run and being prepared for that. People wanting some tension, like you go in there without consent and you're prepared for whatever happens. What happened here in the press was doing nothing other than capturing footage of a event, and she was viciously attacked by a mob of people in a way that you literally could have killed her. I love face. All of these people, like, she should be arrested before it ever gets to the violent part. This person puts a dildo in the face, someone attacks Savannah, shoves her, Savannah bounces back up, again tries to walk away, still hasn't done anything. Now she's getting, approached to shove. She shoves her. I think there's a couple there that stood up. You see a lot of guys just sort of standing around like, there's the big shove. Another angle. But apparently all these people attacked. There's like two sisters and the dad. The dad is the one that shoved her. They're just knocked to the ground. Again, thankfully there's a few. Like, I wonder, the people that are on the side of the protesters that are protecting Savannah Hernandez. You ever stop to think that maybe you're on the wrong side? Maybe the psychotic idiots waving the dildos aren't actually the good guys. Like, you think that ever went through their minds? Because God bless them, they actually did turn around, put their back to Savannah, and off the insane people. But like, why are you on their side? Why are you protesting? They're getting shoving the dildo in the face. It's just these people. We should not have to deal with these people. Let's go to 66 here. This is the shove. This is the real. And it didn't look as bad from the angle I just showed you. Here's the real angle. You can see it. She's not looking. She's just full-fledged body slam from this dark gobble, shoving Savannah Hernandez. Now, again, if Trump wanted to win back America, if the Republicans wanted to win 2026, if anybody in our government wanted America to continue existing for any length of time, not only would these people already be charged, already be in custody, this would be an attempted murder charge, and it would have a terrorism enhancement for attacking members of the press, and it would have a hate crime because of the racial dynamics at play, and because they actually insulted Savannah's race as they were attacking her. Now, going, by past actions, likely to happen is literally nothing. Literally nothing. Maybe they'll be arrested. Maybe they'll be fined. Almost certainly they'll be back on the street doing exactly what they were doing before within 24 hours. And maybe, just maybe, because they have to. Maybe they'll get a disturbing of peace charge or something like that. Because this is what happens. If you wander through the Capitol, some way in, they call it terrorism, insane. That's just how it is. Meanwhile, they viciously attack an innocent woman who's been there doing her job as a public service to actually be the thing that the protest is there to do, get attention to the thing. They don't be charged with that. They should be, and they could be. But it's not reflected. But now, people like TIC extremists who attacked Savannah Hernandez are now playing the victim after the assault. As Gateway Pundit previously reported, Saturday turned into a nightmare for conservative journalist Savannah Hernandez when a deranged mob of TIC protesters physically assaulted her outside Whipple Ice facility in Minneapolis. Hernandez was simply standing on a public street filled with the protesters, unleashed meltdown. Quote, I was just brutally assaulted by multiple people outside of Whipple Ice facility in Minneapolis. Multiple people swung on me and a grown man pushed me to the ground. My glasses are broken. Antifa still alive while I'm talking with police about pressing charges. So again, I just want to say for the sake of our country continuing, these people have to be, they have to have thrown at them. They have to be made an example. And I would love if the Department of Justice was doing that. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's preferable. It's not the only option. It's just we're desperate to have the options, the legal options, made available to us, actual American citizens, actually don't do anything wrong. Now, interestingly, from at TRL, statement from the daughter and sister of the family who attacked Savannah Hernandez yesterday. So this is the big fat bald goblin. This is his daughter, apparently, and two daughters were there. They were attacking Savannah Hernandez. The third daughter wrote this. I need to be very clear. This is Desiree Ostrowsko. express themselves and be heard without fear of being attacked. That's something I stand on. I also want to be honest. If politics is one of the hatred or harming other people, I will remove myself completely. I will not be a part of it, even if it means creating distance from my own family. My values matter, and I refuse to compromise them. This isn't easy to say, but it's important. I respect accountability, doing what's right, even when it's uncomfortable and painful. I stand for peace. I stand for people being able to use their voice safely, and I will always stand on that. Now, going by her family and sort of some of the hints in this thing, I'm pretty confident saying she would probably live. Now, to be totally fair, I have no idea what her belief system or fundamental value system really is. I can tell you that anybody expressing this sentiment is on our team, or is one of the good guys. And this is the division. There's a lot of false dichotomies out there. Left and right is a false dichotomy. Small government, big government, false dichotomy. Muslim, false dichotomy. The real dichotomy is human beings versus monsters. It's good versus evil. It's people who can recognize the insanity that you just witnessed there, and the people who get off on what you just witnessed. That's the real division. That might be the way to save the country. And maybe this Trump attack on Alex Jones and the collapsing of the Republican Party, maybe this is the impetus that we need to really look around and ask ourselves, what do we believe? What does our country represent? Because right now there's this crazy, you got people like Shavos Kestenbaum, right? Actual liberal, lifelong progressive, still to this day. He's giving speeches at the Republican National Convention because they're trying to create the dichotomy that says supporting Israel is literally the only conservative value. Nothing else matters. You can support transgender children and sports teams and a welfare state and every leftist belief. But if you're pro-Israel, and you can be like me, down the line, straight ballot conservative. Everything I believe is right conservative, and I don't support Israel. And people tell me that makes me a leftist. Do you understand that, sir? Do you understand how stupid that is? That is a false dichotomy. Just like I left is a false dichotomy. The real dichotomy is psychotic, hateful morons like Benjamin Young, pushing Savannah Hernandez. They have the same mindset. They're on the same side. Whatever that side is, it's the dehumanizing, the violent, just and hateful, demonic side. Real human beings who have empathy for one another, love one another, understand the value of free speech, actually want what's best for them. Time for everybody to decide what side they're on. Because things are getting crazy close, and it's good versus evil. We're on the side of
Here at the InfoWars studio in Austin, Texas, there's not a single desk, workstation, or studio where you can't find an active product on theAlexJonesStore.com. That's because we all put our money where our mouth is. And you too can be confident that you're putting into your body the absolute best supplements, nootropics, drink mixes, and tinctures by. So to all that's coming from theAlexJonesStore.com, what are you waiting for? And to all of you who made the commitment, we here at InfoWars salute you. We'd like to say thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support at theAlexJonesStore.com. Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fight will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at RealAlexJones and at AJN Live. And now you can download the #1 news app
Sunday, April 12th, 2026, all of my predictions, I ran and back on March 1st. True, because this Strait of Hormuz war with Iran is working as much as anything else. But there's a very obvious, very well known scenarios are. So I'm ready to share the joint staff, all of them. Trump, that this wasn't true what Israel was telling him. The neocons came in and they lied to Trump. I broke that a month ago. Confirmed out of the White House. Absolutely insane. And now, Iran has us by the balls. They're not going to get peace deals that we last week. And now, okay, everybody going straight and not let Iran get out. It's Iran is ready to sit there for months and years and play this game of chicken. I'm saying that. Okay. And why haven't our ships gone in there before the problem that he was 2 weeks ago? Because then they can be hit by offshore rain. So this is beyond insane. The U.S. will now get blamed for the energy crisis that's already struck around the world. Inflation numbers came in last week. It is causing massive inflation in the United States. Chain reactions around the planet, like Taiwan, ships, gas. It goes on and on. And Israel knew that when they attacked, there was a good chance of a fall. They were going to commit us to a full war and face saving. Huge fishing contest with people that psychologically are not going to let down. And after we're not going to fall. At least 6 months ago. And by then, the economy was devastated. I'm rocking they're really happy right now. They had the COVID lockdown to kill the economy, and their wealth doubled. Public lost about half theirs on it. Now it's going to happen again. They got all the free money to loan out, global social credit score, and all the rest of it. So well until Trump left the tail left the dog. Foreign policy, that's our domestic policy. That's the reality. When we six pray, wake up, all it is, pull out of this now. That's the only way. It's done now. On the next Roll shows, full transmission tonight, right here, 6 p.m. 8 p.m. shows on the Infowars Network, Infowars.com. All right, folks, that is a little transmission from our stalwart leader, Alex Jones. I'm sitting in for Alex Jones today. I'm Harrison Smith, of course, host of The War Room. We've got a lot to cover in this 2-hour broadcast and then Sunday Night Live from 6 to 8. I'm very glad that you're here with us in this all-important time period. Everything is accelerating. Everything is getting that much more, well, for lack of a word, insane, completely and utterly insane. And I'd say tenuous. I'd say sort of liminal character of our civilization is wearing a bit thin, and we're on the cusp of some dangerous, stuff, really all over the world. And we've seen this type of thing before. In fact, remember I did a year in review in 2019. For the year 2019, I called it the year the mask came off. Because all throughout 2019, these uprisings, these upstart revolutions taking place, the yellow vests, and it's the Hong Kong rebellion against Chinese control there. And in every case, the powers that be sort of said, yeah, we pretend to be democracies, but not unfortunately, we're just going to crush you. So I called it the year the mask came off. Ironic, because the next year was the year of the mask. I didn't know it at the time. But it was the year that they basically said, no, we are tyrants, and we will crush you, and we will do what we want. How it affects the people. It feels like we're in that situation. So before 2019, it felt like we're on the cusp of a revolution, and COVID hit. Here we are on the cusp once again. And Iran, it's not a coincidence. I'll explain it on the other side. Stay with us. The big health county, way better shape than I am. I've seen for another shape. You say you know. I want you to take our experience kick in. I like you said earlier what I appreciate. I
or we can get out of this refined, sharpened, honed, and successful, victorious. We're sort of on that cusp. It feels like we're at the tipping way or the other. And if you were watching Infowars last week, you got to witness a miracle. You got to witness an honest to God coincidence. Alex Jones talking to Pastor JamesLeeGillenwater, and he goes on about the battle axe, and the battle axe arrives at exactly that time. A letter saying, God told me to send this to you. Just crazy coincidences. So crazy. And this is like kind of one of these ironies. Is you've got some people claiming that we faked it, which it's like hardly people seriously suggest that if you watch the video. Hard to understand how that would have been faked, why we faked it. Just kind of a weird thing for them to suggest. But what it means is that it's real, right? It's like if it wasn't something actually miraculous, actually beyond natural description, it seemed a little bit supernatural. And people saying it's fake because they recognize that and they just don't want to believe it. But if it was just a ridiculous, like, oh my gosh, I sneezed right when I said that thing, so it was true. Like it wasn't just some sort of minor coincidence. This was something so crazy. And I witnessed it myself. I sat there and watched Rob 5 in the studio in my house. And it was amazing. And again, people recognize how insane it was. And so they choose to think, yeah, they must have faked it. It's too unbelievable. No, it actually happened. So what you're really expressing here is doubt, skepticism that should in fact be reverence for this. If it wasn't as crazy as it was, no one would say we faked it. They would just say, what the hell? So it was crazy. It was meaningful to those of us that watched it unfold. And of course, the coincidence of it, Alex Jones is attacked by Trump. It's all very spectacular. Here's what actually just happened right in front of us. And it was really spectacular. And Donald Trump attacking Alex Jones, which again, I can't help but see a sort of like, we witnessed what happened with the axe. It was like crazy. Alex just drawn back here. We only got you. That just happened. This guy telling Alex Jones, you're the battle axe, you're the blacksmith. And then this battle axe like descends from heaven. It's like, I am. It's like, wow, this was crazy. Then 3 hours later, Donald Trump attacks Alex Jones, and suddenly it's like it's already perceived as a miraculous event. It takes on its own meaning. Maybe this is what it was about. Maybe, and people even that, like, you seem to not understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that Satan wants Alex Jones enraged. Satan wants Donald Trump attacking. Satan wants his friends attacking Trump back. Satan wants division and strife and chaos. And maybe differently about terrible if he'd just been hit with some bad bankruptcy decision and stubbed his toe, like, all that stuff. And then he got, tribe, the hatred by tribe. Maybe he would have responded to it. Maybe he would have come out swinging and said, screw you, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't. And given this gift from God, as assurance, it seems to us. Again, I have to like, oh, this is very blasphemous. I genuinely don't understand that. You're saying that it's blasphemous to witness miracles. What? You're saying it's blasphemous for something to happen, seemingly miraculous thing happens, and we're supposed to go, but that's not from God. It's posterity. It was great. The reason I'm saying all this, I'm not just trying to ramble about this miracle witness was worth rambling about. It's because happened to Donald Trump to be on Donald Trump's bad side. Tried so hard. It's almost like the slap in the face. The outright rejection. And for what's left over just to be Donald Trump, it's time. And here's the craziest thing about the ads, and the thing that maybe I think puts it into the realm of the Americans, is that the letter that came along with the ads described that exact process that I described. So bad, thinking that it's possible, even as it gets farther, still are going to just get it to do this stuff, just get Trump on the actual way. X, his account, and we found the son of the guy. By the way, if you think that it was a miracle, the guy couldn't insert the literal shipping receipt, so you can see exactly when the axe was shipped and when it arrived. Like it's beyond. And so the car who sent the axe is now on X, so his account, so you can follow. That's very cool. But he wrote a letter saying, I had this vision, I had this idea, I had this dream, this fantasy that I'd go to thealexjones.com, I'd make a purchase, and I'd win the truck, I'd win the raffle, and I'd get to come down to Austin to meet Alex Jones, a new car, and I'd be able to deliver him the axe in person, right? That's the fantasy, that's the dream, that's the thing he was clinging on to, and for months, he clung to that dream until it was finally his son saying, look, that may be nice if that works. Like, what if it doesn't have, that might not have as much go? No, right? Why cling to the fantastical that maybe you could win a raffle and go visit him? Money that you just mail it to him. It's a sure thing. And so the axe comes along with this message, this lesson that applies directly to Alex Jones. I'm like, hey, you got the fantasy dream of Donald Trump. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go. And friends or people I work with, it's like I should have years ago been like, I gotta do something else. But and you really a betrayal, a slap in the face to go, okay, God, I get it. You're pushing me away. That's how I'm curious. For so long, just like betrayed. Yes, I guess it's finally time on this dream. You better go to Craigslist and see what jobs are out there. Boom, first job. Crazy stuff, crazy how coincidences like that happen. So all this is to say is that out there did. We did not throw him under the bus. He was being thrown into prison, persecuted by the left. In total good faith, trying desperately to believe in the promise of Donald Trump. And finally, out of his own mouth, on his own post, we have been told, I am not the guy. Donald Trump is not the guy. It's time. Everybody's sort of getting that message. And to be honest, we probably should have learned it a little while ago, because regardless of what you think about Trump, he's not a candidate. And somebody else is. You go to CPAC and you see Donald Trump's face on the side of the building where that's got to count. He's not going to be a candidate. He's not. 26. Personality around the guy who's not even for us. Doesn't make any sense. Especially when that guy has now completely and totally
2026. Here's 2026. That's not just me trying to like subtly disrespect him by getting his name wrong. That is me overtly disrespecting him by not caring what his name is. Dan Don Bongino. So there you go. This, of course, is reflected in the polls that are coming. It's not the CNN poll where they're like, we asked 5 die-hard Trump supporters if they liked Iran. He has 100% approval rating. Okay, sure. However, a CBS News poll has shown that Trump's approval trend among non-college voters has cratered in just the last few months. Not over the course of a year, not over the course of 6 months. Between February and April, it went from green to red. So February 2025, a year ago, it was plus 36 with this group of people. By the time September rolled around, it was only plus 26. So we'd already lost a bunch of them. Probably by getting rid of Doge and starting the but people still overwhelmingly happy with him and in favor of him. By the time 2026 of this year rolls around, we're looking at only plus 10. So, all right, not great, but not terrible either, at least in the positives. Now he's at 4 as of April 2026. That's a net 40-point negative swing in a single year, which is hard to do without killing someone. I mean, it's like, well, I guess he did, though. He didn't kill someone, he killed our nation, he killed America, actually. Exaggerating there. But to me, the even more shocking thing is the 15-point drop in 2 months. 40 points over a year, but 14 points between February and April of 2026. So, again, you can blame this on podcasters, but we've been talking the whole year. The collapse only came after. This isn't about who's criticizing you, it's about what you're doing. And this again is just the high absurdity of all of this is the fact that they mess up and then claim to be talking about their mess ups. They trade the country and then the podcasters / radio television hosts. Hi, I'm on the radio now. For responding to or reacting to the terrible policy decisions. And so this attack on Alex Jones, the attack on Tucker Carlson and others has been an act of total desperation. Here's how Alex Jones responded to JP Sears this weekend. Do you do my IQ tester? Yep, that's what we do. Okay, I think. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Why do you? Well, I've had some people really like you. Shots fired. God, who's telling you that? Well, some people online that like the president and eat my dog. Well, we'll find out. So with this IQ test, I was asking a series of really common sense questions. I'm actually kind of a little nervous right now. Oh yeah, you should turn out to be somewhat called a low IQ nut job that pretty much lost cause. Well, that doesn't sound good. All right, first question. Which word doesn't apple, banana, carrot, orange? Carrot? Very good. That's not fruit at all. Next question. Who would be considered more of a traitor to the country? Person A, who receives $230 million from a foreign body, or person B, who receives $0 from a foreign body? Clearly person A. Wrong. That's
is currently open, but they'll close it if you go to war. What would be a smart way to ensure that waterway stays open? You don't go to war with them. Common sense would say go to war with that country and stay at war with that country as a way of putting pressure on them to reopen after they've closed it. Because are you playing with the pullback? I don't think that's oh, and this is good one. If you have the desire to take down international power rate, what would be the best way to follow through desire? Well, you launch a full investigation, take every means necessary, and then you prosecute those bastards. The law. And any prosecutions. That can't be right. Well, you know, these questions are coming. Oh, I standardized IQ test questions, sir. Next question. Here's a scenario. You got a person, they work for America, and America owns what country is that person works for? America? That's incorrect. They work for Iran. Next question. More beautiful than Francis First Lady, maybe Candace Owens. Candace Owens? Have you seen Francis First Lady? I totally knew her. If she had an OnlyFans, I would subscribe to any reasonable would. Okay, how would you describe what America is? Putting America's interest first above any other foreign aid? No, actually, this yeah. Okay, last question. What year did we first land on the moon? Never been. No, been to the go all night. Well, your test is complete. I've never seen this before. What the heck? You got an IQ of 65. Is that my life? He was right. Right? Just don't worry about that now. My big question is, what am I in my life? I've learned that I am so stupid. Just remember, you're also a good job. But yeah, you're really the only option that you give people such as yourself is to like open this up. I am devastated. Absolutely brilliant response. These years and Alex Jones. Alex, perfect response to Donald Trump. He wanted outrage. He wanted a fight. Saddle man. Everything I sell to you works. Obviously, that's the goal. So you get it, and you like it, and you want it. Everything I sell deep research into, and I personally use. Now, I've been promoting seal lights for decades with sponsors because they really work. I'll tell you what they are. Bigly, our sponsor is a really high quality, private label, top selling brand, private label, bringing to you right now. Invested in toxins, the environment, chemical, garbage, food. It is more important than ever to take seal lights on a regular basis. Not all seal lights are created equal. This is really a high quality seal light. Please do your own research and then go to the AppJamesLeeGillenwater and secure our high quality seal light. Now let's go. Some we're swimming in toxins every single day. Metals from the air, chemicals. Your body needs help finding eliminating this garbage builds up, destroys your cells. Enter Zeolite Detox the Bills. Advanced biodigestion. This isn't some gimmick. Zeolite is organic cage-like crystalline structure that acts like a ion exchange and selectively traps positively charged toxins, heavy metals, ammonia, other unwanted compounds, while letting beneficial metals stay put. Then it escorts them straight out of your system through your gut. Paired with folic acid, it also supports healthy mineral transport and cleaner internal. Users report feeling lighter, more balanced, and clear-headed with consistent daily use. Just one dose a day gives you 60 full servings of detox support. Ladies and gentlemen, don't steer you wrong. You know that. If you love our bovine colostrum, if you love the other incredible products like T3 iodine, this Zeolite detox formula. Secure yours now at theAlexJonesStore.com. And if you checked out the other supplements like our methylene red,
there, check out the finest selection of baseball caps, t-shirts, hoodies, you name it. Spread the word of freedom in America. And biggest challenges ever is coming here. Thanks to you standing with us as our partner. You're stronger than ever. So thank you so much for your support. Please visit thealexjonesstore.com today. And if you want to get massive discounts on all supplements, sign up as a subscriber. Lock in the future and cancel in time. Is the massive discount. Send you VIPs, cancel in time. $30 special deals, special offers, special sales on everything. So if you're buying anything, thealexjonesstore.com. Thank you so much for your support. Now secure your zeal like a gorilla now. thealexjonesstore.com. I want you to take our medical grade. I'd like you to drink this to each other with. I drink it. I want to give you the true review. It doesn't work. It's amazing. Get yours now. A frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones. Liking some things to save them. And we have Israeli units non-stop systematically detonating what's left of Taiba village in northern Lebanon as they create settlements there as they try to mushroom Christians in the first Christian community, the place where Jesus was born and raised. They are being driven out in complete defiance of Donald Trump's explicit demands, by the way, but we should be used now to Trump being utterly humiliated by Israel. In North Africa, you have videos of Islamic invaders with close knives and machetes wreaking havoc on Andalusia, Spain. A church has burned. Another church has been lit on fire by Muslims in Sinai. It just
chaos here at home is simply simmering. It is not cooled at all. It just is waiting for an opportunity to boil over. Israeli Defense Minister Katz gave a press conference from southern Lebanon 2 hours ago saying the residents will not return to south of the Litani River, meaning that around 20% of Lebanon's population has now been forcibly evicted from their ancestral homes by the hostile and aggressive land grab of Israel. The Afghan Muslims set fire to a historic church in Ireland. Michigan residents will now be under drone surveillance as Oakland County Board of Commissioners voted to approve a very controversial new drone program for law enforcement. So the physical, aspect of the panoptic control grid going into place here in America, Michigan, of course. 6 warehouse fires have occurred in days as there's a trend of disgruntled employees literally setting fire to when they don't get a raise. This volcano erupted, and we have some information about Tyler Robinson, assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm telling you, folks, that was less than 4 minutes on text for me, and I can spend an hour on every one of these. We can talk about the church in Ireland being burned, either as a singular example of yet another terrorist attack against the people of Europe, or as the latest of a continuing, practically daily series of church fire bombings that have occurred in Europe. I can spend the whole show on that. I can spend a whole show on the sudden rise in warehouse fires that have occurred over the last month or so, also paralleling exactly the run-up to COVID-19 lockdown. I mean, every 1 second. And every 4 minutes I spend on X is just to give you an idea of the true chaos engulfing the world right now. Just a little bit. All right? Just a little bit. So I wasn't planning on covering stories because I didn't know about it until just now. So what we are going to do is talk about what's going on in Iran and the continuing and bottomless failure of the Trump administration in the war in Iran. Failure upon failure upon failure. It is inexplicable if you're approaching this from any sort of traditional political powerful monarchy, capital, and it was already taken over by the Rothschilds 50 years before that. So they were spared because they became the vessel by which the Rothschilds and other European banking interests